Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened the Power of Will. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The world changed with the emergence of superhumans, individuals born with mutations that granted them extraordinary abilities, known as quirks. The cause of this phenomenon remained a mystery, with various theories proposed but no definitive answers. As those with quirks struggled to understand their powers and faced ostracism from those without, many turned to violence and crime. This led to the rise of professional heroes, trained to protect the innocent from these villains. Midoriya Izuku, a professional hero, reflected on his journey to becoming the #1 hero, fueled by his unwavering determination. The world was often cruel and unjust. Not everyone was born with powers to flaunt, and Izuku believed it was wrong to oppress the weak. He recalled a moment from his childhood when he witnessed his friend, Bakugou Katsuki, bullying another child. Overcome with emotion, Izuku confronted Katsuki, trembling with fear yet resolute in his stance. He refused to stand by and watch the bullying continue. Katsuki, flanked by his friends, approached Izuku, using his quirk to intimidate him. He mocked Izuku for lacking a quirk, calling him worthless. At that moment, Izuku had not yet discovered his own powers. However, in a moment of desperation, as Katsuki prepared to strike, Izuku felt an unfamiliar energy surge within him. He shouted for Katsuki to stop, and suddenly, everything around him faded to gray. A wave of power erupted from him, knocking everyone back, leaving Katsuki shaken and fearful. Remarkably, the child behind him remained unharmed, allowing them to escape. Years passed, and after that day, Katsuki kept his distance, and their friendship faded. Despite their parents' attempts to reconcile them, the rift remained. Izuku harbored resentment towards Katsuki for his relentless bullying and intervened whenever he could. It took him a year to understand his quirk, which he named willpower after a lengthy discussion with his mother about more extravagant names. One day, a loud explosion interrupted Izuku's thoughts. He rushed toward the source of the noise and found Kamui Woods, a hero, engaged in battle with a thief possessing a gigantification quirk, while Death Arms provided support. Just as Kamui prepared to unleash his signature move, a new hero, a girl with a similar quirk, intervened, delivering a powerful kick that incapacitated the thief. Izuku noted the collateral damage caused by her actions, reminding himself that heroes should minimize destruction. He shook his head and continued on his way, realizing he was late for school. At school, the teacher announced the distribution of career aspiration documents, proclaiming that everyone wanted to be heroes. The class cheered, but Izuku felt a sense of disillusionment. The concept of heroism had become tainted by fame and fortune. Even bullies could achieve hero status if they possessed strong quirks, exemplified by Endeavor, who had lost sight of what it truly meant to be a hero. Katsuki, ever the loudmouth, interrupted the teacher, boasting about his quirk and belittling his classmates. When the teacher mentioned Katsuki's intention to enroll in UA High, Japan's premier hero training school, Katsuki bragged about his high scores in mock entrance exams. Izuku, who also aspired to attend UA, felt a mix of determination and frustration. He had trained diligently, confident in his ability to secure a spot in the hero course. As the teacher acknowledged Izuku's ambitions, the classroom fell silent, aware of the rivalry between him and Katsuki. Katsuki scoffed but remained quiet. The day progressed and soon school was over. With only 10 months left until the entrance exams, Izuku's focus sharpened. While walking through a dimly lit tunnel, he sensed a presence lurking above. A villain with a large-sized invisibility cloak attempted to ensnare him with tendrils. Quick on his feet, Izuku activated his quirk, transforming his limbs into a metallic black. This ability, which he called Will of Armament, significantly enhanced his combat skills. He deftly dodged the tendrils and closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow that sent the villain crashing against the wall. The villain was taken aback, realizing that Izuku could inflict damage despite his unusual abilities. Izuku's quirk allowed him to manifest his willpower into reality, enabling him to interact with his surroundings in ways others could not. He focused his energy, unleashing a wave of conquerors that overwhelmed the cowardly villain, causing him to faint. Just as Izuku prepared to secure the villain, he sensed another presence approaching, one that filled him with awe and trepidation. He readied himself for a confrontation, only to be stunned by the identity of the newcomer. It was All Might. He stopped when he noticed that the slime villain was already down. With his high morale and cheerful demeanor, he grabbed my shoulders and praised me for apprehending the villain on my own, expressing that I must have a remarkable quirk. I felt a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't every day one met their idol. I modestly acknowledged his compliment, downplaying my achievement. He continued to praise me and reminded me not to use my quirk in public. To my embarrassment and his amusement, he even signed my hero analysis notebook, where I had sketched his likeness. Afterward, I offered to help him bottle the slime and made my way home, motivated to become a professional hero like never before. From that day on, I dedicated myself to improving my quirk, and after 10 months of hard work, I had transformed into a much stronger version of myself. Standing in front of the gates of UA High, I felt a mix of elation and emotion. After 10 long years of training and pushing myself beyond my limits, I was finally just one step away from entering the world of professional heroes. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and sensed Katsuki approaching from behind. He rudely nudged my shoulder as he passed, scowling at everyone in his path. Shaking my head at his antics, I quietly entered the hall, only to find myself seated next to him. We didn't exchange words, but I could feel his glare throughout the time we were there. A tall boy with glasses interrupted Present Mike, who was giving instructions for the practical test. The boy seemed quite impatient, possibly due to nerves. It was fortunate that Katsuki and I were in different testing areas. I didn't want to deal with him during the test. I noticed those around me doing their best to stay calm. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on my quirk. When Present Mike shouted for the test to begin, I quickly activated my armament ability on my legs and dashed toward the simulation area. The others seemed startled by the sudden command, likely because Present Mike had just informed them that there were no countdowns in real battles. A two-pointer emerged from an alley, aiming its weapon at me. I lunged forward and executed a spinning kick, causing it to explode as my leg crushed it like a soda can. The armor on those robots was weak. After finishing it off, I resumed my search for more targets. I continued to score points, and by the time Present Mike announced that there were 2 minutes left, I had already accumulated around 85 points. That was when the observers decided to add some excitement to the otherwise straightforward exam. A zero-pointer suddenly appeared from a building, causing immense destruction. I shuddered at the thought of the potential casualties if this had been a real-life situation, with rubble falling all around. Everyone around me began to flee, as the zero-pointer did not offer any points. Some aspiring heroes were near the building when the zero-pointer appeared, but none of them moved to help. I immediately ran forward, searching for anyone in need of assistance. I sensed someone lying on the ground and rushed toward them. A girl was trapped under a slab of concrete. I quickly lifted the slab and freed her ankle. "Are you okay? Can you run on your own?" I asked urgently, aware that the zero-pointer was closing in on us. I tried to use my will of observation to find anyone else trapped nearby, but I didn't detect anyone else. The girl shook her head frantically, expressing that she thought her ankle was broken. I grunted and picked her up in my arms, running as fast as I could until we were out of the zero-pointer's range. Just then, the proctor announced that time was up. I saw Recovery Girl approaching us, distributing gummy bears to everyone. She asked if I was injured, and I replied that I was fine. With my armament ability, I had been able to crush the robots easily. As she healed the girl I had saved, I decided to leave and inform my mother about the test. It took 7 days for the results of my entrance test to arrive, and the waiting was nerve-wracking. I was confident I had done well, but the uncertainty was unsettling. While sitting at the table, I ate listlessly, lacking energy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and my mom rushed toward me, excitedly announcing that the results had arrived. Feeling relieved, I opened the letter with her, only for a holographic device to drop out. When I activated it, I was startled to see my idol appear, announcing the results of the exam. He congratulated me on my excellent score in the written exam and revealed that I had scored 85 villain points in the practical exam, the highest score. He welcomed me to Hero Academia. I hugged my mom as we both cried tears of joy, thrilled that I had finally been accepted. I was one step closer to achieving my dream. Wearing my new school uniform, I felt excited about being one step closer to becoming a professional hero. Just as I reached for the doorknob of my house, my mom called out to me, checking if I had everything I needed for school. She expressed her pride in me, her eyes filled with love. I felt incredibly fortunate to have her support. She had always been there for me, ensuring I never felt the absence of my father, who worked overseas for our family's well-being. Although he rarely visited, I was grateful for his efforts. I hugged my mom and kissed her cheek, telling her that she was the amazing one and that I loved her before heading out. As I stood before the door of Class 1A, I wondered what my classmates would be like. In my excitement, I had forgotten about someone, and I was reminded of him as I entered the classroom. Bakugou Katsuki, the bully from my school, was the last person I wanted to see. A tall boy with blue hair almost yelled at Katsuki to remove his legs from the table, stating it was disrespectful to the other students and to those who made the table. Katsuki smirked, defiantly questioning who the boy thought he was. The boy adjusted his spectacles and introduced himself, stating his name was Ida Tenya and that he was from Somei High. Katsuki scoffed at him, implying he was part of an elite group. Ida looked taken aback, as if he were acting in a dramatic scene. He insisted that such language was inappropriate. To my surprise, Ida's attention shifted to me, and he expressed his pleasure in meeting me. I interrupted him, acknowledging that I had already heard his name earlier. His mannerism struck me as overly formal, reminiscent of characters from robot-themed movies. Ida praised me for recognizing the hidden purpose behind the test, which left me puzzled. I inquired about this hidden purpose, but before he could respond, a girl's voice interrupted, calling out to me. I turned to see a familiar face. She had managed to pass the exam despite her injuries. I asked about her ankle, knowing it was likely healed, but it was polite to check. She cheerfully assured me it was fine and thanked me for helping her during the exam. I waved off her gratitude, stating that it was what any hero would do. The girl, now identified as Uraraka Ochako, beamed with excitement, praising my speed and strength. She introduced herself, and her happiness was infectious. Just then, someone entered the classroom, commanding us to settle down. Our homeroom teacher had arrived, noting it took us 8 seconds to quiet down. He instructed us to change into our P uniforms for the quirk assessment test. I found it odd that there was no orientation at the start of the school year, and Uraraka echoed my thoughts by asking the teacher about it. He dismissed her question, stating that heroes didn't have time for formalities, and urged us to move. We left the classroom, ready for the quirk assessment, whatever that entailed. Upon reaching the school grounds, we gathered as instructed. Our teacher explained that we had likely participated in physical tests before, where we couldn't use our quirks. He criticized the Ministry of Education for not being rational in their methods. He then turned to me, asking about my best result for the softball throw in junior high. I replied that I had thrown it 133 meters. Aizawa then tossed me a softball, instructing me to use my quirk while staying within the circle. I prepared myself, covering my body with protective energy and focusing on the muscles that would maximize my throw. With a powerful motion, I launched the ball, which soared at incredible speed, disappearing from sight. Aizawa measured the distance, revealing an astonishing 5,396 meters. My classmates gasped in disbelief. Excitement rippled through the group as they reacted to the impressive distance. However, Aizawa's tone turned serious as he warned us that the last place in all 8 tests would result in expulsion. The shock of his words echoed through Class 1A. I realized that as long as one didn't finish last in every test, they would be safe. Aizawa emphasized the challenges we would face over the next 3 years, urging us to overcome them with determination. Uraraka voiced her concerns about the unfairness of the situation, But Aizawa explained that heroes must learn to handle unpredictability and hardship. He encouraged us to push beyond our limits, declaring that the real challenges were just beginning. As the demonstration concluded, we prepared for the first test, the 50-meter dash, where two students would race against each other at a time. A camera-like machine measured each student's time, and the student with the fastest time would receive the highest score. The first two students lined up for the race were Ida and a green-haired girl with large eyes and frog-like features. The machine signaled the start of the race with a sound resembling a gunshot. Ida took off and was the first to finish. The machine recorded his time as 3.04 seconds. Shortly after, the frog-like girl crossed the finish line as well. Ida thought to himself about his limits, realizing he could only reach third gear for a 50-meter dash. Ida Tenya had the quirk called Engine, which allowed him to move at incredible speeds. He was clearly in his element, but he knew that speed wasn't the only quality necessary for a pro hero. It would be interesting to see how others performed. Azuityu, known for her frog quirk, finished the 50-meter dash in 5.58 seconds, which was a respectable time. Uraraka Ochako, who possessed the zero-gravity quirk, raced against a blonde student with a large tail. The boy finished in 5.49 seconds, while Uraraka completed the race in 7.15 seconds. She felt pleased with her performance, noting it was faster than her time in junior high. Aoyama Yuga, with his naval laser quirk, finished in 5.51 seconds. He mentioned that using his quirk for too long would give him a stomachache, which surprised his classmates. Aizawa observed the students and noted the potential for growth based on their results. The last two students preparing to race were the narrator and Katsuki. The narrator noticed Katsuki glaring at him but remained silent. As the race began, Katsuki activated his quirk, creating explosions from his hands to gain speed. He finished in 2.06 seconds, but was shocked to see the narrator had already crossed the finish line before him, finishing in 4.13 seconds. Katsuki felt annoyed, realizing he would need to step up his game to keep up. The narrator contemplated the upcoming tests and how to improve their quirk. They needed to train to activate it instinctively, without the need for concentration. In the second test, grip strength, the machine beeped and recorded a score of 630 kilograms. Shiro expressed amazement at the high score, comparing it to Shoji's. Another student with tentacle arms scored 540 kilograms. During the standing long jump test, the narrator successfully jumped over the sand, landing on the other side. For the repeated side steps, they used their quirk to achieve a decent score. Mineta, the last to go, surprised everyone by using his quirk to bounce effortlessly back and forth. In the ball throw test, Katsuki scored 705.2 meters but was frustrated with his performance. A tall girl with a ponytail created a cannon and threw the ball an impressive 767 meters. The narrator was intrigued by her quirk but refrained from asking questions. When it was Uraraka's turn, she used her zero-gravity quirk to throw the ball, which floated into the sky until it disappeared. Aizawa revealed the score on his phone, showing a pink infinity symbol, leaving everyone astonished. Class 1A exclaimed in disbelief at Uraraka's incredible score. The narrator acknowledged that she had surpassed him in this test, chuckling at the situation. After completing the tests, the students gathered to check their total scores. The narrator scored the highest, followed by Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki, who had a unique appearance with half red and half white hair. Katsuki placed fourth, visibly upset at being outperformed by three others, including the narrator. Mineta, in last place, fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. Aizawa reassured the class that there would be no expulsions, clarifying that it was all part of a rational deception. The girl with the ponytail expressed surprise that no one had seen through the lie. With that, Aizawa concluded the session, and the students moved on, eager to continue their journey. There were handouts with the curriculum in the classroom, so when everyone returned, they would look over them. Aizawa walked away without sparing anyone a glance. Just as the group was about to leave, a sensation of being watched washed over me, particularly from someone in the room. I wanted to inquire about it but decided against it, knowing I had to prepare for the next class. The following day at school was quite normal, filled with standard classes like English and mathematics. As we waited for the next class, I felt All Might rushing toward our classroom. It was time for his first class, and excitement bubbled within me. When he burst into the classroom, the atmosphere shifted as everyone began to chatter excitedly. After all, it was All Might. Standing before the class in an exaggerated pose, he announced that they would be diving into foundational hero studies. He explained that they would be building their hero foundation through various trials, starting with the battle trial. A battle right off the bat? I noticed Katsuki in front of me, visibly tense. All Might continued by revealing that they had prepared gear tailored to match each student's quirks, which sent a wave of excitement through the class. I felt a thrill of anticipation as I hugged my costume tightly against my chest. It was personally designed by my mother and me, holding deep sentimental value. All Might instructed everyone to get changed and gather at ground beta, emphasizing the importance of their hero gear. He declared that from that moment on, they were all officially heroes. I had finally entered the world I had always dreamed of. Over the past 10 years, I had developed a strong aversion to those who committed evil, stemming from a traumatic incident I could never forget. When I was 9, I had a close friend who also aspired to be a hero. He possessed a powerful quirk and a bright future ahead. After a falling out with Katsuki, he had become my best friend. The day before, we had quarreled and my friend was in a bad mood, choosing to go home alone. I should have insisted on accompanying him. When I sensed his presence fading nearby, it was too late. I found him in an alley, and the sight haunted me, his body in a state of decay, his last moments filled with fear and a plea for help. That villain had taken my best friend, and the investigation led to a dead end. This tragedy fueled my determination to grow stronger. I realized that even if I had been there, I might not have been able to save him, and I could have perished alongside him. I vowed to prevent such tragedies from happening to anyone else. I read about similar incidents online, where villains wreaked havoc for their own twisted purposes. Some were caught, while others roamed free, instilling terror in those who could not defend themselves. Each time my mother went out, I feared for her safety. My thoughts may have been flawed, but I longed for a society free of such malevolence. Those who committed evil were like animals deserving of confinement. On that fateful day I swore, I will be the bane of the wicked. I would become the hero who made villains tremble in fear, ensuring that every criminal thought twice before committing a crime. Their only refuge would be prison. I rose from my seat and followed my classmates to the changing room. My hero gear consisted of a black spandex suit with white stripes running down the sides of my arms and legs, complemented by a stylish and flexible gray Kevlar vest. I wore white gauntlets covering my forearms and elbows, along with shin guards, knee pads, and red combat boots. A gas mask made of a special alloy covered the lower part of my face, its etched grin adding an intimidating touch. As I entered ground beta, I took in the variety of costumes worn by my fellow students. Some donned full-body armor reminiscent of knights, while others wore revealing outfits that left little to the imagination. I couldn't help but admire the girl in the revealing costume, noting how she maintained her composure despite the attention. Even Katsuki was glancing her way, which surprised me, as I had thought he was indifferent to such things. I silently applauded her bravery and nodded in acknowledgement, which she noticed, her expression revealing that she understood my gesture. At that moment, a blushing Uraraka, the girl I had saved during my entrance test, jumped in front of me, complimenting my costume and noting its practicality. It was refreshing to see her bubbly personality. Her costume was skin-tight, accentuating her curves in a flattering way. I smiled back, genuinely appreciating her presence, and complimented her design, noting that it resembled another hero's costume. Her blush deepened as she rubbed the back of her head, a gesture that seemed habitual when she felt embarrassed. She expressed her wish that her request sketch had turned out better, admitting it looked a bit puffy. She mentioned that she aimed to emulate 13's costume, her favorite hero. I nodded in encouragement, maintaining my smile to ensure she felt comfortable. Amidst the excitement, a small figure wearing a diaper made a comment about heroics being the greatest, but I chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the camaraderie of my classmates as we prepared for the trials ahead. He was quite the character, and there was no need to indulge him. An overly formal voice came from a student wearing full-body armor. It was Ida Tenya, whose costume resembled that of Ingenium. Perhaps he was related to the hero, as their quirks were almost similar too. He asked about the performance ground they would be using, inquiring if it was the mock city from the entrance exam. The instructor replied that they would find out soon, instructing them to take 2 steps forward to reach their destination. This would be an indoor battle trial. While villain cleanup usually occurred in open spaces, statistically, most acts of villainy were committed indoors: imprisonment, house arrests, and black market dealings. In a society saturated with heroes, intelligent villains often lurked in the shadows. For this test, they would be separated into hero and villain groups for a 2-on-2 team battle. As they drew lots, the protagonist found himself paired with Uraraka in Team A. She expressed excitement about their pairing, suggesting a connection between them. The first 2 teams to engage in combat were announced, Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. The protagonist and Uraraka would face Katsuki and Ida. He noticed Katsuki glaring at them with anticipation, a reflection of his competitive nature and his history of never having won against him. As they approached the building, the protagonist turned to Uraraka, eager to learn about her quirk so they could strategize. She explained that her quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to negate the effect of gravity on objects she touched with all her fingers. He was impressed, recognizing its potential in saving people during disasters. Uraraka mentioned she hadn't found a weight limit yet but noted that the time she could maintain the effect decreased with heavier objects. With a plan forming in his mind, he realized it would be easier if Katsuki targeted him instead of Uraraka. She was not ready to face his explosive temperament. Just as he finished outlining his strategy, All Might's voice echoed in their ears, signaling the start of the indoor battle trial. They moved quietly through the ground floor, sensing Katsuki descending from the 5th floor. Nodding to Uraraka, he indicated that Katsuki was approaching. They waited for him to turn the corner, and he launched a swift backhanded strike to Katsuki's face, sending him tumbling down the hallway while Uraraka took the opportunity to ascend the stairs. Katsuki, recovering quickly, remarked on the protagonist's ability to sense his surroundings. He expressed his determination to defeat him this time, insisting that he would prove he was better. The protagonist reflected on Katsuki's flawed mentality. Being the top hero wasn't the only measure of worth. What truly mattered was the principle behind being a hero, a concept Katsuki struggled to grasp. The protagonist declared that Katsuki would never beat him, emphasizing that his selfish motivations would prevent him from being a good hero. He charged at Katsuki, his body enveloped in armament. Katsuki swung at him with a right hook, a predictable move that the protagonist easily dodged. He countered with a headbutt to Katsuki's abdomen, causing him to stagger back. Ignoring the pain, Katsuki charged again, and they engaged in a fast-paced brawl. Katsuki unleashed blasts with every swing, but the protagonist dodged them with precision, grateful for his quirk that allowed him to evade such powerful attacks. As the fight progressed, he noticed Katsuki's frustration growing, his attacks becoming wilder. Despite their rivalry, the protagonist acknowledged that Katsuki had improved since their last encounter. He was faster and had better control over his anger, making his attacks sharper and more powerful. The protagonist felt the vibrations from the blasts as they grazed him. If Katsuki weren't so abrasive, they could have been great friends and rivals. Then, an opening appeared. One of Katsuki's swings went too wide, and the protagonist seized the moment, delivering a spinning heel kick to his chest that sent him rolling to the ground. He didn't want to inflict serious harm, but he knew his punches and kicks carried significant power. He rushed to Katsuki's fallen form and quickly bound him with capture tape. All Might's voice confirmed Katsuki's capture. Katsuki glared up at him, filled with anger. The protagonist understood that Katsuki despised being looked down upon, as it reminded him that someone was stronger. For Katsuki, being a hero meant winning every time, and any loss made him feel inadequate. However, the protagonist found satisfaction in his victory, believing it had a positive impact on Katsuki's character. Although he still had a long way to go, he had shown signs of improvement over the years. For now, the protagonist considered it a small victory. Perhaps he was beginning to understand that winning didn't matter and that true heroism was not defined by victory. The meaning of being a hero was something I always tried to convey to him, but he never listened. Maybe exchanging blows with him could achieve what words couldn't. As I walked away, Katsuki cursed under his breath and prepared to lunge at me, clearly not having learned his lesson. Without looking back, I unleashed a wave of Conqueror's will, causing him to stumble back. I was done with him for the day. He needed to accept his loss. I made my way toward Uraraka, who had been hiding near the door of the room where the faux weapon was located. Ida was striking exaggerated poses and making oaths about doing his best as the villain, which was quite amusing. I tried hard not to laugh, but Uraraka couldn't contain herself and giggled. Our location was now exposed, leaving us no choice but to attack. Uraraka and I rushed into the room. While she dashed straight for the faux weapon, I engaged Ida to prevent him from following her. To be honest, Ida was skilled in close combat. His kicks were sharp, and his speed was enhanced by his quirk. However, his technique had significant flaws. Within moments, I had him pinned to the floor, and before he could escape, I secured him with capture tape. By the time I subdued Ida, Uraraka had successfully touched the weapon. It was a complete victory. The announcement echoed, declaring that Team D had been captured and the hero team had won. I smiled and celebrated with Uraraka, who was overjoyed. As Ida untied himself, we attempted to console him, though he didn't seem too disheartened. Both teams emerged practically unscathed, with Katsuki only suffering minor bruises on his chest and face. In the observation room, my classmates approached me, offering pats on the shoulder and compliments about my performance. When everyone settled down, All Might addressed us, naming me the most valuable player of the battle trial. There was no disputing that conclusion. We had won, and I played a significant role in our victory. As the battle trials continued, I kept a close eye on Katsuki as he observed how other teams won their battles. Some battles were impressive, while others were heavily one-sided or lackluster. But as Katsuki watched, his ego took a hit. He realized there were other students, besides me, who could defeat him. This was a positive sign. It showed he was maturing, albeit slowly. With a quirk like his, Katsuki had the potential to become a strong hero if he applied himself correctly. He glanced in my direction, our eyes meeting for a brief moment before he turned away to focus on the screen. I couldn't decipher what was going through his mind, only time would reveal that. Later that day, I confronted him at the school gates. I wanted to talk to him, but he remained silent, tears welling in his eyes. I was taken aback. It was the first time I had seen him vulnerable. I looked into his eyes and expressed my hopes that he understood his previous actions were misguided. I never intended to overshadow him. In fact, I once admired him. I didn't know how things had changed, but I wanted to see the Katsuki I once called my friend. Although I doubted we would be friends again soon, I offered to be his rival. Katsuki glared at me, asserting that rivals were equals in power. He claimed I was stronger than him at that moment, but vowed to surpass me, as well as others he deemed a challenge. With that, he turned and stormed out of the school gate. I sighed in relief. He hadn't been broken by his defeat. Instead of fixating on being the top hero, he was aiming higher. He was improving, and I was glad to see that. Soon, Uraraka and Ida joined me, and we walked together to the subway station. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed All Might smiling at us. The next day, when I arrived at school, the gates were crowded with media personnel. They were stopping every student to ask about All Might. I had nothing to contribute, so I walked through the crowd without comment. The day began with Aizawa-sensei addressing us about the battle trial. His review was positive, though he reprimanded Katsuki for attempting to attack me from behind. Then he announced that we would be selecting a class president. The tension among the students was palpable as Aizawa-sensei paused, clearly enjoying our anxious reactions. The call for a class president was a typical school activity, but in a class full of aspiring heroes, everyone wanted a leadership role. The students expressed their enthusiasm, each one vying for the position. In a school like UA, Being president meant leading the group, a role befitting a future top hero. Ida, with his usual formal tone, emphasized the responsibility that came with the role. He argued that true leadership required the trust of the class and proposed that we elect our leader. Class 1 erupted in a chorus of objections, pointing out the absurdity of the situation. Tiu Azui voiced her concerns about trust, while others noted that everyone would likely vote for themselves. Ida persisted, insisting that anyone who received multiple votes would be the best-suited individual for the job. Aizawa-sensei squirmed in his sleeping bag and replied that however we did it, we should just make it quick. We cast our votes to choose our class president, and I had someone in mind who I thought was a perfect blend of responsibility, coolness, and intelligence for the job. In the end, I received 2 votes while Yaoyorozu Momo received 3. Ida surprisingly got 0 votes, despite being the most vocal about it. Katsuki glared back at me, and I raised an eyebrow, prompting him to turn away, grumbling under his breath. I was chosen as the vice president of the class. Later that day in the cafeteria, I was having lunch with some classmates while Ida explained his family history. Suddenly, the warning alarm sounded, and an announcement was made that security level 3 had been breached. All students were instructed to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Chaos erupted as everyone rushed to evacuate, and I feared a stampede might occur. In the corridor, I struggled to avoid being crushed by the crowd. Then an idea struck me, and I looked around for someone. I spotted Yaoyorozu and called out to her, asking if she could create a megaphone for me. She nodded and quickly made one. I unleashed a wave of conqueror's will to calm the panicked students. Once they were quiet, I addressed them through the megaphone, urging them to remain calm and look outside the window, explaining that it was just the media and not a chaotic situation. I instructed them to help the injured and move in an orderly fashion as announced. They listened, and I could hear some whispers among the upperclassmen. Ida attempted to reprimand me for my language, but I chose to ignore him, having learned a thing or two from Katsuki. My attention shifted to the gate, which had been destroyed, likely by a quirk user. It was suspicious, as even the media wouldn't go to such lengths for an interview. I wondered if it was an attack or if a villain was trying to infiltrate. It was 1 in the afternoon on Wednesday, and we had our basic hero training class. Aizawa-sensei addressed us, explaining that All Might, himself, and another hero would supervise our training, which focused on disaster relief. The class buzzed with excitement, eager for the challenge ahead. Aizawa-sensei continued, reminding us that it was up to us whether or not to wear our hero costumes, as some might not be suitable for the activity. He informed us that the training site was remote, and we would be taking a bus. A few minutes later, we boarded the bus and began chatting. Tsuyu, sitting beside me, introduced herself and asked about my quirk. I explained that my quirk allowed me to create armor around my body, enhancing my strength and sensing my surroundings. There was another aspect that was hard to explain. Kirishima joined the conversation, expressing admiration for my quirk and downplaying his own, which was hardening. I reassured him that every quirk had its unique strengths and that his was more than enough for a pro hero. After some light-hearted banter about quirks and teasing Katsuki for his temper, we arrived at our destination. I marveled at the enormous facility as we entered, greeted by the 3rd hero supervising us. 13 explained the various disaster zones we would be training in, showcasing the facility he had built, called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Uraraka was especially excited to see her idol, and it was heartwarming to watch her fangirl over 13. Aizawa-sensei inquired about All Might's whereabouts, and 13 whispered something to him that I couldn't hear. Once 13 shared the importance of his quirk in saving lives, I felt a renewed admiration for him. Suddenly, a dark presence filled the facility as a black misty vortex appeared in the center, and a group of men and women emerged, led by a man covered in hands. Their aura was sinister, and it was clear they were not part of our training. I turned to Aizawa-sensei, alerting him to the presence of villains. He nodded in acknowledgement, and I speculated whether this was related to the recent security breach. Aizawa-sensei confirmed my suspicion, and I sensed villains in every zone, seemingly comfortable in their surroundings. Aizawa-sensei ordered the class to huddle together and not move. The man with hands covering his body spoke with a tone of controlled madness, questioning the whereabouts of All Might and suggesting that perhaps some dead kids would bring him out. What we faced was pure evil unleashed. Aizawa-sensei instructed us to escape to the bus with 13 while he charged forward into the horde to buy us time. One of the villains laughed and ordered their squad to prepare. Aizawa-sensei undid his capture cloth and charged at the villains. The villains were confused, realizing their intel had misled them about the presence of 13 and All Might. One of the villains, frustrated, exclaimed that they had a dead fool on their hands. However, when they attempted to use their quirks, they found themselves powerless. Aizawa-sensei swiftly wrapped his capture cloth around two of the closest villains, pulling them together with force. He warned them that he could cancel out their quirks just by looking at them. A large villain with a quirk that allowed him to duplicate his arms laughed, questioning whether Aizawa's ability worked against heteromorphic types. But before he could attack, Aizawa-sensei struck him, sending him crashing into others. He then wrapped his cloth around the ankle of another villain, sending him flying as well. Aizawa-sensei ducked under a punch from behind, yanking his capture cloth to wrap it around the arm of another villain, slamming him into two others. He noted that while he couldn't enhance his physical abilities with a quirk, years of experience allowed him to hold his ground against numerous villains using his capture cloth as a weapon. As he maneuvered through the chaos, he continued to wrap villains in his cloth, making them collide with one another. He acknowledged that villains like those he faced often excelled in close-quarters combat, which is why he had countermeasures prepared for them. Meanwhile, a villain with hands scratched his neck impatiently, expressing his disdain for pro-heroes, claiming that ordinary villains stood no chance against them. As they made their way to the gate, a vortex resembling the one from the USJ appeared, blocking their path. A misty figure with yellow eyes emerged, declaring their intent to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. The realization hit hard. They intended to kill All Might. Aizawa-sensei was engaged in battle nearby, and a grotesque villain with an exposed brain and a brawler's physique stood beside the hands villain. It felt like a mindless beast, ready to follow orders. This was their weapon against All Might. The mist villain continued, revealing that they had expected All Might to be present but would proceed with their plans regardless. Villains were scattered throughout the USJ, each in positions that suited their quirks. The mist villain had the ability to warp people to different locations, and they were willing to kill. As the truth dawned on him, he shouted for everyone to get away from the mist villain, warning that he aimed to separate them. However, Kirishima and Katsuki disregarded his warning and attacked, only for their strikes to pass harmlessly through the mist. 13 intervened, urging them to retreat. Frustration boiled within him as he saw his classmates ignoring his warning. With a surge of determination, he commanded them to back down, his voice carrying a weight that demanded attention. The mist villain retaliated, spreading his mist and declaring that they would suffer until their last breath. Anger surged through him, and he let go of his control, unleashing his will across the facility. The villains froze, one by one collapsing as his will overpowered theirs. The mist villain was pushed back, his mist retracting. Katsuki looked at him, surprised and slightly fearful, having never witnessed him lose control like this before. He felt the tension in the air as he declared that the villains could not justify their actions. They had infiltrated their school and threatened their lives, but he would not allow them to succeed. His classmates rallied behind him, ready to fight. 13 stepped forward, complimenting his speech and preparing to handle the mist villain. However, as he activated his quirk, a portal appeared behind him, causing his own attack to backfire. With his body covered in protective energy, he rushed forward to confront the mist villain. The villain laughed, underestimating him. But he smirked, confident that as long as his will was stronger, he could overcome any challenge. When his fist connected with the villain's face, sending him crashing into the wall, he followed up with a powerful stomp, determined to end the fight. The villain gasped and screamed in pain. When a sudden gasp from 13 reached my ears, my attacks faltered for just a moment, giving the villain the opportunity to escape through a portal. I cursed under my breath. Looking back at my classmates, I saw their shocked faces but paid them no mind as I rushed to 13, who was barely conscious. After examining him briefly, I turned to Ida and instructed him to run to the main campus and inform the teachers about the villains. He seemed hesitant at first, but when our eyes met, he nodded and dashed out of the facility. In the plaza, Aizawa-sensei had resumed battling the villains who remained conscious after I unleashed my power throughout the facility. The Hands villain regained his senses, and despite being momentarily stunned by the sudden wave that invaded his mind, he ignored it and aimed to attack Aizawa-sensei. As Aizawa-sensei approached, he yanked at the capture cloth, pulling the villain toward him and delivering a swift elbow strike to the villain's abdomen. The Hands villain grumbled, noting that it was difficult to track Aizawa-sensei's movements, especially when his hair fell over his eyes after each maneuver. He remarked on how Aizawa-sensei's maximum duration seemed to be decreasing. In a sudden move, the villain grabbed Aizawa-sensei's elbow and used his quirk, causing the sleeve to disintegrate. The skin on Aizawa-sensei's arm began to deteriorate as well. The villain taunted him, warning him not to overexert himself. Aizawa-sensei retaliated by spinning around and striking the Hands villain in the face, freeing his elbow. However, the other villains quickly resumed their assault, and Aizawa-sensei fought back fiercely. The Hands villain continued to mock Aizawa-sensei, suggesting that his quirk was not suited for prolonged group battles and that he specialized in quick, sneak attacks. He added that Aizawa-sensei had jumped into the fight to protect the students, which he found impressive, before revealing that he was not the leader of the group. Suddenly, a massive beaked villain charged at Aizawa-sensei, overpowering him with sheer strength. The villain slammed Aizawa-sensei to the ground, causing injury, and continued to press him down. My heart sank as I witnessed Aizawa-sensei struggle, his face pressed into the ground while the enormous villain, Nomu, held him down. Aizawa-sensei's arm was bent at an unnatural angle, the skin around the elbow missing and the rest appearing flaky and damaged. I glanced at my classmates, seeing similar expressions of shock and concern. Todoroki stepped forward, making his way toward the plaza without looking back. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he turned to me and asked if I was coming. With determination, I nodded and called to my classmates, inviting anyone combat-ready to join me. I covered my body in protective armor and pushed off the ground with all my strength, landing on the chest of the massive villain. However, he didn't budge. I quickly flipped away and prepared for the Hands villain's command to attack us. Nomu was incredibly fast, and his strikes were more powerful than any I had faced before. But the real challenge was that he was a mindless being, making his attacks random and unpredictable. This nullified my ability to observe and anticipate. All I could do was counter his strikes, though I could feel the strain in my arms and legs. Even with my armor, I was taking damage from his blows. I attempted to kick the side of his head, he caught my foot and slammed me to the ground. He leaped high into the air, aiming to crush me with a stomp. I barely managed to evade him, but the shockwaves sent me flying a few feet away. The villain roared and pounded the ground with his fists as he approached me. I struggled to get back on my feet. Just as Nomu was about to strike again, a large pillar of ice appeared between us, and a hand grabbed my wrist, pulling me to safety just in time for Nomu to shatter the ice. I coughed and spat blood, trying to ease my breathing. Looking up at Todoroki and the others, I remarked that they had taken their time, as the entrance was not far away. Katsuki clicked his tongue in frustration, pointing out that I had acted too quickly for them to assist me. I coughed again as I shakily stood up, supported by Kirishima. Todoroki used his ice to freeze Nomu's legs, buying me some time. As the villain thrashed about, the mist villain appeared beside him. The Hands villain expressed irritation that their plans had not gone as expected, mentioning that the kid fighting Nomu had interfered and managed to strike him. The leader, Shigaraki, scratched his neck impatiently, suggesting that they hoped Nomu would eliminate me, as I posed a counter to their plans. I couldn't help but think how foolish they were, speaking so loudly that I could hear every word. Who addresses someone by their full name unless it's a reprimand? We managed to secure Aizawa-sensei, and I took the opportunity to ask him about his arm. I inquired why the skin over it was missing while the rest appeared flaky. He looked at me, his voice tired and shaky, and began to explain. He grabbed my elbow and used his quirk. The sleeve disintegrated, and as his hand touched my arm, the skin over it began to decay. A sudden impulse surged through me, and a memory flashed in my mind. My friend lay lifeless in that alley, half of his body gone without a trace, the other half seemingly decayed. A villain with a decay quirk. Shigaraki Tamura was my friend's murderer. Tetsuo was a kind-hearted kid. I still remembered our conversation before he made that promise. He had asked if I thought All Might ever got scared when facing terrifying villains. After a moment of thought, I replied that yes, he likely did feel fear, but he smiled to reassure the civilians. That was what made him a great hero. He gave us confidence that as long as he was there, we had nothing to fear. Tetsuo's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared he would become a hero who smiled in the face of villains, even better than All Might. But there was no fearless smile on his lifeless body that day. He had been scared, afraid for his life. He had a bright future, but Shigaraki had taken it away. An emotion flared up from the depths of my being, one I had buried deep inside. Learning the name of my friend's killer and seeing him standing right in front of me ignited a fire of revenge in my chest. Consumed by rage, I didn't notice All Might's arrival or his pat on my shoulder as he thanked me for saving Aizawa-sensei. I moved forward toward Shigaraki while All Might engaged Nomu in an intense battle. Armament rippled across my body with newfound vigor. With a determined stomp, I dashed toward Shigaraki, ignoring my classmates calling for me to stop. Shigaraki was caught off guard as my knee struck his abdomen, sending him tumbling to the ground. The hands that covered his body detached, revealing the madness burning in his eyes. He was a murderer, a psychopathic killer, and in my mind, there was no mercy for him. In a burst of speed, I grabbed his face and leaped high into the air. I ignored the stinging pain in my arms as he used his quirk against me, as well as his muffled shouts as I descended and slammed him onto his back. I could hear the sound of impact as I rained down punches on his face, turning it into a bruised mess. A portal of black mist appeared beneath us, pulling Shigaraki in. Before it could take me with him, I jumped away. Meanwhile, All Might managed to defeat Nomu, sending him flying into the sky. As I walked back to the entrance, I passed by Katsuki, who stood there with a shocked expression. He whispered, asking what had happened to me. I simply responded with Tetsuo's name. Katsuki's eyes widened in realization. Soon, the police arrived at USJ and questioned all of us. Aizawa-sensei and 13 were taken away in an ambulance. I had only suffered superficial injuries. Shigaraki's quirk hadn't done much damage to my arms, as the armament had significantly reduced its effect. As we traveled back to UA main campus, I clenched my fists in frustration. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't strong enough. I had done nothing against Nomu, and I let Shigaraki escape. I was still too weak. If I had paid more attention to my surroundings, I would have noticed the concerned glances from some of the students and teachers directed at me. A vortex appeared in an abandoned bar, and an unconscious Shigaraki fell to the floor. He lay still, breathing heavily, his face battered as if struck repeatedly. Kurogyari materialized into his humanoid form and, looking at the monitor, urged that Shigaraki needed medical attention. The voice from the monitor instructed Kurogyari to bring him. Without wasting time, Kurogyari warped Shigaraki to their sensei. Shigaraki was taken away on a stretcher by doctors while Kurogyari stood ready to answer the unasked questions. Once the door closed, Sensei demanded to know everything. Kurogyari explained that Nomu hadn't been strong enough. All Might had defeated him and sent him flying. Only 2 of them managed to escape, and All Might was in perfect health. Kurogyari noted that the kids had been strong as well. Sensei acknowledged that they had underestimated All Might and expressed relief that the League of Villains had come at a low cost. He then inquired about Tamura and whether they had retrieved him. Kurogyari shook his head, stating that without precise coordinates, no amount of warping could locate Shigaraki. He hadn't had the time to spare during the confrontation. Shigaraki had been beaten by a kid. Sensei was surprised and asked for details. Kurogyari described the kid's strange quirk, which allowed him to inflict physical harm. The kid had moved almost as fast as All Might and was the one responsible for Shigaraki's condition. Without him, they might have had a better chance of defeating All Might. Sensei sighed, noting that there was no use lamenting over the past. This endeavor wasn't it. Complete loss. He reassured Kurogyari that Shigaraki would be healed back to perfect health and instructed him to find more troops, taking as much time as needed. They couldn't move freely, and that was why they needed a symbol like Shigaraki Tamura. Next time, the world would know the terror he represented. After the USJ attack, we were given a day off. None of my classmates had suffered injuries, but the same couldn't be said for the heroes who protected us. Aizawa-sensei's arms were severely injured, and his face was fractured. Although he hadn't suffered brain damage, his eye sockets were damaged, and he might face long-term vision loss. 13 had lacerations along his back and arms, but his life was not in danger. Nomu had been found and captured. Being mindless and lacking any decision-making power, he didn't resist his arrest. The following day, the classroom was filled with a heavy silence as everyone awaited a substitute for Aizawa-sensei. The aftermath of the USJ attack lingered in the air, and it was clear that many were still shaken. Almost everyone had participated in the battle, fighting against the villains throughout the facility while I confronted Nomu. It was our first encounter with villains, and we had emerged victorious. Soon, a bandaged Aizawa-sensei entered the classroom and casually greeted the students. They were surprised to see him back so soon. Ida expressed his relief at Aizawa's condition, though it was hard to believe that being covered in bandages meant he was doing well. Aizawa wobbled to the teacher's podium and began to speak, his voice shaky. He emphasized that his well-being was not important because their fight was far from over. The tension in the room rose as the memory of the villain attack was still fresh in their minds. The thought of more villains attacking sent a chill through them. Then Aizawa announced that the UA Sports Festival was fast approaching, which left the students feeling frustrated. In the conference room at UA main campus, a meeting was underway regarding the recent villain attack. Detective Tsukachi addressed the gathered staff members, explaining that the villain known as Shigaraki possessed a quirk that allowed him to disintegrate anything he touched. They had searched through the quirk registry but found no leads on either Shigaraki or Kurogyari, who were both using aliases. Their quirks remained unregistered, indicating their ties to the underworld. Snipe pondered the situation, suggesting that they needed to learn more quickly, or Shigaraki would recover and return. All Might, deep in thought, remarked that nothing about the situation felt normal. The attack had been bold and meticulously planned, and Shigaraki had spoken of a bizarre ideology while boasting about Nomu's abilities. When things didn't go his way, he had thrown a fit, which allowed Midoriya to distract Kurogyari, enabling All Might to defeat Nomu. Nizu interjected, noting that revealing one's quirks during a battle against heroes seemed foolish. All Might pointed out that Shigaraki's behavior suggested a childish nature, acting on impulse and thinking he could control everything. Tsukachi continued, explaining that they had apprehended 72 villains during the USJ incident. The troubling thought of someone capable of mobilizing so many villains against Japan's most prestigious school weighed heavily on them. He concluded that thanks to the heroes, they could now focus on their investigation and intensify their efforts to capture those responsible. The UA Sports Festival was an annual event where students showcased their quirks to be selected by hero agencies, a testament to their potential as heroes. However, given the recent villain attack, I was uncertain about the festival. The school aimed to demonstrate that the attack hadn't affected them, and while I understood that, I was wary. The festival meant that everyone across Japan would be watching us use our quirks, and I didn't want to reveal too much about my abilities. Many heroes preferred to operate from the shadows, as the less villains knew about their quirks, the better they could perform their duties. Heroes like All Might represented the face of hero society in Japan, instilling a sense of safety in the hearts of the people. But I questioned what kind of hero I wanted to be. Did I want to be like All Might, a beacon of hope, or someone who worked from the shadows, using fear to deter villains from terrorizing civilians? Later that day, as we prepared to leave for home, our classroom door was crowded with other first-year students. As I approached the door, I heard Mineta express confusion about their presence. Katsuki casually remarked that they were likely scoping out the competition since we were the ones who survived the villain attack. He dismissed their presence, urging them to move aside. Ida, ever the voice of reason, pointed out that it was inappropriate to refer to people they didn't know as cannon fodder. Just then, a bored voice from the crowd chimed in, admitting they had come to take a look, but were disappointed by what they saw. The boy continued, explaining that those who didn't make it into the hero course were stuck in general studies, but depending on the results of the sports festival, they might consider transferring. He declared it a declaration of war, intending to knock us off our pedestal. Feeling provoked, I took the opportunity to address the crowd, asserting that if he wanted to join the hero course, he needed to prove his capabilities during the sports festival. Coming over and speaking to us like that, your words hold no weight if you lack the ability to back them up. Let your performance speak for itself. Your disdain for us is completely unwarranted. With a stronger presence in my voice, I continued, and a declaration of war? You're taking that term far too lightly. I understand this is important to you, but it's just a sports festival. Stop being so petulant. Now, I would like to ask all of you to step aside. You're blocking our way. A heavy silence fell over the crowd as the boy walked away without a glance in our direction. It seemed he truly had issues with us. While their competitive spirit was admirable, it didn't mean I would tolerate their behavior. I released more of my presence, compelling them to clear a path for us to leave. Determined to give it our all, each of us trained in our own way. The 2 weeks flew by. I trained at the newly cleaned Dagoba Beach, which had once been a garbage dump before a community service group initiated. A cleanliness drive, one I had also volunteered for. I ran for hours along the beach, working to improve my stamina and endurance. I was fast, but only in short bursts, unlike Ida, who could maintain higher speeds over longer distances. I practiced shadow boxing against the waves, searching for ways to enhance my quirk. One particularly stormy day, while I shadow boxed in the waves, I realized it was unwise to train in such weather, but I couldn't resist the challenge of the turbulent sea. Unlike usual, my attacks struggled to break through the waves. I needed more force to withstand the ocean's fury. Then, something unexpected happened. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but as I continued striking the waves, I noticed they began to part with each punch. My fists, covered in a glowing armor, appeared to grow larger, yet they felt weightless. As I continued my assault on the waves, the greenish glow intensified, and my fists became translucent. I could see the faint outline of my forearms and hands beneath the glow. The realization struck me. It wasn't that my fists were enlarging. My armor was manifesting outside my body. Rather than functioning as armor, it was acting as a barrier. I tested this by attacking more waves and was thrilled with the results. The force behind my strikes increased dramatically, allowing me to cut through multiple waves at once. With a triumphant yell, I unleashed my strength against the waves. They were obliterated as my attacks split the surface of the sea apart. My abilities were evolving. With renewed determination, I trained to perfect this newfound power, ready to face anything during the sports festival. On the day of the sports festival, the gates of UA were swarmed with media personnel and heroes from all over Japan. In our preparation room, I took deep breaths while my classmates chatted amongst themselves. I could sense the mix of excitement, nerves, and calm among them. Suddenly, Todoroki stood up from his seat and approached me. I was curious about what he wanted to say. He stated that objectively speaking, he was better than me and that his quirk was more versatile. I raised an eyebrow, wondering where he was going with this. He continued, mentioning that he had noticed All Might taking an interest in me, paying more attention to me than to him. He wouldn't pry into it, but he intended to beat me. I stared at him, trying to process his words. Did All Might remember me from when I stopped that sludge villain? I decided to ponder that later. He claimed he would beat me, and I felt confused about his intentions. I expressed that I didn't care about the competition. To me, it was merely a showcase for the public to see the upcoming heroes and assure them of their safety in the future. This competition was just a distraction. Why did it matter who was the top hero? Being a hero meant saving people, and rank or fame didn't change that. As for his plan to defeat me, I dismissed the notion. I wouldn't lose to someone who wouldn't fully utilize his quirk. He had never used his fire during the villain attack. Did he really believe he could win by holding back? As everyone stared at us in awe and shock, Present Mike announced for the first-year students to enter the stadium. It was the UA Sports Festival, the time of year when aspiring heroes competed in a grand battle. The crowd cheered loudly. I glanced back to see Todoroki glaring at me. Perhaps my words had struck a nerve. I turned around and waited patiently as the rest of the first years made their way into the stadium. The R-rated hero, Midnight, was our organizer. As she addressed us, my eyes wandered and found themselves drawn to her outfit. I shook my head, focusing on what was being said. Then, it was time for the student's oath. I was the representative from Class 1A. As I stepped up to the microphone, I simply stated that we should show the world what UA students were capable of. Let's go plus ultra. I knew it was simple, but it got the job done. Everyone was excited to give their best as the spectators cheered for them. The first qualifier was an obstacle course race, and every year it brought something new. But the challenges thrown at UA were met with determination. As Present Mike announced the start of the race, one student activated their armament and leaped over the crowd of students trying to exit the narrow passage. Todoroki used his ice to glide ahead of others, while another student dashed forward in a sprint. The first obstacle was the faux villains from the entrance test, including the zero-pointer robots. Present Mike provided commentary, announcing the first obstacle as Robot Inferno. With a swift motion, the student swatted away the 2 pointers, activating a barrier ability on their arms. Their fists glowed with a greenish hue as a translucent barrier enveloped them. They jumped straight to the zero-pointer's head, delivering a powerful punch that sent the robot reeling. Present Mike exclaimed in awe at the display of strength, while the other students watched in disbelief. The student could feel the chill behind them, knowing Todoroki was handling the remaining faux villains. Without hesitation, the student dashed forward. Hearing Katsuki using his quirk to maneuver in the air, his voice filled with frustration. The next obstacle was a canyon connected by numerous ropes. The student increased their speed, leaping across the canyon in a single bound. Present Mike announced that Midoriya Izuku was the first to cross the second obstacle, praising the student's performance. Aizawa, the teacher, acknowledged Midoriya's hard work, which brought a smirk to the student's face. The next challenge was a mine zone. With careful observation, the student activated barriers around their feet, navigating through the mines with ease. They dashed toward the exit, tripping some mines but moving too quickly for them to pose any threat. The training at the beach had truly enhanced their abilities. Present Mike declared Midoriya Izuku the first to cross the third obstacle, while the rest of the students were still on the second. As the student jogged toward the finish line, they noted how slow the others seemed. Even from a distance, Katsuki's voice could be heard as he continued to shout. Moments later, the student returned to the stadium, greeted by loud cheers from the spectators. The announcement confirmed Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A as the winner, finishing the race in record time. Aizawa mumbled about the noise, but the student smiled, enjoying the moment of victory. However, the atmosphere shifted when Todoroki entered the stadium, closely followed by Katsuki, who was still venting his frustrations. As they stood there, the student wondered what Katsuki's hero moniker would be, contemplating something like short fuse. But they quickly dismissed the thought, not wanting to endure any more of Katsuki's outbursts. Coming in first place in the obstacle course race felt overwhelming, especially with the headband worth 10 million points drawing everyone's attention. Despite the pressure, the student remained focused. The second task was a cavalry battle, and they had 15 minutes to choose teammates. Unsurprisingly, no one approached them. Then, they spotted Uraraka searching for a partner. Her quirk was versatile, and the student had a plan that required her abilities. As they approached, Uraraka raised her hands in defeat, expressing her desire to prove herself against the strongest competitor. Understanding her sincerity, the student walked away without a word. Frustration mounted as every potential teammate offered similar excuses. It was clear that being on their team was seen as a disadvantage. Finally, they managed to convince Tokoyami to join, and a girl from Class 1B, Kendo Itsuka, decided to team up despite her classmates' protests. Even with a team, the damage was done, and the student felt anger simmering beneath the surface. Their classmates were eager to prove themselves by defeating them. Determined to give them something to aspire to, the student resolved to show their true strength. They turned to Tokoyami and Kendo, asking if they wanted to display their quirks or win quickly. Both were surprised by the question. Kendo inquired about the meaning behind the urgency, while Tokoyami seemed intrigued. The student explained, recalling a past incident at the gates of USJ, where they had lost their temper. Tokoyami's eyes widened, but he quickly relaxed, encouraging the student to demonstrate their willpower. The student was taken aback, realizing they had never shared the true nature of their quirk. Kendo, curious about the USJ incident, asked for details. The student sighed and briefly recounted the villain attack during their rescue training, emphasizing how fortunate they were to escape serious injury thanks to All Might and the teachers. They had fought, but it had been a battle for survival. Any one of them could have been seriously injured. Just as she was about to ask more about the attack, Midnight announced that their 15 minutes were up and it was time to get started. The whispers of students around them ridiculed her class for their earlier performance during the villain attack, boasting about defeating her and proving who was better. These petty and jealous individuals were the future heroes? The more she listened, the angrier she became. Present Mike resumed his commentary, announcing that all 12 teams were lined up and ready to move. He called for a battle cry and signaled the start of the grand battle, proclaiming that blood begets blood. Kendo was riding on her shoulders while Tokoyami and his dark shadow guarded them. Although they likely hadn't intended to, their presence triggered her determination. As the signal was given, all the teams rushed toward them. She could hear some of them monologuing about taking all the points from her team. Just as they entered the range of her maximum effect, she unleashed her willpower, letting it pulse out like a massive wave. One by one, the students began to falter, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to the overwhelming force of her conqueror's will. When her attack concluded, only her team remained standing. The crowd in the stadium was stunned, except for Aizawa-sensei, who was aware of her abilities. Present Mike stuttered into the microphone, bewildered by what had just occurred, noting that every rider had been dismounted except Kendo from Team Kendo. Aizawa-sensei explained that it was Midoriya Izuku's ability that caused everyone to faint, eliminating them from the event. Present Mike continued, expressing disbelief at the upset. Midnight turned to the remaining participants and asked them what should be done. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and suggested a battle royale for those who had been eliminated as a qualifier for the next task. She didn't need to look at her teammates for confirmation. They were too shocked by her display of power to respond. Midnight stared at her, grinned, and, cracking her whip, gave a thumbs up, agreeing to the battle royale for the eliminated students. As the crowd erupted in excitement, she glanced back at Tokoyami and Kendo, who were still processing the ease with which she had won the previous battle. Kendo, Tokoyami, and she sat in the designated area for participants, watching as 39 students fought in the battle royale. When everyone regained consciousness after her overwhelming victory, many of her classmates were furious, while students from other classes were absolutely livid. She found it amusing how some of them acted like a milder version of Katsuki, if that was even possible. When Ida questioned her motives, she simply replied that they had all wanted to defeat her and prove their capabilities, and she had shown them exactly what they were up against. As she exited the preparation room, she approached Todoroki and asked if he still believed he could defeat her with only half of his powers. She observed the glares directed at her and stated that the annual event was meant to demonstrate their capability to protect the country. All they needed to do was showcase the full extent of their abilities. If any of them held back while fighting her, she promised to defeat them in a humiliating manner without using her quirk at all. As the battle royale commenced, Kendo turned to her and inquired why she had acted as she did. She raised an eyebrow in question, and Kendo blushed, explaining that if she hadn't defeated everyone at once, many first years wouldn't have been so hostile toward her. She had to work hard to pacify her classmates from causing a scene. Watching the battle, she noticed Katsuki eliminating 5 participants with relentless blasts. She sighed and explained that she hadn't planned to act that way. Their attitudes had triggered her anger. She pointed out that some of Kendo's classmates had been vocal about their disdain for her class after their encounter with villains. Instead of feeling relieved that no one had died, they were jealous of the publicity her class received. Taking a deep breath, she observed Todoroki using his ice to push students out of the ring. Some had banded together to try to eliminate the stronger opponents, but neither Katsuki nor Todoroki seemed fazed. She continued, noting that general education students viewed them as arrogant, simply because they were upset they hadn't made it into the hero course. Instead of being so negative, they should focus on proving they had what it takes to be heroes. As the number of remaining students dwindled to 23, she reflected on her own classmates, who had expressed a desire to defeat her to prove they were better. She questioned why it mattered if one hero was stronger or more popular than another, as it didn't affect their roles. Their attitudes had rubbed her the wrong way, leading her to lose control over her quirk. They sat in silence, watching the last few students battle it out in the ring, with only 4 remaining to be eliminated. Kendo was about to ask more questions when the signal marking the end of the battle royale sounded. A student from 1B had blasted Aoyama out of the ring, prompting her to wonder if he had a quirk similar to Katsuki's. She glanced at Katsuki, who was throwing a tantrum and cursing the 1B student, but she refrained from asking Kendo about it. Present Mike began to announce the conclusion of the battle royale, praising the epic showdown and calling for cheers for the winners. The crowd responded enthusiastically as he continued, stating that they would proceed to the afternoon portion of the festival after a 1-hour lunch break. As the break came to an end, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. The students gathered around, eager to see what was in store for them. Present Mike announced that there would be a recreational activity for those who were no longer in the running for the final event. He mentioned that cheerleaders had been brought in from America to energize the participants. Suddenly, an unexpected sight caught everyone's attention. The girls from Class 1A appeared in cheerleading uniforms, looking a mix of embarrassed and determined. They wore short skirts and sleeveless tops that showcased their athletic figures. While the boys tried to maintain their composure, it was clear that the scene was quite entertaining. Present Mike expressed his surprise at the sight, questioning why Class 1A was participating in this way. Izawa-sensei murmured into the microphone, clearly puzzled by the situation. Yorozu raised her arm, visibly upset, and called out to Mineta and Kaminari, accusing them of tricking the girls. The 2 boys exchanged triumphant looks, pleased with their prank. Despite the girls' indignation, Hagakure decided to embrace the moment and joined in the festivities, encouraging the others to do the same. Present Mike continued, announcing that after the recreational competition, they would move on to the final event, a formal tournament featuring one-on-one battles among the 16 finalists. The excitement in the air was palpable as everyone prepared for the upcoming matches. The matchups would be decided by drawing lots, and as each finalist selected their number, I took note of who had made it to the final round. I couldn't help but smirk, anticipating the thrilling battles to come. Excluding myself, there was Katsuki, whose quirk allowed him to create explosions. His only weakness was that he was quick to anger. Todoroki had the ability to manipulate ice and fire, but he could only create ice or fire from their respective sides of his body. He had yet to use his fire in any situation, a fact I could exploit. Next was Tokoyami, who possessed a sentient dark shadow residing within him. Since it was a shadow, light was the only possible weakness I could think of. Looking to my left, I saw Kendo waving at me. I nodded and smiled in response. Her quirk was Big Fist, making her a close combat fighter. Ida had an engine quirk. If he used it for too long, he could overheat. A battle of attrition was a probable choice against him. Uraraka had the quirk Zero Gravity, so I needed to maintain distance and avoid letting her touch me. Ashido's quirk was Acid, which made her potentially dangerous. She was among the more physically fit in my class, but I believed I could defeat her with speed. Kaminari could easily short-circuit himself, and I could overpower his will, though I preferred not to rely on that aspect of my quirk too often, as it was a trump card. Yaoyorozu had caught my attention throughout the sports festival. I noticed she seemed a bit insecure and often doubted herself. Quick action to prevent her from thinking would be the key to defeating her. Kirishima was someone I could only hope to tire out in a direct confrontation. Then there were the other students from Class 1B. I felt frustrated with two of them, both boys I wanted to face and defeat. A girl with thorny vines as hair seemed too pure to harbor any resentment, while another girl with goggles resting on her head was a support student. Last but not least was the boy who had made a declaration of war a week ago. I couldn't discern what his quirk was, but it had to be effective if he had made it to the third event. As I drew my lot, I found myself paired with a student from general education. The way he looked at me put me on edge. What was his problem? My classmates wished me luck as I made my way to the fighting stage, where Present Mike introduced us with his signature enthusiasm. The first match. Dominating the sports festival with his speed and overpowering abilities, it's Midoriya Izuku from the hero course. Versus. Sorry, but this guy hasn't done anything to stand out yet. However, he survived the battle royale, so he must be good. It's Shinso Hitoshi from the general course. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to say, "I give up." Bring the pain. We've got Recovery Girl on standby. Present Mike continued, and fight dirty if you must. Ethics have no meaning here. Of course, going for the kill is a no-no, you'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fists fly only when facing villains. Now let's get this thing started. Start. Shinso began just as Present Mike finished explaining the rules. He taunted me, suggesting that this battle would test the strength of my will, referencing how someone had taken advantage of me in a previous match. Something snapped inside me, and I lashed out, feeling a surge of anger. In the very next moment, I sensed someone invading my mind, trying to overpower my will. I stood frozen in place, unable to believe what was happening. My win, Shinso declared. As Present Mike praised Shinso and Aizawa-sensei explained the entrance exam's irrationality, Shinso continued, suggesting it must be nice to have everything handed to me and ordered me to turn around and walk out of the ring. I did as instructed, stopping right at the edge of the ring. With a mighty roar, I released my will and shattered the concrete beneath me. I was too shocked to feel anger toward Shinso. His will was surprisingly weak. How could someone possess such a weak will? I felt a pang of pity for him and decided to play along. His quirk was strong and could be a valuable asset in perilous situations. He deserved a chance, even though I disliked his bratty attitude. After that, the protagonist walked away as the crowd cheered for the victory. The sports festival was just a show, and they were determined to give them a performance to remember. The protagonist sat among classmates as the subsequent battles unfolded. The next match featured Todoroki against Tokoyami, both of whom were formidable fighters with powerful quirks. Leaning forward in anticipation, the protagonist watched as the battle commenced. As the fight began, both fighters launched their attacks. It ended in an instant. Dark Shadow attempted to maneuver around the ice but was quickly immobilized, along with Tokoyami. Todoroki created a towering mountain of ice that reached high above the stadium. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing how close it was. The speed with which Todoroki executed his quirk was astonishing. With Tokoyami completely frozen, Todoroki was declared the winner. Amidst the cheers, the protagonist noticed Todoroki using his left hand to melt the ice and free Tokoyami. There was something about Todoroki that seemed deeply melancholic. The next opponent was determined, but the protagonist was resolute in fulfilling a promise. If Todoroki held back and refrained from using his fire quirk, the protagonist intended to defeat him without using their own quirk in a way that would be humiliating. The following battle was between Ishido and Minoma Nito, a brash student from Class 1B. The protagonist wanted to confront Minoma and put him in his place but hoped Ishido would prevail. Each classmate had their own strengths, and Ishido's bubbly personality made it hard to see her upset. It was impossible to ignore the sadness of a cute girl, and it tugged at the heart. Curiosity about Minoma's quirk piqued the protagonist's interest. Fortunately, Kendo was nearby with an energy drink and looking in their direction. The protagonist waved and asked Kendo about Minoma's quirk. Kendo was momentarily startled but quickly recovered, her face lighting up as she took a seat beside the protagonist. She explained that Monoma's quirk was called Mimic, allowing him to copy anyone's quirk with a simple touch, though it only lasted for a few minutes. The protagonist nodded thoughtfully as Present Mike introduced Ishido and Monoma. They inquired if Kendo knew which quirk Monoma had mimicked. Kendo shook her head, explaining that Monoma was clever and had kept his strategy to himself during the cavalry battle. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, commenting on Monoma's pettiness. Kendo giggled, sharing that Monoma was motivated by something Tetsu had said about the protagonist's class being arrogant. Monoma aimed to prove that Class 1B was just as capable. The protagonist sighed, attributing the comment to Katsuki, who had a fiery personality. Katsuki overheard the conversation and reacted angrily, prompting the protagonist to remark on his scowling demeanor. Kendo burst into laughter, while Katsuki continued to express his frustration. The battle in the ring began as Ishido unleashed an acidic fluid from her shoes and sped toward Monoma. Monoma stood confidently, smirking, and as Ishido closed in, he unleashed a burst of fire toward her, causing gasps from the audience. The protagonist's attention shifted to Todoroki, who was visibly tense, his fists clenched and his expression fierce. It was clear that there was a history with his fire quirk, possibly linked to Endeavor. The protagonist wondered if Todoroki had faced abuse. Suddenly, Ishido was thrown out of the ring by the flames, her uniform slightly charred but not enough to expose her. She limped away, clearly in pain, heading toward Recovery Girl's office. Present Mike and Aizawa-sensei, along with many spectators, were displeased. The protagonist turned to Kendo, noting her frustration as she crushed her energy drink bottle. With determination, the protagonist declared that they would not hold back in a future match against Monoma, wanting him to know that he had crossed a line. Kendo nodded, wishing the protagonist luck before returning to her classmates. The group decided to visit Ishido, except for Katsuki, Todoroki, and Ida. Ida had to prepare for his own battle, while the other two remained quietly seething. As they comforted Ishido, Ida found himself at the mercy of Hatsum Mei from the support course, who had tricked him into showcasing her support gear. The sight of Ida's expression was comical, as he looked both distressed and overwhelmed. The next battle featured Kendo against Yaoyorozu. By this time, Ishido had recovered from her burns and changed into a new uniform. After wishing luck to both competitors, the protagonist observed Kendo's relentless attacks, leaving no room for Yaoyorozu to strategize. Kendo's quirk was designed for close combat, and she was determined not to let Yaoyorozu create any distance between them. With a fierce double-handed palm strike, Kendo pushed Yaoyorozu out of the ring, even though Yaoyorozu had attempted to soften the blow with a large sheet of steel. Kendo extended her hand to help Yaoyorozu up, encouraging her as the girl's face brightened with a genuine smile. The next battle concluded swiftly when Shizuki Ibara from Class 1B immobilized Kaminari with her vines after he had short-circuited his own brain. Kirishima and Tetsu engaged in an intense battle of attrition, a full-on brawl between the two. Ultimately, the fight was decided by an arm wrestling contest. The final match between Katsuki and Uraraka was challenging to watch. Katsuki employed every tactic to keep Uraraka at bay, acknowledging her by not using any derogatory names. Despite the seemingly one-sided nature of the fight, there was more happening beneath the surface. Once the smoke and dust cleared, Uraraka released her quirk's effect on the debris that had been accumulating and floating above Katsuki. However, Katsuki was relentless, blasting apart every last piece of debris. Exhausted from her failed plan, Uraraka fainted, while Katsuki remained vigilant until he was declared the winner. The first round of knockout battles concluded, followed by a brief intermission before the next round began. The first match was between the narrator and Todoroki. The narrator was determined to make Todoroki see the error of his ways, believing that without using his fire quirk, he could never become a great hero. They felt a strong sense of responsibility to help him, thinking about what kind of hero they would be if they couldn't save a fellow classmate from himself. As the narrator approached the ring, Endeavor made an imposing entrance, attempting to disrupt their mood. He acknowledged the narrator's impressive performance, praising their quirk for its strength, which he claimed was comparable to All Might's. The narrator, unable to hide their disdain, questioned Endeavor's intentions. Endeavor explained that his son, Shoto, had a duty to surpass All Might and that his upcoming match would serve as a valuable test. He urged the narrator to give it their all in the fight. The narrator, feeling a surge of anger, confronted Endeavor about the impact of his actions on Shoto, expressing concern over his son's rejection of his fire quirk. Endeavor dismissed the narrator's concerns, attributing Shoto's behavior to a rebellious phase. The narrator, undeterred, pointed out Endeavor's toxic personality and warned him that Shoto's denial of his quirk could lead to dangerous consequences. They walked away, leaving Endeavor speechless. As the match began, Present Mike announced the competitors with enthusiasm. The narrator prepared for the fight against Todoroki, anticipating his ice quirk. As expected, Todoroki launched a ranged attack, attempting to freeze the narrator. The narrator dodged and charged toward him, frustrated by Todoroki's refusal to use his fire quirk. In a burst of speed, the narrator closed in and delivered a powerful punch to Todoroki's jaw, sending him spinning across the ring. Without giving him a moment to recover, the narrator unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, targeting Todoroki's left side, the side from which he could generate fire. After a relentless assault, the narrator evaded a fierce ice attack, observing Todoroki's condition. He was panting heavily, his face marked with cuts and bruises, his limbs trembling from the impact of the narrator's strikes. The narrator smirked, taunting Todoroki about his inability to land a hit while in such poor condition. They challenged him to use the other half of his quirk, expressing boredom with the current state of the fight. Todoroki, trembling in pain, declared his refusal to use his father's quirk, insisting he would become the top hero solely with his mother's abilities. He recounted the trauma he had endured, touching the scar on his left eye, and expressed his determination to deny his father everything. The narrator, feeling a mix of understanding and frustration, prepared to respond to Todoroki's revelations. In a tense moment, the question hung in the air. What would one do when faced with a situation that demanded the use of their fire quirk? Would they allow someone to suffer because of it? Todoroki declared firmly that he would never use his quirk. In response, the other individual urged him to embrace his power, emphasizing that it was his own. They questioned his commitment to becoming a hero, suggesting that if he didn't give his all, he wasn't serious about his potential. They encouraged him to use both of his quirks to surpass his father's legacy and to become the hero his mother would have wanted him to be. A flicker of emotion crossed Todoroki's face at the mention of his mother. The other individual patiently waited as he wrestled with his feelings. Eventually, a small smile broke through as his left side ignited with flames, showcasing his acceptance of his quirk. With a grin, Todoroki remarked on the irony of trying to inspire him while also wanting to win, asserting his own desire to be a hero. Suddenly, Endeavor's voice boomed from the stands, expressing his pride in Todoroki's acceptance of his abilities and proclaiming that he would surpass him. The moment was interrupted, prompting a loud protest from the other individual, who called out Endeavor for his over-the-top enthusiasm. Todoroki, looking a bit pale, requested that such comments not be repeated, which elicited a stifled laugh from his opponent. Annoyed, Todoroki suggested they end the fight with their strongest moves. The other individual responded with a determined grin, their body enveloped in a bright green aura as they prepared for a powerful attack. In a flash, Todoroki unleashed a torrent of ice toward them. With a surge of energy, the other individual leaped over the icy onslaught, readying their fist for a decisive strike. Todoroki quickly melted the ice, and the sounds of concerned heroes echoed around them, urging action to prevent disaster. Concrete walls erupted from the ground, creating a barrier to protect the spectators as the air thickened with tension. The clash of their powers resulted in a massive explosion, and the other individual launched a concentrated beam of energy toward Todoroki. The concrete walls crumbled under the force of the attack, striking Todoroki directly and sending him flying out of the ring, embedding him into the protective barriers. As the dust settled, the other individual stood victorious, watching as Todoroki fell unconscious from the impact. The announcer declared the outcome. Todoroki was out of bounds, and Midoriya advanced to the next round. After the match, Midoriya and their classmates hurried to Recovery Girl's office, concerned for Todoroki's well-being and hoping that no lasting harm had been done. Using some of my conqueror's will, I spoke loudly for the entire stadium to hear that his quirk was strong and questioned why he was in the general course. I understood that the entrance exam was challenging for those whose quirks didn't enhance their physical abilities. I suggested that he could have trained his body to perform better, mentioning my friend Hagakure Toru, whose invisibility quirk allowed her to succeed in the hero course. I hoped he would learn what he was lacking after the sports festival. In the next moment, I dashed toward him and struck his face with a force that sent him spinning into the air and out of the ring. The sound of the impact echoed throughout the stadium, and I secretly hoped I had knocked out a few of his teeth. While I wanted to help him, I couldn't resist taking out some of my frustration. I acknowledged that I could be petty at times. He looked at me in shock as Present Mike announced my victory. I approached him and spoke in a firm tone, testing the strength of my will against his. I declared that my will was strong, but his was weak. I encouraged him to train hard, as he had the potential to be a hero with his amazing quirk. I suggested he work on his attitude, expressing that I felt no remorse for my actions, as his attitude needed adjustment. I pointed out that he resented those with powerful quirks because he felt he couldn't succeed in the hero course. I hoped to see him in one of the hero training sessions. To my relief, he had no severe injuries and none of his organs were damaged, although he remained unconscious. As I made my way to the stands, I recalled my conversation with Endeavor after the battle. He growled that I had defeated his son. I looked directly into his eyes and expressed that his son was traumatized. I stated that if I had the authority, he would be serving a long prison sentence for driving his wife to madness and taking their children's mother away from them. I accused him of forgetting his duties as a husband and parent in his greed for power and fame, declaring that someone like him didn't deserve to be a hero. I could see the fury burning in his eyes, with flames blazing fiercely around him. Before he could respond, I continued, questioning what he would do now that he had raised his son to be a tool and treated his wife poorly. I challenged him about ruining his family for his ego and advised him to let go of it and apologize to everyone he had wronged, including his wife and children. I warned him that his actions would eventually come back to haunt him. I walked past him without waiting for a response. As I turned the corner, I paused to say that he could try to ruin my career as a hero, but I didn't care. I would rather be a no-name hero than be like him. Just as I was out of his sight, I heard a furious scream as he burned the pathway behind me. I knew I had been harsh, but I didn't regret my words. My battle with Todoroki had completely destroyed the ring, and it took some time for the next battles to begin. The next match was between Ida and Monoma. As the battle commenced, Ida used his quirk and dashed toward Monoma. I wasn't sure which quirk Monoma had copied, so Ida's direct attack seemed unwise. When Ida was just a few feet away, Monoma changed direction and began circling around him. It seemed he was testing the waters. Monoma bent down and placed his hands on the ring, causing the ground to ripple around him as Ida began to sink into the floor. In a desperate attempt to escape, Ida overcharged his legs and leaped out of the sinking ring. However, he couldn't evade the wall of ice that rushed toward him, freezing him in place. To say the least, everyone was appalled by the situation. He had used Todoroki's quirk while he was unconscious in the infirmary. How could he do this? The anger was palpable, and the desire for retribution was strong among the classmates. Katsuki's gruff voice broke through the tension. He had never addressed me by name in 11 years, which caught me off guard. He continued with a fierce intensity, insisting that if I didn't take down that scumbag in my next match, he would take matters into his own hands. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his unexpected concern for our classmates. Even though he was the most unpleasant person I had ever encountered, I couldn't help but respond. I wouldn't kill him, but that didn't mean I couldn't teach him a lesson without causing permanent harm. Uraraka, visibly shaken, expressed her concern about my demeanor. I acknowledged the change in my attitude, feeling the overwhelming presence of conquerors will surging within me. Monoma had crossed a line that left no room for redemption. Mineta trembled at the thought of me, and Tsuyu playfully silenced him with a swift flick of her tongue. I needed to calm myself down, so I stood up and walked out of the stands. Each step I took seemed to crack the ground beneath me, a testament to the power I struggled to contain. As I made my way out, I noticed Kendo watching me with concern. True to my expectations, she followed me to the preparation room assigned to Class 1A. The aura of conquerors will still surrounded me, causing her to flinch as she entered the room. I took a deep breath and focused on controlling my quirk. After some effort, I managed to regain my composure. Kendo placed a hand on her chest, taking a moment to steady herself. She approached and sat beside me, sharing her thoughts about Monoma's reckless plans for his battle against Ida. Many had tried to dissuade him, including Kendo, but he had been too stubborn to listen. She had even threatened him with what I had told her about his previous actions, but he had dismissed her concerns. I took a moment to process her words, wanting to respond thoughtfully. I appreciated her honesty and didn't want to come off as rude. Thanking her for the information, I made it clear that I wouldn't be going easy on Monoma. He had gone too far for that. Kendo shook her head, emphasizing that she wasn't asking me to spare him. She wanted me to correct him. Monoma was serious about being a hero, but his stubbornness often clouded his judgment. I assured her that my entire class held no ill will toward Class 1B. However, they wouldn't hesitate to put Monoma in his place if necessary. We sat in silence, the distant sounds of explosions from the stadium breaking the quiet. It seemed that Katsuki and Kirishima's match had begun. Kendo looked at me intently, her expression revealing a mix of emotions. Concerned, she asked if I was all right. I chuckled lightly, admitting that I had lost control of my quirk earlier and frightened my classmates. I felt the need to apologize, especially to her for the unease I had caused. She quickly reassured me that there was no need for apologies, expressing her understanding of my situation. As the sounds of explosions faded, Present Mike announced Katsuki's victory. I took a deep breath, stood up, and wished Kendo luck for her upcoming battle, confident in her abilities. Kendo blushed slightly, her spirits lifting as she thanked me and wished me luck against Monoma. I smiled back, suggesting she drop the honorifics and just call me by my name. She reciprocated, asking me to call her Kendo in return. With a final nod, I left the room and returned to the stands, determined to apologize to my classmates for scaring them, especially Mineta, who had reacted quite dramatically. I watched as Kendo and her classmate, Shiozaki Ibara, fought in the ring. Kendo was highly skilled in close combat, effortlessly dodging Shiozaki's vines. However, Shiozaki was no easy opponent. No matter how hard Kendo tried, she couldn't get close enough to land a hit. After a prolonged stalemate, Shiozaki finally managed to ensnare Kendo. In response, Kendo used her quirk to tear away Shiozaki's vines and free herself, though her hands bore the marks of the thorns. Ignoring the pain, Kendo charged toward Shiozaki, using her quirk to dismantle the incoming vines. At last, she executed a powerful double-handed palm move, pushing Shiozaki out of the ring. The announcer declared that Shiozaki was out of the ring and that Kendo had advanced to the third round. It had been an impressive fight, showcasing the strengths of both competitors and their abilities. The match could have easily swung in Shiozaki's favor had she not hesitated just as Kendo was about to strike. After the match, Kendo rose from her seat and made her way to the preparation room, reflecting on the colorful words of encouragement from her classmates. It felt as if she were receiving motivation from multiple versions of Katsuki all at once. The announcer then called for the next round, introducing Midoriya Izuku against Monoma Nito. With the signal to start, Midoriya remained still, waiting for Monoma to make the first move. They exchanged intense stares for a moment before Monoma spoke, expressing his thoughts on which quirk to use against Midoriya. He acknowledged Midoriya's deceptive strength and questioned what he would do without his quirk. Midoriya observed Monoma, whose irises glowed red as he activated his quirk, causing Midoriya to feel a sudden loss of willpower. Present Mike shouted into the microphone, surprised that Monoma was using Aizawa's quirk. Aizawa, bandaged from head to toe, grumbled about being unable to intervene, explaining that Monoma had copied his quirk without waiting for permission. As the match progressed, Monoma charged at Midoriya, attempting to land a powerful punch. Midoriya swiftly deflected the attack and countered with a precise strike to Minoma's throat, temporarily impairing his ability to speak. Midoriya looked into Minoma's wide, glowing eyes and ominously declared that he needed to forfeit the match. He relished the panic and fear in Minoma's expression, realizing he had underestimated Midoriya. Minoma attempted to push Midoriya away, but Midoriya was too quick. He lunged forward, driving his fist into Minoma's abdomen with tremendous force, lifting him off the ground. The spectators gasped collectively at the impact. Without allowing Minoma to fall, Midoriya struck him with his knee, sending him flipping into the air. Seizing the moment, he grabbed Minoma's face and slammed him down onto the floor. Despite Minoma's irritating demeanor, Midoriya had to admire his tenacity. He still maintained the quirk he had copied. Leaning down to Minoma's ear, Midoriya whispered that he had made a grave mistake that day. He then lifted Minoma by his collar and threw him toward the edge of the ring. Running faster than the throw, Midoriya caught him by the leg and hurled him back to the center. Minoma tumbled to a stop in the center of the ring, struggling to rise while trying to speak, but only air escaped his lips. I wasn't too concerned, as Ingenium was a strong hero. Heroes often faced injuries while fulfilling their duties. It was not uncommon. However, I had no idea that a killer was on the loose, targeting heroes across various prefectures. Ingenium had become his latest victim. Watching Kendo and Katsuki battle made me anxious. Katsuki was doing everything he could to blast Kendo away as she desperately evaded his attacks. The battle was intense. Kendo was a trained fighter, while Katsuki relied heavily on his masterful control over his quirk and his battle instincts. Using her big fist quirk, Kendo swung her palm toward Katsuki's side and managed to strike him. Katsuki softened the blow by creating an explosion against her palm. Kendo stumbled back, wincing in pain. Meanwhile, Katsuki skillfully prevented himself from being eliminated by using his quirk to halt his momentum at the boundary. In a desperate attempt to win, Kendo charged at Katsuki, aiming for a powerful palm strike. But Katsuki's instincts kicked in, and he leaped over her head. Kendo quickly realized her mistake. As she tried to turn around, an explosion sent her flying outside the ring. Kendo was eliminated by ring out, and Katsuki advanced to the finals. The spectators cheered for both of them. Present Mike rallied the crowd, announcing the final matchup, Midoriya Izuku vs. Bakugou Katsuki. There was a 15-minute break before the final round began. I met Kendo as she made her way to Recovery Girl. Her eyes were puffy and watery, indicating she had been crying after her semi-final loss. I exhaled and encouraged her to follow me to Recovery Girl. Once there, Recovery Girl healed her and offered her a few gummy bears before leaving to check on Aizawa-sensei. Kendo sat on the bed while I stood in front of her. I asked if she wanted to talk about her match. She looked up and took a deep breath, expressing her disappointment about not being able to face me in the finals. She reminded me that we used to train together at the same dojo in our childhood. I smiled and ruffled her messy hair, recalling how she had been my only real challenge during training. Kendo pouted, looking away as a blush crept onto her cheeks. She playfully complained about my teasing and admitted that she had been formal with me because she thought I had forgotten about her. I smirked at her indignation, finding it amusing how uptight she had been. Kendo's blush deepened as I placed my hand on her head and gently rested my forehead against hers. I told her I missed her and that she fought brilliantly that day. I expressed my pride in her growth from the tomboy I once thought was a boy to the responsible young woman she had become. As I moved away, I heard her mumble that she missed me too. Before we could continue our conversation, her classmates entered the room, falling silent upon seeing me. Tetsu stepped forward, pointing at me and demanding to know what I was doing there. I shrugged and explained that I was checking on Kendo since she was on my team for the cavalry battle. Turning back to Kendo, I mischievously said I would be on my way and asked her to wish me luck. Her eye twitched as she fought to suppress her irritation, wishing me the best of luck in a formal tone. I struggled to contain my laughter as I left for the preparation room. Once seated, I focused on the upcoming match. This would be the first time Katsuki and I would go all out against each other. For the past 10 years, we had been rivals, and this final battle would determine who was the better fighter. I knew it wasn't the most heroic motivation, but I was genuinely looking forward to it. I walked out of the room and made my way to the ring. On the other side, Katsuki stood with a smug expression, which made him look rather villainous. The announcer declared the start of the final match, and neither of us hesitated to make the first move. Katsuki propelled himself toward me with explosions while I covered my body with my quirk. As expected, he began with a right swing. I sidestepped effortlessly, spinning around to deliver a kick to his face. Though my kick hurt him, Katsuki quickly recovered and unleashed a barrage of explosions. I dodged each one, anticipating his attacks thanks to my heightened senses. Frustrated, Katsuki jumped back and brought his palms together, creating a powerful explosion that sent me flying several feet away. The heat was more annoying than painful. Deciding to engage him directly, I covered my fists and feet with bright green barriers and countered his explosions with my own punches and kicks. No matter how hard Katsuki tried, he couldn't match my speed. I landed several hits, and with a roar, I kicked him under the jaw, sending him soaring into the air. Without wasting any time, the protagonist jumped after Katsuki and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing down onto the ring. Katsuki was hurt, struggling to regain his footing as he coughed. He created some distance between them and propelled himself into the air. Using his quirk, he spun rapidly as he descended like a blazing tornado. Unfazed by what appeared to be an ultimate move, the protagonist charged forward, determined to end the battle. With his palm just inches from the protagonist's face, Katsuki unleashed his attack, declaring it with intensity. It was a devastating move, but the protagonist had anticipated it. Just as Katsuki's explosion was about to erupt, the protagonist spun around, narrowly avoiding the blast. Time seemed to slow as the protagonist's glowing fist was poised to connect with Katsuki's abdomen. Katsuki's eyes widened in realization as the protagonist declared the end of the match. A beam of piercing green energy struck Katsuki, sending him tumbling across the ring until he collided with the barricade, finally coming to a stop. Silence enveloped the stadium for a moment before the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The announcer declared that Bakugou was out of bounds and that Midoriya was the winner. The first-year champion of UA's sports festival was Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. The atmosphere shifted to one of celebration, but the protagonist's joy was dampened by Katsuki's unhinged protest about his second-place finish. Bound by chains to a wall, Katsuki struggled futilely, resembling an escaped patient from an asylum. The protagonist tried to focus on the upcoming award ceremony, pushing aside thoughts of Katsuki's antics. Midnight, striking a confident pose, announced the third-place winners, Todoroki and Kendo. The crowd cheered for them, and the protagonist noticed Itsuka's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she stood rigid. It was amusing to see her discomfort with praise, providing more material for friendly teasing later. As Midnight introduced Katsuki and the protagonist as the second and first-place winners, Katsuki's struggles intensified, but they were in vain. Midnight continued, introducing All Might, the beloved hero, who leaped into the center of the stadium with the medals. All Might congratulated Todoroki, acknowledging his performance and the use of his quirk in the match against the protagonist. Todoroki reflected on his journey, admitting that he had lost his way but recognized the protagonist's determination to help others. All Might offered him encouragement, suggesting that he trust his instincts more in battle. Next, All Might awarded Itsuka, praising her exceptional performance and encouraging her not to be too hard on herself. He advised her to have confidence in her skills and to trust her instincts, which would help her become a great heroine. When All Might approached Katsuki, he struggled to contain his laughter at the sight of him bound. Once the cloth covering Katsuki's mouth was removed, Katsuki shouted defiantly, dismissing the medal as worthless. All Might urged him to accept it as a reminder of his journey, even if it felt like a wound. Finally, All Might turned to the protagonist, congratulating him on his victory and acknowledging his promise. After presenting the medal, he inquired about how the protagonist had escaped Shinso's control. The protagonist chuckled, revealing that he had never been under Shinso's influence, as he was too strong to be overpowered. He noted that Shinso's quirk could be valuable for hero work with proper training. So, he decided to help by loudly praising the wonderfulness of his quirk, despite not liking the person's attitude and the way he treated him. He believed that this could lead to acceptance into the hero course. All Might was taken aback, realizing that young Midoriya had deceived the entire country to assist someone with whom he had a rocky relationship. Turning to the crowd, All Might announced that they were witnessing the winners. He urged everyone to remember that each student had the potential to reach the heights of these 4 champions. The seeds planted today would grow into the heroes of tomorrow. He emphasized the importance of competition, encouragement, and pushing each other to new heights, rallying everyone for one final cheer. He reflected on how young Midoriya had gone above and beyond to help someone without being asked, which was the essence of what made a hero great. The crowd joined in a spirited cheer, celebrating their hard work and the spirit of Plus Ultra. After the sports festival, they were given 2 days off, and he felt excited to celebrate his victory with his mother. Winning the festival marked a significant step toward his dream of becoming a hero, and he wanted her to share in that joy. She had been his sole support, especially since his father was often absent. The values and life lessons she imparted shaped him into the person he was becoming. However, he was still grappling with the shocking revelation he had witnessed earlier. Standing before a frail All Might, he was stunned by the sight of what appeared to be a serious injury, which highlighted the hero's dedication to his career. Earlier that day, All Might had summoned him to the teacher's lounge. Before he could inquire about the meeting, All Might's imposing figure transformed into that of a thin, almost frail man. The shock of this sudden change nearly caused him to react violently. Confused, he questioned the identity of the man before him, unable to believe that this was All Might. The hero sighed and patiently explained that this was his true form, revealing that he had been concealing his real self. He likened his transformation to those who inflate their bodies to appear more muscular than they are, which only added to the disbelief. All Might then revealed a severe wound on his abdomen, a reminder of a past battle against a villain. The sight of it left him horrified, and he couldn't comprehend how All Might was still alive. All Might shared that he had sustained the injury nearly 6 years prior in a fight against a villain, and though he had defeated the foe, he had been left severely injured. He could only perform as a hero for a limited time each day. The revelation left him in shock, filled with awe and unease, questioning why All Might was sharing this with him. All Might explained that he wanted to build trust. Looking deeply into his eyes, he acknowledged young Midoriya's selflessness in helping others overcome their insecurities, even at the risk of fooling the entire country to ensure that young Shinso received recognition. He noted that Midoriya could have easily won his matches, yet he chose to help his opponents instead. With a gentle smile, Midoriya expressed that it was simply the right thing to do, emphasizing that a true hero should always strive to save those in need. All Might's eyes widened as he took a deep breath, recognizing that helping others without being asked was the essence of true heroism. He deemed Midoriya worthy of inheriting his quirk. Midoriya was taken aback by the offer. All Might elaborated on the nature of his quirk, which was often speculated to be super strength. He explained that it was a quirk that could be passed down to someone deemed worthy, known as one for all. The concept of inheriting a quirk left Midoriya speechless. All Might continued, explaining that the bearer cultivates power and passes it on, and he had been searching for a successor for a long time. He asked if Midoriya would accept the responsibility of becoming the next bearer of one for all. Snapping back to reality, Midoriya realized the significance of the offer. Without hesitation, he accepted, affirming that if All Might believed him worthy, he would embrace the challenge. All Might responded with a hearty laugh, pleased with Midoriya's immediate acceptance. He assured him that he was strong enough to handle the power of one for all. He then transformed back into his muscular form and offered a strand of his hair, insisting that Midoriya eat it to successfully transfer the quirk. The bizarre request left Midoriya incredulous, but All Might explained that digesting his DNA was necessary for the transfer. Just as Midoriya was about to suggest a different method, All Might's form reverted to his frail self, and he comically spat blood, making the idea of eating his hair seem less unappealing. Reluctantly, The protagonist accepted the hair and swallowed it. All Might smiled and instructed him to go home and celebrate with his mother, reminding him to meet at Dagoba Beach the next morning at 5 for training to help him adapt to One for All. The protagonist nodded in gratitude before rushing home. Later that night, while sleeping in his room, he was jolted awake as his conqueror's will began to surge uncontrollably. Struggling for control, he felt his will overpowering him. Quickly opening the window, he jumped out to avoid putting his mother in danger. In that moment, he was unaware of the force of his leap, but instead of descending, he found himself soaring through the air. His will had grown strong enough to defy gravity. He felt exhilarated, thinking that perhaps it was due to One for All. As he sped toward the sea, his conqueror's will raged within him, yearning to be unleashed. When the beach was nearly out of sight, he relaxed his control. The effects were astonishing. Arcs of green lightning erupted from him, striking the ocean below and transforming the water wherever they hit. A massive whirlpool formed as the sea responded to his will. With a powerful roar, he released all control and let his power flow freely. The next day, he shared his experience with All Might. When asked to demonstrate his quirk, All Might was visibly shocked by the results. He began training the protagonist to integrate One for All with his quirk. Despite his strength, he discovered that his base power wasn't sufficient to fully HR's One for All. His maximum limit was 65%, prompting All Might to devise a training plan to help him reach 100% as quickly as possible. The days flew by, and soon he was back in school. The subway ride was eventful, as everyone recognized him and congratulated him on winning the sports festival. Some classmates even asked for autographs, leaving him feeling a bit overwhelmed. It seemed many of his classmates were experiencing similar recognition. When the bell rang, Aizawa-sensei entered the classroom, this time without his bandages, a testament to Recovery Girl's excellent healing. He mentioned that they would have a special hero informatics class that day, creating a buzz of excitement among the students. Aizawa-sensei then announced that they would be coming up with their hero aliases. As the students quieted down, he explained the pro draft picks he had mentioned previously. The draft was based on which pros believed the students were ready to join the hero workforce after a few more years of experience, indicating their interest in the students' futures. The results were surprising. The protagonist had around 300 picks, while Todoroki and Katsuki had over 3,000. It dawned on him that Endeavor had likely influenced the results. He dismissed the thought, believing that any hero intimidated by Endeavor wouldn't be much help. Mineta, sitting behind him, remarked that he had scared the heroes away. The protagonist countered that it was more likely Endeavor's doing. Just as Aizawa-sensei was about to conclude his explanation, a woman entered the classroom, capturing his attention. Midnight, the woman of his youthful dreams, stood before them, and he couldn't help but feel flustered. The students were given placards to write their aliases. As his classmates announced their chosen names, he focused on selecting his own, inspired by pleasant thoughts of a certain heroine. When it was his turn, he stepped up to the podium, activating his armament to cover his entire body. With One for All, even the color of his armament had changed. He declared himself the armored hero, Emerald Knight. On All Might's recommendation, he chose Gran Torino for his internship, though he felt apprehensive due to his limited knowledge about the man. All Might's reaction suggested that Gran Torino was a formidable individual, someone who could instill fear even in the number one hero. Another concern weighed on him. Since their first day at UA, he, Uraraka, and Ida had been leaving school together, forming a close friendship. As they prepared to board the bullet train to their respective destinations, he and Uraraka approached Ida, sensing something was off. They offered their support, letting him know they were there for him if he needed to talk. Ida responded with a simple acknowledgement, but the protagonist could see the familiar look of determination and grief on his face. He understood Ida's desire for revenge for his brother, but given the hero killer's history, he feared for Ida's chances of success. Before he could say more, Ida departed. 40 minutes later, he arrived at his destination and opened the door to a dilapidated house, only to find an old man lying on the floor. The sight startled him, and he exclaimed in shock, only to be met with the old man's unexpected response, claiming he was alive. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing the old man had merely slipped and fallen while carrying something messy. The old man, curious about who he was, asked for his name. The protagonist introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku from UA. The old man attempted to rise with the help of his walking stick but fell back down. He expressed a desire for lunch, further bewildering the protagonist, who realized this was All Might's teacher. The old man, a frail figure of flesh and bones, perked up as he fiddled with the suitcase containing the costume. He exclaimed, "Tashinori! That wasn't my name, it was Midoriya Izuku." Just as I was about to leave to speak with All Might, the old man's tone shifted, sounding more serious than before. He commanded me to demonstrate my one-for-all ability, eager to see how well I could control it. I was taken aback by his sudden demand, unsure of how to respond. He complimented my costume and urged me to put it on and come at him, forgetting my name once again. Frustrated, I expressed my disappointment at his inability to remember something so simple, especially if he was to help me improve my control over One for All. As I turned to leave, the sound of rushing footsteps and gusts of wind filled the room. I quickly observed the scene and was shocked to see the same old man standing on the wall, no longer appearing clueless. With a challenging smirk, he called me Azii and reminded me that I had received One for All from All Might, insisting that he would take over the training. It was clear to me that he was All Might's teacher, and I realized he was much stronger than he looked. With a resigned nod, I agreed to his challenge. For 2 days, he trained me, helping me expand my use of armament. One for All had enhanced my abilities to a level I could never have achieved on my own. My observation skills improved dramatically, allowing me to extend my awareness across the city. On the 3rd day of my internship, Gran Torino decided to take me to apprehend villains in Shibuya, a densely populated area. I couldn't help but think of Hosu City, where Ingenium had been attacked by hero killer Stain. I worried about Ida, knowing he might seek out Stain. We took a taxi to the train station and boarded the bullet train to Shibuya. While sitting idly, I decided to practice my observation skills, which turned out to be a fateful choice. Just outside of Hosu, I sensed a massive figure hurl someone toward the train. Upon closer inspection, I realized this figure had a will similar to that of the Nomo from the USJ villain attack. Jumping from my seat, I rushed toward the area where the passengers were panicking and pushed them toward Gran Torino, who was yelling at me for my reckless behavior. Ignoring him, I prepared myself as a hero flew through the side of the train. I grabbed him and moved him aside just as a Nomu entered through the hole in the train. This meant only one thing: Shigaraki was in Hosu, attacking the city. Without hesitation, I activated my armament and struck the Nomu with my knee, sending it flying out of the train. I quickly followed after it. Gran Torino shouted at me to stay inside the train, but I insisted that I had to act. I explained that a Nomu was attacking, similar to the one captured during the USJ incident, and that the League of Villains was in the city. I was strong enough to handle this situation, and after some persuasion, I convinced him to let me join him. Using my will of observation throughout the city, I searched for any villains alongside the Nomus. What I found froze me mid-flight. Ida was under attack by Stain. On a tall skyscraper, Shigaraki observed the chaos with Kurogiri. 2 Nomus were assaulting civilians but were confronted by heroes. In another part of the city, a little girl was struggling to escape from a man with malicious intent. A family was in danger from a group of thugs, and a child was being kidnapped by some foreigners. Overwhelmed by the number of crimes occurring simultaneously, I struggled to decide whom to save first, losing control of my will. Fueled by One for All, my will surged outward, bending the space around me. In an instant, I had the assailant in my grasp and flew away, leaving the terrified girl behind. As the criminal squirmed in my grip, I declared that he was going to jail. I would ensure he faced justice for his actions. I swiftly dealt with the threats, ensuring that the family was safe as. The goons lay incapacitated. The kidnapped child was found unharmed, their captors vanishing without a trace. I landed in front of Stain just as he was about to strike Ida with his katana. Before he could react, I launched him across the alley with a powerful punch that left him gasping. Ida was shocked to see me and called my name, visibly shaken by my sudden appearance. I was consumed by rage, but I tried to control it as I faced Stain. I demanded to know why Shigaraki was causing chaos in the city. Stain, bloodied but defiant, struggled to his feet and questioned my identity. I glanced back at Ida, who flinched at my intensity. I informed Stain that I would deal with him once I had apprehended this villain. Mustering his courage, Ida asked why I cared. "This is my fight." I shook my head and thought about how Ida couldn't even move. How could he expect to defeat someone like Stain? I considered him my friend, and it was my duty to stop him from making a choice he might regret. He could resent me if he wanted, but I was prepared to do whatever it took, even if it meant knocking some sense into him. Ida gritted his teeth in frustration and anger as I continued, urging him to take care of himself once he was able to move. Before I could turn toward Stain, he threw a knife at me, but I caught it effortlessly. Did he really think I would drop my guard against someone notorious for attacking heroes? Stain seemed eager for violence, and I challenged him, asking why he was targeting heroes. He snarled that I was serious about being a hero, but Ida only wanted revenge and didn't deserve to be one. My anger boiled over at the chaos in the city, and I grabbed Stain's face, slamming him against the wall with a speed he couldn't comprehend. With barely contained rage, I demanded to know why Shigaraki was here and what his motives were. Stain laughed, explaining that Shigaraki had wanted him to join his league, but their goals didn't align. He had simply dropped Stain off. I slammed him back into the wall and struck him in the abdomen. As he gasped for air, I pointed out that his actions were allowing the worst elements of society to take advantage of the chaos. I had just stopped a criminal before arriving here. I pressed him for a reason behind his attacks on heroes, offering him a chance to explain himself. Stain's response was that heroes were fake, only interested in money and fame, and he believed they didn't deserve the title. He was determined to eliminate what he considered the filth of society. I couldn't believe his twisted idealism. I challenged him, questioning who gave him the right to judge others. Stain managed to push me away and drew his katana, slashing at me, but I easily dodged. He spoke of his purge being for a better society, claiming he would end the sham of a world filled with criminals. As he tried to maneuver around me to go after Ida, I was faster and stronger. I grabbed his katana and shattered it. He attempted to throw a knife at Ida, but Todoroki's ice stopped it. Todoroki offered his support, and I turned back to Stain, suggesting he could have tried to become a hero and change things from within. I slammed him onto the pavement, bombarding his chest with my fists, reminding him that he had given up when no one listened to his attempts to expose corruption among heroes. As I continued, I could hear the cracking sounds from his chest. Stain's breathing became ragged, and he struggled to stay conscious. I told him that if he truly cared about his cause, he would have kept trying. Instead, he chose the easy way out, becoming a murderer rather than a hero. My words provoked him, and I could see the madness in his eyes. I knew I couldn't help him anymore. I struck him in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Stain was defeated. I turned to see Todoroki and Ida helping the hero native, who had been Stain's target. As we emerged from the alley with Stain bound, other heroes arrived, including Gran Torino. Gran Torino demanded to know what had happened, and I explained that we had caught the hero killer just before he could kill Ida and native. The effort had been significant. As the pro-heroes began interrogating us, I sensed a Nomu approaching. I dodged its grasp and prepared to counterattack. But before I could act, Stain freed himself and liked the blood from a pro-hero's cheek. He charged at the Nomu, stabbing it in the brain and killing it. At that moment, Endeavor arrived. Stain's eyes lit up with madness at the sight of the number 2 hero. He declared that only All Might could defeat him, expressing his twisted beliefs with conviction. Everyone around me felt the weight of his words, but I saw a broken man clinging to the remnants of his ambition. Before anyone could react, Stain collapsed, unconscious. Later, we learned that some of his ribs had punctured his lungs. As he was arrested, I noticed Shigaraki leaving the city with Kurojiri. That night, Todoroki and I visited Ida in the hospital. He bowed his head in apology, admitting he had been blinded by revenge and shouldn't have sought out Stain. I playfully tapped his head, reminding him that he could have called for help if things had become too overwhelming. Todoroki looked at the narrator and inquired how they had found the man in the alley. Just as the narrator was about to respond, Gran Torino entered the room, accompanied by a man with a dog-like face. Gran Torino gestured toward the man and introduced him as Mr. Tsuragami Kenji, the chief of police in Hosu. As the narrator prepared to stand and greet him, the chief requested that they remain seated. The narrator noted the man's mutation-type quirk and his verbal tic, reminiscent of Tsuyu. The chief focused on the narrator and acknowledged their role in stopping the hero killer, stating that Stain was currently recovering from serious injuries. He explained that when quirks first emerged, the police had chosen to maintain the status quo and refrain from using their quirks, a gap that heroes filled. This decision, initially criticized, eventually gained public support due to the moral actions of the heroes. The chief's expression turned serious as he addressed the narrator directly, pointing out that they had used their quirk without permission from the authorities. He emphasized that, despite the circumstances, this action represented a significant breach of the law. He noted that even if the narrator's friends had not directly participated in stopping Stain, they too had used their quirks, and all 6 of them, including their mentors, would need to be dealt with strictly and impartially. Todoroki seemed ready to speak, but the narrator stopped him as the chief cleared his throat and continued. He explained that while he was obligated to inform them of the legal implications, the real question was whether to handle the situation publicly. If the incident were made known, the narrator and their friends would gain public acclaim but would still face legal consequences. Fortunately, the chief noted that there were few eyewitnesses, allowing them to keep the matter quiet, though it would mean their actions would remain unrecognized. The police chief suggested naming Endeavor for capturing Stain as a way to protect them from punishment. Relieved, the narrator and their friends expressed their gratitude. Amidst the tension, the narrator recalled a troubling memory from the previous night, the lives they had taken, despite their reluctance. Although no one knew they were responsible, the guilt weighed heavily on them. Their powers were growing faster than they could control. In the following days, the narrator felt increasingly tense, haunted by the knowledge of the lives lost during the incident with Stain. They struggled with feelings of weakness, unable to control their powers or emotions. They vowed to never let their emotions dictate their actions, recognizing that heroes were not meant to kill. The incident with Stain overshadowed the deaths of the gang members, which were dismissed as a mere conflict between rival gangs. Stain had exuded a presence that instilled fear in the heroes present that night, his fierce ideals and sense of duty reminiscent of All Might. He was charismatic, and a video of him confronting the heroes circulated widely, spreading his words across the internet, news outlets, and magazines. The media began connecting Stain to the League of Villains, which started to attract more villains, evolving from a mere gang into a significant organization. It became clear that Shigaraki was not acting alone, someone else was manipulating events from behind the scenes. As the League gained popularity, it drew in thugs from across the country, suggesting a more sinister plan was unfolding. The narrator felt a sudden urgency to gain complete control over their quirk and master it. They pushed aside the memories of the killings but held onto the lessons learned. Fortunately, Gran Torino retained his teaching license and continued to assist the narrator with One for All and its integration with willpower. The narrator also learned to project will of armament into objects in contact with their body, leading them to take up weapon training alongside their quirk training. Since they could not use lethal force against villains, they focused on mastering various blunt weapons, though time was limited for achieving mastery. As their training with Gran Torino concluded, the narrator prepared to return to UA in Mizudafu. Before they left, Gran Torino made sure to reprimand them for pursuing Stain alone, urging them to be cautious. As the narrator was about to exit, Gran Torino called out to them, asking for their name. The narrator was taken aback, responding that they did not need to introduce themselves. Gran Torino clarified that he was asking for their hero name. The narrator finally revealed it was Armored Hero, Emerald Knight. Gran Torino dismissed the lengthy name, suggesting that EM Night would suffice. Classes resumed 2 days after the narrator returned from their internship, and everyone was eager to share their experiences. Interestingly, Itsuka had chosen Iwabumi for her internship, along with Yayorozu. The narrator enjoyed teasing her about it, asking for pictures of her modeling, which made her both angry and embarrassed. Kenchan was always easy to rile up, even during their childhood, when she would fiercely defend herself against teasing. The narrator also found amusement in Katsuki's hair, capturing a picture of him before he styled it back to normal. They often teased him when his ego flared, which served as a humbling experience for him. Uraraka had interned with Gunhead and learned close combat techniques. When the narrator inquired about her experience, she described it as very instructive while practicing her katas. Mineta, looking paranoid, commented on transformations, suggesting that all women hide their true nature deep within them. But soon, everyone's attention turned to them as Kaminari mentioned the most transformative experience they had, looking at Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida. He continued by referencing the encounter with the hero killer. The others expressed their relief that they were all still alive, and someone noted how Endeavor had come to their rescue, highlighting his status as the number 2 hero. Midoriya felt a mix of surprise and gratitude that Endeavor hadn't taken the opportunity to undermine him, especially since his son was involved. Ojiro brought up the news suggesting that the hero killer was connected to the League of Villains, expressing concern about how things could have turned out if he had appeared during the USJ attack. Midoriya felt a surge of frustration, knowing that the hero killer was not affiliated with the League, and that the media was only giving them free publicity. Kaminari, trying to lighten the mood, remarked on the hero killer's tenacity, but Midoriya couldn't hold back his anger. He reminded Kaminari of the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that the hero killer had taken the lives of many heroes and that such actions were not something to admire. Kaminari fell silent, realizing the weight of Midoriya's words. Ida, undeterred, acknowledged that while some might find the hero killer admirable for his convictions, his beliefs led to a dangerous conclusion that society needed a purge, which was fundamentally wrong. He dramatically declared his intent to correct his path and become a true hero, urging everyone to take their seats as class was about to start. As the class began, All Might made his entrance, albeit without the usual flair, and announced a rescue training race as a follow-up to their internships. Midoriya was selected to go first along with Shiro, Ashido, Ojiro, and Ida. With his newfound ability to fly, he reached the finish line in mere seconds, leaving the others in awe. All Might praised Midoriya for his performance while encouraging the others to keep improving their quirks in preparation for their final exams. He then whispered to Midoriya, hinting at an important discussion about One for All that they would have after class. Later, while changing in the locker room, Midoriya reflected on All Might's serious tone. Suddenly, Mineta called out to him, excited about a discovery he had made. He pointed to a small hole in the wall, claiming it was a secret passage to the girls' locker room. Midoriya felt a wave of frustration at Mineta's antics and stepped in to address the situation. He warned Mineta that the girls could hear him and suggested that they would likely start dressing more conservatively to avoid unwanted attention. Mineta's reaction was one of panic, and the other boys in the locker room found amusement in the situation. Midoriya felt a sense of satisfaction in using Mineta's weakness against him, knowing it would serve as a lesson. As the girls emerged from their locker room dressed in costumes reminiscent of 13, Mineta fainted from shock. When Midoriya entered the teacher's lounge, he found All Might in his skinny form, looking serious and tense. All Might invited him to sit and expressed regret for not being there to help Midoriya through recent challenges. Midoriya, feeling a bit uneasy, encouraged All Might to share what he wanted to discuss. All Might took a deep breath and began to explain the unique origin story of One for All, setting the stage for a significant conversation about the power and responsibility that came with it. Because it was derived from a completely different quirk, the conversation took a serious turn. The explanation continued, detailing All for One, a quirk that allowed its user to steal quirks from others and grant them to people. The implications of such power were staggering. All Might shared a heavy sigh, reflecting on a time when society struggled to adapt to the emergence of quirks. He described a chaotic era when the very essence of humanity seemed to unravel, leading to a breakdown of law and order. In that tumultuous time, one individual rose to power, manipulating others to commit unspeakable acts. This individual, through sheer force, took control of Japan, becoming a notorious figure of evil. The weight of this history was hard to grasp. Speculations about such a figure had circulated online, but they seemed like mere fiction, absent from textbooks. All Might pointed out that history often overlooked the darker aspects of power, hinting at the hidden activities of criminal organizations. The connection to One for All was revealed next. All for One's ability to grant quirks allowed him to gain trust or enforce SB Emerson. However, those who received his quirks often suffered greatly, becoming mere shadows of themselves, much like the Nomu. The realization struck hard. All for One might still be alive, or perhaps someone with his quirk was continuing his legacy. All Might, sensing the gravity of the situation, promised to elaborate on One for All. He recounted the tale of All for One's younger brother, who opposed his brother's ideals. In a desperate act, All for One forced a quirk upon him, which led to an unexpected mutation. The younger brother, though quirkless at first, possessed the ability to pass on his power, resulting in the creation of One for All. As the story unfolded, it became clear that the younger brother's legacy was one of resistance against All for One. He passed One for All to ensure the fight against evil would continue. All for One's ability to steal quirks meant he could potentially evade aging, making him a persistent threat. All Might confirmed that his generation had believed they had defeated All for One, but the villain had survived, now orchestrating chaos through the League of Villains. The purpose of One for All was to ultimately confront and defeat All for One, which meant that one day, the responsibility would fall to me. Understanding the connection between the Nomus and the mastermind behind the League brought clarity. Shigaraki was merely a pawn, used to draw in other villains. All for One was biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike, especially as All Might's power waned. With newfound determination, I resolved to master One for All and prepare for the inevitable confrontation. As long as All Might was there to guide me, I would be ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. All Might seemed to want to say more but ultimately expressed his gratitude. The semester exams arrived quickly. The written portion was straightforward, but the practical exam highlighted the gap between my abilities and those of the strongest students. Just days before the practicals, Itsuka had shared the details of the exam while dealing with Monoma's antics. I had hoped that after our last encounter he would have learned his lesson, but his competitiveness had replaced his jealousy, which was a positive change. The exam format changed unexpectedly. Instead of battling robots for points, we were paired with each other to face a staff member. I was eager for the challenge, hoping to face a hero, ideally Midnight. However, I learned I would be up against All Might, which was a crushing disappointment. To make matters worse, I was paired with Katsuki. The thought of facing All Might alongside him was daunting. I couldn't help but feel envy when I learned that Mineta and Shiro would be up against Midnight. The first exam featured Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against Aizawa-sensei. My earlier assessment of Yaoyorozu's confidence issues proved accurate. Initially, she relied heavily on Todoroki's plan, but when time became a factor, he sought her input, which turned out to be a pivotal moment. As other students engaged with their teachers, Katsuki and I navigated a maze, searching for All Might. My initial instinct was to fly to the exit quickly, taking Katsuki with me. I suggested this plan to him, emphasizing my speed while flying. Katsuki believed he could handle the situation without any help. He scoffed at the idea of retreating, insisting that he would confront All Might alone and emerge victorious. His confidence was infuriating, and I couldn't help but think of a fitting name for him. He had called me Deku since we were children, a name I found ridiculous, especially since he had lost to me during the sports festival. It was foolish of him to think he could defeat a pro-hero like All Might. Katsuki turned to me, his expression twisted in anger as he demanded to know what I had called him. I calmly reiterated that he was an idiot, consumed by his own self-importance. I pointed out that his inflated ego was partly the fault of our peers and teachers who had overlooked his bullying. It was clear he was deluded if he thought he could take on All Might alone. Katsuki threatened me, vowing to blow me up. I challenged him to prove himself, suggesting that only a villain would resort to such threats when faced with the truth. I proposed a wager. We would both fight All Might, and whoever was defeated would have to fulfill a request from the other. If we both lost, the first to fall would be the loser of the bet. He took the bait, and we set off to find All Might. I found amusement in watching Katsuki struggle to locate him, knowing I could easily find the hero. Just minutes later, we were outside, only a short distance from the exit when All Might made his grand entrance. As always, it was dramatic. He unleashed a powerful punch that created a gust of wind, demolishing part of the mock city. He proclaimed himself a villain, challenging us to give him our best shot. The atmosphere shifted, and I felt a wave of intimidation wash over me, but I steadied myself with determination. Katsuki charged at All Might, eager to prove himself. All Might, however, was serious and met Katsuki's explosive attacks with sheer force. He effortlessly swatted Katsuki aside and, without hesitation, grabbed him by the head, slamming him into the ground. Katsuki was tossed around like a rag doll until he was unable to continue. It was disappointing to see him captured so easily, but his anger had clouded his judgment. I wanted him to understand the importance of teamwork, but it seemed he needed a lesson first. All Might turned to me, stepping on Katsuki's back, and asked if I would abandon my teammate. My plan was falling apart, so I rushed towards All Might, determined to confront him. With my body enveloped in a protective aura, I aimed a punch at his jaw, hoping to free Katsuki. All Might attempted to catch my punch, but I anticipated his move and dodged. With my fist glowing with energy, I struck him with all my might. To my surprise, it only pushed him back a few feet. He acknowledged my punch, complimenting me but asserting that it wasn't enough to defeat him. I smirked as I picked up Katsuki, reminding him that defeating All Might was not my goal. Without wasting time, I flew towards the exit, Katsuki draped over my shoulder. I could sense All Might closing in behind me. Just as he was about to strike, I spun away, facing him with a confident grin. I declared that he could never catch me off guard and prepared to unleash my ultimate move. I pulled back my arm, the aura around it expanding into a massive fist. I named my attack Judgment, and brought it down on All Might with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the ground. With All Might temporarily incapacitated, I raced towards the exit, just managing to get through as he emerged from the crater created by his fall. The announcement declared that the first team to pass was Midoriya and Bakugou. I dropped Katsuki and began dragging him towards Recovery Girl. As he began to regain consciousness, I smiled down at him, reminding him of our wager. He had to fulfill my request, and I playfully warned him not to go back on his word, as that wouldn't be very heroic. In that moment, I could almost see the realization dawning on him he had lost a bet, and now he had to face the consequences. As Recovery Girl treated Katsuki, the protagonist decided it was time to remind him of the consequences of losing their bet. Once Recovery Girl left the room, the protagonist brought up a boy named Yoroi Kaneda, a former classmate from primary school. Katsuki seemed puzzled at first, prompting the protagonist to explain that Kaneda had a quirk that caused his skin to burn in sunlight, which had led to Katsuki bullying him in the past. The protagonist insisted that Katsuki accompany them to visit Kaneda's family, emphasizing that this was only part of the task he needed to complete. Katsuki scowled but remained silent, his expression revealing a mix of sadness and guilt. The protagonist felt a sense of satisfaction at this reaction, knowing that it was a necessary step for Katsuki's redemption. After leaving Katsuki to recover, the protagonist joined Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, who were observing the rest of the tests with Recovery Girl. As they watched the screens, the protagonist noted that the matchups seemed more like specialized assignments than mere tests. Recovery Girl confirmed this observation. The protagonist pointed out the matchup between ectoplasm and Tokoyami, explaining that Tokoyami's strong quirk had a significant weakness if someone got too close. Ectoplasm, with his expertise in close combat, was a formidable opponent. They watched as Tsuyu managed to save Tokoyami just in time, showcasing her ability to provide support and remain level-headed in tough situations. As the battle continued, Tsuyu and Tokoyami worked together to evade ectoplasm's attacks, but they were eventually overwhelmed. In a clever move, Tsuyu regurgitated the HNDCFFS she had swallowed to help Tokoyami capture ectoplasm. On another screen, Kaminari and Ashido struggled against Principal Nizu, who was outsmarting them while sipping tea and laughing. The protagonist noted that Nizu was a challenging opponent for straightforward fighters like them. Meanwhile, Koda and Jiro found themselves cornered by Present Mike, who was launching sonic attacks while blocking their escape. In a moment of bravery, Koda overcame his shyness and communicated with insects, using them to distract Present Mike, leading to his defeat. The protagonist felt a shiver at the sight of the insects swarming. However, the most shocking scene was when Siro was seen sleeping in Midnight's lap, while Mineta fled in tears. The protagonist struggled to control their emotions as Midnight cornered Mineta, her demeanor captivating and overwhelming. Eventually, Mineta managed to outsmart Midnight and escape with Siro, who remained blissfully unaware. Later, the protagonist returned to the room after handling some business. Most students had passed their exams, except for Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Sato. Katsuki and Siro were bedridden due to injuries, the cause of which remained a mystery. The exam had a bittersweet conclusion, with some students growing while others faced setbacks. Back in the classroom, the four who had failed were visibly upset, with Kirishima trying to hold back tears. Aizawa-sensei entered and instructed everyone to take their seats, announcing that despite some failures, they would all be attending summer camp. The class reacted in shock, realizing they had been misled. Aizawa explained that while they had passed the written exam, the practical had not gone well for the 5 students. Siro sighed, perhaps anticipating the outcome due to his lack of participation. Aizawa informed them that the 5 would face additional lessons, which would be even more challenging than summer school. The protagonist felt a mix of pity and amusement at the expressions on their faces, recognizing Aizawa's tendency for tough love. After class, Hagakure suggested a shopping trip for summer camp supplies, and most students agreed. When asked, the protagonist declined, stating they needed to visit an old friend, a sentiment shared by Katsuki. The next day, the protagonist met Katsuki outside his house, and they took the subway to their destination in silence. Katsuki seemed hesitant to ask questions, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Upon arriving at their destination, Katsuki looked around in confusion. The protagonist stopped and confirmed they had arrived. Katsuki's expression shifted to one of despair and panic as he realized they were at the grave of Yoroi Kaneda, who had tragically died at the age of 10. The protagonist explained that Kaneda had removed his protective clothing in the sun, leading to a fatal accident. Despite efforts to save him, he had been reduced to ashes within minutes. There was nothing buried in the grave because there was nothing left to bury. Katsuki stood still, his eyes fixed on the gravestone as the narrator continued. A note had been found under the pillow of Kaneda by his mother. The narrator had learned about it and urged Mr. and Mrs. Yoroi to take action, but they had refused. The narrator still had that note and offered it to Katsuki. Katsuki wordlessly took the note and began reading. The letter expressed deep despair, revealing Kaneda's feelings of being cursed by his quirk and his wish for a better life in the next. The letter dropped from his hands as he fell to his knees, his gaze still locked on the gravestone. The narrator pointed out the graves on either side of Kaneda's, revealing that his parents had been unable to cope with the loss of their only child and had taken their own lives. Mrs. Yoroi had been found unresponsive from self-inflicted wounds, while Mr. Yoroi had hung himself. At that moment, the narrator felt no pity for Katsuki as he trembled and cried. With a look of intense anger, the narrator accused Katsuki of destroying the Yoroi family, driving them to such tragic ends because he couldn't handle the fact that Kaneda was outperforming him in school. The narrator had considered informing the police, but Mrs. Yoroi had stopped them, asking for help to guide Katsuki toward becoming a good hero. The narrator had hoped Katsuki would improve with time, but it seemed he had only gotten worse. The narrator warned him that if he didn't let go of his inflated ego, he would ruin many more families in the future. Katsuki remained on the ground, crying and apologizing, but it was too late for the Yoroi family. At the very least, this revelation might give Katsuki a chance to improve after recognizing his biggest mistake. As they walked home, the narrator reminded Katsuki that this was only half of his punishment. Katsuki looked panicked as the narrator continued, explaining that for the entire summer camp, he would not refer to anyone as extra, but would use their proper names. He would not swear and would cooperate with his fellow students without being rude. If he failed to comply, the narrator would inform his mother about his hidden collection, which would be far worse than not becoming a hero. With that, the narrator walked away, leaving Katsuki sputtering in panic. The thought of his mother discovering his collection was the worst fate he could imagine, even more so than failing to become a hero. The narrator felt satisfied, having shown Katsuki the consequences of his actions, leaving it up to him to interpret this lesson in the future. The location of their summer camp had changed due to security concerns following recent villain attacks. The day finally arrived for them to leave for camp. Katsuki had been unusually quiet since visiting Kaneda's grave, still grappling with the weight of his actions. While chatting and joking with his classmates, the narrator's attention was drawn to Itsuka from Class 1B. She looked as beautiful as ever, and her smile seemed brighter than usual. The world around him appeared more vibrant, the sounds of nature more pleasant, and the summer breeze more refreshing. Itsuka waved at him, a faint blush on her cheeks, and the narrator realized she had always been enchanting. Unlike the oblivious protagonists of shonen manga, the narrator understood his feelings. The warmth blossoming in his chest was different from his previous crush on Midnight. It was a purer emotion. Teenage years were a fascinating time, and the narrator had researched this phase extensively. His hormones were certainly in play. As they boarded the bus to the summer camp, the narrator felt excited about sharing the camping grounds with Class 1B. He looked forward to spending time with Itsuka and exploring these new emotions. An hour later, they stopped at a cliff for a break, but it didn't seem like a resting stop, as Class 1B's bus was absent. Aizawa-sensei spoke up to clarify their confusion, indicating that they had stopped for a reason. From around the corner, someone called out to him, signaling the next part of their adventure. It had been a while since I last saw them. Two fully grown, athletic women in miniskirts and sleeveless tank tops stood before us, their toned abdomens on display. I couldn't help but agree with Mineta's earlier comment about the hero course being awesome. Did I have a thing for older women? I couldn't deny the influence of the internet. Aizawa-sensei quickly stepped in when he noticed our confused expressions. He introduced the pro-heroes who would be assisting us this time, the Pussycats. My inner nerd sprang to life, recalling that they were a 4-member hero team specializing in mountain rescue operations, with 12 years of experience under their belts. It was a bit embarrassing how easily I got excited about heroes, and Itsuka often teased me for it. The blonde heroine, Pixie Bob, chimed in, reminding us that she was still young at heart. As she reached out to cover my mouth, I instinctively dodged her hand. Mandalay then pointed to the valley below, explaining that it was their territory and that our lodging was at the foot of the hill in distance. A sense of unease washed over me. He was known for surprise exercises, and Aizawa's sadistic tendencies only added to my apprehension. Mandalay's voice turned cold as she announced the time and the deadline for reaching their territory. I felt a surge of panic as she warned us that those who didn't make it by 12:30 p.m. would miss lunch. As my classmates began to run, I sensed the ground shifting beneath me and took to the air to avoid the impending eruption. Pixie Bob had begun the training exercise by launching everyone off the mountain. I landed in the valley and quickly helped Uraraka, who had taken a hard fall. Ignoring her intense blush, I heard Mandalay shout that we were free to use our quirks and had 3 hours to reach their territory on foot. I activated my will of observation, feeling Pixie Bob's presence all around, even below the ground. Suddenly, a massive creature made of earth emerged from the trees. Koda attempted to communicate with it but failed, indicating that it was indeed Pixie Bob's quirk at work. Without hesitation, I summoned Will of Armament, and with one for all glowing emerald green, I leaped at the earth monster, delivering a powerful punch that caused it to crumble. As more beasts ambushed us from all directions, I called out to my classmates, urging them to team up in groups of 4. Surprisingly, even Katsuki agreed, and we quickly formed 5 teams based on our quirks and skills. The battle against the earth monsters was challenging, but I didn't hold back. I extended my will, creating constructs of green aura to strike multiple beasts at once, and the training exercise proved to be incredibly beneficial. As we neared the campsite, the number of beasts increased. I knew I had one last trick up my sleeve. Since the creatures were controlled by Pixie Bob's will, I devised a plan. With only minutes left, I unleashed a pulse of Conqueror's will in all directions, causing the beasts to momentarily halt and crumble. Seizing the opportunity, we raced to the campsite, arriving just as the clock struck 12. Pixie Bob looked at us with surprise, admitting that she had underestimated us. Dezawa-sensei observed us for a moment before remarking that he had known 3 hours would be too easy for us. I felt a surge of pride. We were growing stronger. Even though I had dealt with the beasts at the end, I could see how everyone had improved through teamwork. The future of heroes looked bright. As Pixie Bob playfully tried to grab my head again after I guessed her age, I noticed a little boy glaring at us. Curious, I asked who he was. Mandalay introduced him as her nephew, Koda, and called him over to say hello. I approached him with a smile and offered a handshake, introducing myself as Midoriya Izuku from UA High School's hero course. To my surprise, Koda stepped forward and attempted to punch me. He quickly pulled back, tears welling in his eyes as he cradled his injured hand. I couldn't help but smirk, telling him that it was a nice try but I was tougher than he thought. Ida, ever the protector, shouted at Koda for his actions and then turned to me, insisting that I shouldn't show off by using my quirk inappropriately. The room fell silent for a moment, and Ida quickly clarified that he hadn't meant it that way, urging everyone to keep their minds out of the gutter. After the amusing exchange, we were led to the dining hall, where we devoured the food laid out before us. It was quite a sight to see the boys eating like a pack of wolves, while Ida maintained his proper demeanor amidst the chaos. Later that evening, we visited a hot spring to relax. Mineta began acting strangely, pressing his ear against the wooden walls surrounding the bath area. When I inquired about his behavior, he revealed that he was listening for something more than just the food. From the other side of the wall, faint sounds reached our ears, hinting at something intriguing just out of sight. The atmosphere was filled with excitement as everyone enjoyed the hot spring. Mineta, with his usual antics, expressed his disbelief at the mixed bathing situation, hinting at a potential mishap. The tension in the air was palpable, and some of the boys shifted nervously. Ida, ever the voice of reason, quickly intervened, urging Mineta to reconsider his reckless thoughts. Mineta, undeterred, made a wild attempt to climb the wooden wall, his determination fueled by his usual antics. Just as he was about to reach the top, Koda, Mandalay's nephew, intervened, pushing Mineta down and reminding him of the importance of being a good person. Mineta tumbled down, and in a twist of fate, his towel slipped, leaving him in an embarrassing position. The sight caused Koda to faint, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Without hesitation, I flew up to catch him, preventing a fall that could have ended badly. As I lifted my head in relief, my eyes landed on a shocking sight that would be etched in my memory. I saw someone with brown hair and wide eyes, their face flushed with realization. The moment was surreal, and I felt my consciousness slipping away as I lost my grip on reality. When I regained my senses, I found myself in the infirmary, still wrapped in my towel. Mandalay was beside the unconscious Koda, and she greeted me with a smile, expressing her gratitude for saving him. I felt a mix of embarrassment and relief, knowing that no one was seriously hurt. Curious about Koda's disdain for heroes, I brought it up with Mandalay. She explained that many in society held mixed feelings about heroes, especially after personal tragedies. Koda had lost his parents, who were heroes, and their deaths had left a deep impact on him. Mandalay gently tended to Koda, her affection evident as she cared for him. Pixie Bob entered, providing further context about Koda's background. She explained how his parents had died heroically, but to a child, such concepts could be difficult to grasp. Koda viewed heroes as figures he couldn't understand, and his cooperation with US was born from necessity rather than admiration. As I left to get dressed, I reflected on the different perspectives surrounding heroism. The complexities of being a hero weighed heavily on my mind. The next morning, we were awakened early to begin our training. Aizawa-sensei addressed us, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming challenges. He tossed a ball to me, challenging me to see how much I had improved since the beginning of the school year. I prepared myself, activating my powers and focusing my energy. Long way since joining the hero course, and I was ready to demonstrate my growth. I warned everyone to step back, including Aizawa-sensei, before I unleashed my strength. With a powerful stomp, I sent shockwaves through the ground, and as I threw the ball with all my might, the force of my action transformed the landscape around us. It was a moment of pure determination, a testament to my journey as a hero. The trees swayed violently in the high-speed winds, uprooting some nearby ones. My classmates struggled to stay grounded against the force of the gusts. The ball soared through the air, breaking the sound barrier and traveling at more than 6 times the speed of sound, disappearing on the horizon without any sign of slowing down. The device in Aizawa-sensei's hand beeped rapidly as my classmates looked at me in awe. With wide eyes and raised eyebrows, Aizawa-sensei remarked on my impressive distance, noting that I had reached 40,648 meters. Class 1A was left speechless. As I walked back to my classmates, my gaze unintentionally drifted toward Uraraka. The moment she noticed, her face turned bright red, and it seemed like steam was rising from her head. It was a reaction I hadn't expected. I felt a rush of warmth in my own cheeks as I recalled the moment I had caught Koda the other night. I approached her and cleared my throat before quietly apologizing for the previous night, explaining that it had been unintentional. Then, with a playful smirk, I added that I had liked what I saw and complimented her beauty. Her face flushed even deeper, and she swayed slightly, overwhelmed by my words. I glanced around to ensure no one had overheard, as my classmates were still captivated by my earlier display of strength. Aizawa-sensei, oblivious to the exchange, called for Bakugou to throw another ball, noting his previous record of 705.2 meters and asking how much he had improved. I observed Katsuki, who seemed unusually calm. He took a deep breath and focused, swinging his arm to launch the ball with a powerful blast, this time without any angry remarks. Aizawa-sensei and the rest of my classmates were once again surprised by the result, 730.7 meters. While there was some improvement, it was not significant. Aizawa-sensei smirked, acknowledging the challenges they had faced over the past 3 months. He pointed out that while they had all grown, it was primarily their techniques and minds that had matured. He warned that starting today, they would focus on improving their quirks, promising that the training would be so intense they would wish for an easier path. Thus began the rigorous training session. While my classmates utilized their quirks to improve, I focused on my own training, as the teachers and PP cats had deemed my quirk sufficient. I had developed a solid arsenal of moves, and my physical strength was impressive. What I needed was to train without relying on my quirk. The continuous use of willpower and one for all had transformed my body, enhancing my natural strength beyond what a typical human could achieve. I practiced my katas, concentrating on my legs as I fought against an imaginary opponent. So immersed in my training, I barely noticed Class 1B joining us. They were struggling against Tiger, the only male member of the PP Cats, while I focused on perfecting my kicks. My strikes were powerful, but I sensed something was missing. As I continued, my legs burned from fatigue, yet I pushed myself to keep going. I urged myself to kick faster, and from an observer's perspective, my legs became a blur. The air around me began to shift with the force of my movements. As fatigue set in and my breath became labored, I noticed small gashes appearing on a nearby tree from the sharp air currents generated by my kicks. Panting heavily, I assessed the marks and thought that I could work with this. Dinner time that night was a delightful experience. We prepared our own food and worked together in the kitchen. Although the meal wasn't gourmet, it felt like a 5-star feast given our circumstances. Even Yayorozu was enjoying her food with enthusiasm. She explained that her quirk allowed her to break down fat at an atomic level to create various items, and the more she ate, the more she could create. Zero, in a blunt moment, made a comment that ruined the mood, prompting Jiro to give him a stern reprimand. Amid the lively atmosphere, I heard a faint voice expressing disdain for quirks. I turned to see Koda, who quickly left the scene. Knowing he hadn't eaten, I grabbed a plate of curry rice and followed him. I found him sitting at the edge of a cliff, lost in thought. I offered him the food, but he shot up, demanding to know how I had found him. I explained that I had simply followed him, noting that he seemed to be starving since he hadn't had dinner. He calmed slightly but still expressed his hostility, insisting he didn't need any food and that I wasn't welcome in his secret base. I raised an eyebrow at his language and pointed out his choice of words. He continued to vent his frustration about others being excited over improving their quirks, calling it pathetic. I narrowed my eyes and asked about his parents, who had been known as water-type quirk users. His reaction was immediate, as he took a defensive stance and accused me of prying into his life. I clarified that I was simply knowledgeable about heroes and mentioned how his parents had saved many civilians from a villain. His response was filled with disdain, expressing anger at the concept of heroes and villains, and lamenting the loss of life that came with their battles. I felt a chill at his words, realizing how deeply he resented the sacrifices made by his parents, who had dedicated their lives to helping others. No one forced them to be heroes. It was their choice to fight for what was right. It was a noble way to go. However, one young boy seemed to dismiss that notion entirely. He spoke of a friend who had aspired to be a hero but had been taken from him at a young age. That loss ignited a vow within him to bring every villain to justice. As quirks emerged, many turned to crime and violence, and with the police reluctant to use their quirks, the safety of the public was at risk. He argued that heroes were essential for society, and by rejecting quirks so vehemently, one was not only harming themselves but also disregarding the sacrifices made by their parents and their legacy. It appeared the boy could not accept this truth and reacted with anger, demanding the other leave. The response was a sigh and warning to leave the curry behind, with a promise of consequences if the boy continued to act out. Far away on an abandoned cliff, a sense of urgency filled the air. One figure expressed frustration, eager to move forward. The other reminded them that it was not yet time and that they should not overdo it. They were only there to send a warning, believing that the heroes, despite their strengths, would ultimately fall for the sake of a better future. Darkness was approaching. On the third day of training camp, Aizawa-sensei was busy reprimanding the 5 students who had not performed well in their practical tests while the rest continued their training. After addressing Uraraka and Aoyama, Pixie Bob excitedly shifted the topic to the evening's plans, announcing an interclass test of courage. After a long day of training, they would have a chance to play hard. The reactions varied, with some expressing dread about the upcoming activities. One student mentioned their interest in the interclass aspect, prompting Aizawa-sensei to encourage everyone to train their hearts out. Later that night, after a self-cooked dinner, the remedial students were taken away by Aizawa-sensei, while the students from Class 1B were already in position. Pixie Bob explained the rules. Class 1B would scare the students from Class 1A, who would leave in pairs every 3 minutes. Along the route, there would be cards with their names that they needed to retrieve as proof. The atmosphere was tense, and one student dramatically remarked about the impending chaos. Pixie Bob continued, stating that the scaring group could not physically touch anyone but could use their quirks to frighten the others. The winner would be the class that demonstrated the most creativity and caused the most fright. As they drew lots to determine pairs, it turned out that one student would remain behind, and that student was left alone while the others took their turns in the game. A sense of foreboding washed over them, leading to the decision to use the will of observation to prepare for what was to come. I took a moment to center myself, confirming that everything in the valley was as it should be. Just as I was about to deactivate my senses, I detected 9 unfamiliar presences. No, there were 8. The 9th one had no will of its own. A gnome. Before I could alert the others, 2 figures leaped from the forest, ambushing Pixie Bob. Without hesitation, I tackled her away from an incoming strike aimed at her head. My swift action drew the attention of the rest of the group, who had not yet left for their game. The villain wielding a large weapon sneered, expressing his disdain for us. As the situation unfolded, Mineta trembled with fear, questioning how the enemy had managed to infiltrate our defenses. Mandalay quickly communicated the threat to everyone through her telepathy. Pixie Bob, Mandalay, and Tiger instinctively positioned themselves in front of us, ready to defend against the attackers. The green, lizard-like villain announced their presence, declaring themselves as the League of Villains' first strike team. The one with exaggerated features followed, expressing a desire to see Pixie Bob harmed. Tiger responded fiercely, asserting that the villains would have to go through him first. The lizard villain attempted to calm the situation, referencing Stain's ideology regarding life and death. My focus sharpened as I activated my will of observation, scanning for other areas where the villains might have struck. The lizard then turned his attention to Ida, recalling his role in stopping Stain's terror in Hosu City. He introduced himself as Spinner, revealing a chaotic assortment of weapons strapped to his back, claiming to carry on Stain's dream. Despite his bravado, Tiger dismissed him with disdain. I felt a surge of anger rising within me, threatening to overwhelm my senses. I fought to maintain control, not wanting to repeat the chaos of Hosu City. Mandalay urged us to avoid confrontation and focus on getting all students to safety. Suddenly, I sensed a malicious presence near Koda on a distant cliff. I growled, alerting Mandalay to the danger he was in. Her face drained of color as she instructed Koda to return to camp, but I could feel the threat closing in on him. Time was running out. I placed a hand on Mandalay's shoulder, insisting that I could reach Koda quickly. Ida could handle gathering the students in my absence. After a moment of hesitation, Mandalay nodded, and without another glance at the villains, I shot up into the air, determined to save Koda. My throat rumbled with barely controlled emotions as I sped towards Koda. A few seconds later, I saw a huge cloaked figure towering over him. The little boy was terrified and ran away, but the tall man jumped and blocked Koda's path. As the cloak fell away, I recognized a muscular blonde man preparing to strike. Desperation filled me as I flew faster towards them. In an instant, I was standing right in front of Koda. My instincts kicked in, and I pushed my arms forward towards the man. A bundle of green shields shimmered between his fist and me. The man's fist collided with the shields, breaking the first few, but I managed to pull Koda away to safety on the other side of the cliff. The little boy was shivering with fear, mumbling about his parents. When I looked back at the villain, realization hit me hard. The villain was muscular, the one responsible for Koda's parents' deaths. I looked down at Koda and told him he needed to run to the camp while I stayed behind to confront the threat. I assured him that Mandalay would keep him safe. As I flew with Koda towards Aiza-sensei, I asked him if he had a quirk. He confirmed that it was the same as his parents. I explained that we needed his help because the villains had set the forest on fire, and with the flames spreading, all escape routes would soon be cut off. I emphasized that even though I had saved him, he needed to help save everyone else. Soon, I spotted Aizawa-sensei moving swiftly through the forest. I landed near him and informed him that I had much to share, but first, I needed to speak with Mandalay. I asked him to take care of Koda, explaining that he had a water quirk and needed protection. Aizawa-sensei narrowed his eyes and inquired about the bruise on my face. I explained that I must have gotten it from the villain's attack. He questioned how the villain managed to hit me, and I quickly clarified that I had to absorb the blows to protect Koda from the shockwaves. Aizawa-sensei accepted my explanation and I prepared to leave. He called out to me to relay one more message. The villains were after Katsuki, and I needed to inform everyone. I flew back to Mandalay, who was still engaged in battle with the villains. Spinner, the lizard man, swung his sword at Mandalay, taunting her. I charged towards him, smashing through his sword and telling him to back off. I swiftly kicked him in the gut, sending him flying towards another villain. Turning to Mandalay, I assured her that Koda was safe and relayed Aizawa-sensei's message, urging her to use her telepathy to inform everyone. As Mandalay communicated the message, I prepared to leave again, asking her to share one more piece of information. The villains were targeting Katsuki. Just then, a tall villain with big lips lunged at me, declaring that I needed to be eliminated. I dismissed him with a wave, sending him flying away. With no time to waste, I soared high into the sky, surveying the forest. I spotted Katsuki, Todoroki, and a student from 1B facing a villain, while Itsuka and Tetsu approached another foe. Uraraka and Tsuyu were also engaged in battle. Shoji was fleeing from Tokoyami, whose quirk had gone haywire. The Nomu wandered aimlessly, while Yaoyorozu and another student from 1B hid from it. In the distance, 2 more villains lurked, possibly plotting something. There was an open area below me, and I smirked, ready to disrupt their plans. With a yell, I released a powerful pulse of will. The effect was immediate. 1 villain collapsed, and the others, Fighting Tiger and Mandalay, fell to their knees, sweating profusely. A moment of silence enveloped the forest. I hadn't unleashed my full power, fearing it could cause irreversible damage. Just then, the Nomu leaped towards me, and our fists collided with a resounding impact, my body glowing with a bright green aura. Nomus were incredible creations, but their lack of will was their greatest weakness. They followed instinct and never dodged attacks. As my punch neutralized its strike, I maneuvered in the air and struck its gut, sending it soaring higher. I followed closely, and at its peak I smashed my fists down, sending it crashing to the ground below. But I wasn't finished. As the Nomu plummeted, my aura flared, and I charged into it like a battering ram, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The Nomu shrieked in pain, and I unleashed a flurry of punches that shook the surrounding forest with shockwaves. When I finally stopped, the Nomu lay defeated, a mere shell of its former self, but I could still sense its heartbeat within the battered form. But there were no movements. Suddenly, Midoriya sensed Tokoyami rushing towards him. His quirk had gone out of control, and Midoriya had the perfect solution for it. As Dark Shadow came blasting through the trees, he delivered a powerful punch, sending it back from whence it came. Without allowing it to get back up, he placed his hand on its head and unleashed a concentrated pulse of Conqueror's Will, commanding it to calm down. Instantly, Dark Shadow was subdued. Tokoyami panted heavily as he looked up at Midoriya, expressing his gratitude for the help. He had been trying very hard to control Dark Shadow, but it had not listened to him. Suddenly, from the bushes, Shoji came running towards them, relieved to see his friends were all right. Midoriya's eyes immediately fell on the injury on Shoji's arm. He narrowed his eyes and asked what had happened. Tokoyami lowered his head, gritting his teeth as Shoji explained their encounter with a villain. Fortunately, it was only one of his dupli arms that had been injured, and it could grow back. At that moment, Midoriya felt the familiar aura of Kurogiri nearby. A portal was opening, and the villains, Spinner and his companion, who had been tied up by the pee-pee cats, vanished into it, startling the heroes. One by one, the villains began disappearing through portals. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Midoriya, and without saying another word, he dashed towards Katsuki. In front of him, Katsuki was struggling against a villain whose quirk allowed him to extend his teeth like sharp blades, changing the direction of his attacks at will. Midoriya took the villain by surprise, delivering an overpowered kick that sent him flying into the darkness of the night. Just then, a portal appeared behind Katsuki, and a pair of hands reached out, grabbing his arms and pulling him inside. Midoriya's heart raced as he rushed to prevent Katsuki from being taken away. He teleported to Katsuki and pried the hands off him. Everything happened too quickly for him to fully comprehend. The last image he saw was Katsuki's terrified face as he desperately reached for him. Then, the world blackened before his eyes. He felt his head growing lighter as the ringing in his ears intensified, and soon he fell unconscious. When Midoriya regained consciousness, he could hear voices around him. Keeping his eyes closed, he listened intently. One voice expressed a desire to taste his blood, while another insisted that the boss wanted him alive and awake. A third voice suggested that he might wake up if they harmed him. The atmosphere was tense, and the smell of alcohol filled the air. It seemed he was in a bar or club that had few visitors, possibly in a secluded area. Midoriya realized that the boss, likely Shigaraki, wanted to keep him alive. He needed to inform someone of his location but had to figure out how. Using his observation skills, he searched for an easy target. He had learned from the Nomus that if he could overpower someone's will, he could establish control over their bodies. Though he knew it could be misused, he was not an evil person. He decided to target a bird or a small rodent, something of low intelligence that he could easily overpower. After scanning the area, he spotted a bird perched on the roof of a nearby building. He shook off the pain and guilt as he took control of the bird, which fluttered violently. He had to be careful, a mistake could destroy the bird's will. Under his command, the bird craned its neck, searching for any signs that could reveal his location. Soon, the bird found itself in front of a local shop with its address displayed. Midoriya realized he was in a bar in the Kamino ward of Yokohama. He panicked, wondering how to inform anyone of his location. As he relinquished control of the bird, he felt relieved that it was unharmed. Suddenly, he thought of the PP cats. Mandalay was a telepath, and Ragdoll could sense everything around her, similar to his observation. They could communicate through their minds if they were close enough. Determined, he activated One for All to increase the range of his willpower. He focused on keeping it around his nervous system and began using his will of observation to spread it as far as possible. There, like a faint ray of light in the darkness, he sensed Mandalay's presence at the edge of his observation. Next, he used Conqueror's Will to test her will. Though his probe was weak due to the distance, it was noticeable. Mandalay suddenly perked up, hearing faint voices in her head. She shared her discovery with Pixie Bob, who looked at her questioningly. Mandalay concentrated harder, realizing someone was trying to communicate with her. Midoriya felt a surge of hope as he reached out, identifying himself. Mandalay gasped and turned to Pixie Bob, urging her to gather everyone quickly. She confirmed that she could hear him, and he relayed his situation, explaining that he was in a foreclosed bar in the Kamino ward of Yokohama, where the villains were gathered. Mandalay assured him they would come as soon as possible to rescue him. After a moment of hesitation, she asked if Ragdoll was with him. Midoriya's mind went blank for a moment. He realized Ragdoll had been taken. Snapping back to my senses, I searched for her throughout Kamino. What I found sent a chill through me. Mandalay informed me that Ragdoll was not there. She was being held somewhere else in Kamino, a place swarming with Nomus. They were attempting to convert her into one. I sensed the horror in Mandalay's gasp as she quickly severed the connection. All I could do was wait or perhaps create some chaos. Pixie Bob burst into the meeting among the heroes of UA, having just received information from Detective Tsukachi Naomasa about the villain's hideout. Someone had spotted Dabi entering an abandoned building that used to be a bar in Kamino ward. Without waiting for anyone to speak, she exclaimed that Midoriya Izuku had made a telepathic connection with Mandalay. The heroes quickly followed her out. Mandalay approached them, her expression filled with fear. She revealed that Midoriya was being held in a foreclosed bar in Kamino ward and that Ragdoll was somewhere with many Nomus, where they were trying to turn her into one. The heroes immediately began to mobilize. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu informed the heroes about the tracker she and Aways from Class B had planted on the incapacitated Nomu I had left behind. The villains had managed to take the Nomu with them. As the heroes gathered to conduct the raid, my classmates were devising their own rescue operation for me, and it warmed my heart to remember their determination. Back in the hideout, I stirred awake and groaned. A girlish voice pierced through the haze, expressing excitement at my awakening and a desire to inflict pain. I glanced around the bar, noting the presence of the villains involved in the attack, including Kurojairi and Shigaraki. They were watching a press conference on the TV, where the UA staff was answering media questions. Shigaraki turned to me, stating that they had intended to capture Bakugou Katsuki but that I had thwarted their plans. He continued, gesturing toward the TV, questioning why heroes were being criticized for their slow response. He argued that everyone makes mistakes, even heroes. Spinner, leaning against the wall, chimed in, claiming that the moment protecting people became a paid profession, heroes ceased to be true heroes, echoing Stain's philosophy. I couldn't help but laugh at their misguided reasoning. They were trying to engage me in a philosophical debate while I was their captive. I pointed out that heroes needed to earn money to support their families and protect citizens from villains like them. Without giving them a chance to respond, I broke free from my bindings and charged at Kurojairi, catching everyone off guard. I seized his throat, warning them of my strength and the consequences of underestimating me. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the bar. I smirked, sensing who it was. All Might burst through the door, and the villains were quickly overwhelmed. Kamui Woods acted swiftly, capturing the villains with his special move, while Gran Torino knocked out another with a swift kick. All Might's booming voice declared that the villain alliance stood no chance against the heroes. As the heroes rushed in, Edge Shot took advantage of the chaos to deal with Kurogiri while I held him. I sensed more heroes surrounding the bar, and with Kurogiri incapacitated, the villains had no escape routes. I watched with satisfaction as Shigaraki began to lose control, fear evident in his eyes at the sight of All Might. However, in the midst of the hero's sudden retaliation, I let my guard down a grave mistake. I felt an unpleasant sensation rising in my throat, and before I knew it, I was vomiting a strange liquid. The villains experienced similar reactions, and suddenly, numerous Nomu emerged from strange portals formed by the same liquid. Realization struck me, but it was too late. I was whisked away from the bar along with the rest of the villains. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in the ruins of what appeared to be a lab, saturated with an intimidating aura emanating from the man standing before me. One by one, the villains fell out of the portals, and I quickly assessed my surroundings, realizing I was in a place where Nomu were manufactured. The sheer number of incomplete Nomu was staggering, indicating that the villains were creating an army. But my focus was on the man before me, whom Shigaraki addressed as Sensei. I narrowed my eyes, testing his will, and suddenly, many things began to make sense. The man's will was the same as that controlling all the Nomu I had encountered. Every single one was under his command. I pressed further, sensing there was something more to uncover. Something horrifying unfolded before them. The man stood with numerous fragments of wills from other people, having subdued and shackled them to himself. He was the mastermind behind the League of Villains, the nemesis of everyone for all user all for one. As the realization struck, the air felt heavy, and the thought process halted. The indomitable will of all for one felt like an impenetrable shield, reinforced by the strongest chains holding the fragments together. Among them, a fragment from Ragdoll was sensed. He had stolen her quirk. Breath became erratic, and the overwhelming aura rendered him unable to hear anything around him. It felt suffocating. Suddenly, All Might charged in, tackling All for One and decimating the ground beneath them. Yet, All for One stood firm, not even budging. All Might declared his intent to reclaim everything, but All for One taunted him, questioning if he would try to kill him again. The reassuring smile that usually adorned All Might's face was absent, and it was clear to All for One that All Might had weakened. As the battle raged on, All for One drained power from the fragments chained to him, unleashing a devastating wind attack that sent All Might crashing through multiple buildings. He commanded Shigaraki and the other villains to escape, instructing them to take him along. Using another stolen quirk, All for One activated Kurogiri's ability just as All Might returned to confront him. In the midst of chaos, he sensed Katsuki and some classmates hiding behind a wall. If All for One spotted them, he would attack to provoke All Might further. The villains could not be allowed to escape, and All Might was holding back his full strength because he was present. He needed to act. With a chuckle that drew attention, he proclaimed that escape was not an option while he was there. He unleashed the full power of his conqueror's will, targeting only the villains. The ground cracked beneath him, glass shattered, and rubble flew outward. The villains fell like bowling pins, but All for One's will remained unscathed. All for One acknowledged the strength of his quirk and beckoned him closer. Suddenly, his fingers transformed into cords, aiming to grab him. But All Might intervened, declaring he would not allow harm to come to him. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward All for One, launching a powerful punch. However, All for One effortlessly blocked it, remarking that while his strength was comparable to All Might's, it was still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, refusing to give up. All for One retaliated, throwing All Might aside before retracting the cords. He taunted him, asking if he would mind if he took his quirk. In response, he snarled as All for One's hand approached. Just then, a massive pillar of ice erupted from behind the wall where his friends hid. Kirishima, Ida, and Katsuki soared into the air on the ice. His quirk reacted to his distress, teleporting him behind All for One just as the villain's hand was inches away from his quirk. The surprise allowed him a fleeting chance. He heard Katsuki shout his name, and he realized this was All Might's fight to finish. He had no right to interfere. Before he could retreat, he snarled at All for One, delivering a parting insult. With a swift motion, he created a streak of green aura that shattered into countless shards, raining down on All for One's back. The shards pierced through him, leaving numerous holes as he flew towards his friends and grasped Katsuki's hand. He had dealt a significant blow to All for One. All he could do was trust in the hero everyone admired. Looking back at All Might, he conveyed his thoughts with a simple gesture, and the smirk on All Might's face assured him that he understood. He had evened the odds, and now All Might had to win. All Might's battle with All for One revealed the true extent of the top hero's capabilities. All for One was formidable, expertly wielding the quirks he had stolen. The clash of these titans caused nature itself to bend to their wills, unleashing violent currents of air as they exchanged blows. The entire country, perhaps millions around the world, watched with bated breath as All Might faced the odds. Heart pounding with uncertainty and a hint of fear, he observed All Might's weakened form. Despite being at his limit, All for One stood tall, undeterred by the injuries he had sustained from the earlier attack. Yet, All Might did not yield. He pushed his body beyond its limits and dashed towards his adversary, using the last remnants of the quirk his master had bestowed upon him. Sacrificing his good arm, All Might poured everything he had into his other arm, which had been shattered. With a final farewell to his quirk, he struck All for One with a powerful blow to the face. That day marked the end of an era. As the symbol of peace, the greatest hero of his generation, All Might, retired from being a professional hero. All for One lay defeated and unconscious at All Might's feet, and the man raised his broken and bleeding fist in victory. He then lowered his arm and pointed towards the camera held by reporters, delivering a message that echoed across the world. For the world, those words served as a warning to every uncertain villain. His stance was that of an unbreakable pillar. Yet, for me, they held an entirely different meaning. It was a moment I would never forget. The country may have lost its symbol of peace, but to me, he would always remain All Might. It wasn't his quirk that made him the man I idolized. It was his principles and the conviction he upheld until the very end. All for One was taken to Tartarus, the prison for criminals on death row. Meanwhile, the country descended into chaos. Even though the mastermind was captured, Shigaraki managed to escape, leaving the people without their symbol of peace. All Might's weakened form was revealed to the world. The symbol of peace that will never fall was no more, neither to the civilians nor to the villains. While Katsuki and the others returned home, I was taken by the police for questioning, following standard protocol. I recounted everything that had transpired as my mother sat beside me, struggling to hold back her tears. We returned to our apartment in a police car, both of us lost in our thoughts and emotions. As I entered through the door, my mother embraced me tightly, weeping. She was terrified, and I could feel her body tremble as she reassured herself that I was all right, showering me with kisses on my face. I stood quietly, accepting her display of motherly affection. I knew she was trying to be strong for me, but I also knew she would cry herself to sleep. Helpless, I could think of no words to comfort her, so I simply hugged her back. I blamed myself for my perceived incompetence and selfishness. How could I be a hero if I caused so much pain to my own mother? As I held her trembling form, I vowed to never make her suffer such distress again. My mother fell asleep while we stood at the door of our apartment. She hadn't slept or eaten for more than a day. I tucked her into bed and went to my room, finally succumbing to fatigue and collapsing into my own bed. The next day I woke up to my phone vibrating on my bedside table. I looked at the screen and shot up from my bed. It was a call from All Might. I hurried to Dagoba Beach as he had requested, still uncertain about what I would say to him. Should I try to encourage him? Was it naive to think he needed consolation? As those uncertain thoughts swirled in my mind, I spotted All Might standing on the beach, most of his body bandaged. He greeted me with a light-hearted remark about my tardiness. As I landed in front of him, I began to apologize, but my words faltered when he unexpectedly punched me in the face. He questioned why I was apologizing, informing me that he was retiring because his body could no longer withstand the fight. For a brief moment, he transformed and punched the air, only to deflate and comically spit blood. He continued, explaining that the last remnants of One for All had extinguished, and he could no longer maintain his muscular form. He praised me for escaping harm and for the role I played in injuring All for One. Crouching down, he pulled me into a one-armed hug, expressing his pride in me and his happiness in choosing me as his successor. He promised to devote himself entirely to my development, assuring me that despite his condition, we would do our best together. Overwhelmed with emotion, I cried. In that moment, I realized the significance of the lingering pain in my cheek. It marked the end of the Age of All Might. During the break we were given to recover from the villain attack and its aftermath, I spent most of my time at home meditating. I had tested the will of a man who had tempered his own for hundreds of years, and I had a clear vision of the target I needed to surpass. I managed to ease my friends' worries, but deep down, I knew the incident had changed them in some way. Even though All for One was defeated and imprisoned, his protégé, Shigaraki, remained at large, along with his league of villains. I felt an urgent need to act. The longer he was allowed to roam free, the more troublesome he would become. After the attack at the summer camp, UA decided to have all students live on campus for our safety. One by one, the teachers visited each student to seek permission from our parents for us to move into the dorms. I felt nervous, especially since All Might himself was coming to speak with my mother. I feared that after everything that had happened, she might not allow me to relocate to UA. When All Might knocked on our door, my mother welcomed him warmly. As I poured tea for the three of us, All Might graciously thanked me and began explaining the situation. He informed my mother that due to recent events, the principal of UA had decided to relocate all students to the campus for their safety and was seeking her consent for me to move into the dorms. My mother took a sip of her tea, took a deep breath, and prepared to respond. Izu faced a daunting challenge, battling a terrifying monstrosity until help arrived. The hero killer, Stain, forced Izu to take matters into his own hands to save his friend, as the hero seemed incapable of doing so. Staring into All Might's eyes, she continued, explaining how Izu had thwarted the plans of the Villain League to abduct Katsuki and had been captured by villains himself. He had taken down a dangerous criminal alone and even defeated a Nomu while the heroes were preoccupied with other threats. Izu had to confront their leader, a foe that even All Might had struggled to defeat. Despite inflicting serious wounds on the villain, she questioned how anyone could expect Izu or any other hero to keep him safe while he fought their battles. She emphasized that Izu, who was not yet a hero, had proven to be more heroic than any of them. All Might was taken aback, rendered speechless by her words. Mom continued, expressing her concerns as a mother. She worried that one day Izu might not return from his pursuits. Although she had always supported him, the constant fear of losing him weighed heavily on her. She asked All Might if he could guarantee Izu's safety if he moved to UA. All Might took a moment to process her words. He steadied his breathing and acknowledged her concerns, stating that he understood her lack of faith in him and UA. He then stood up, knelt before her, and made a heartfelt vow. He asked for the chance to mentor Izu, believing in his potential to become a great hero. He promised to protect him with his life. Witnessing All Might bow before her left Izu in shock. Overwhelmed by emotion and awe, Mom fell to her knees as well. She reminded All Might that Izu's desire to be a hero stemmed from idolizing him. She could not accept his vow to risk his life, as all she wanted was for Izu to be happy. She urged him to keep living and nurturing Izu's potential, and if he could promise that, she would not stand in his way. All Might immediately agreed, promising to do just that. Without looking at Izu, Mom turned to him and urged him to be the hero he aspired to be. She revealed that she had seen his determination and encouraged him to unleash his full potential against the wicked. Aizu met her gaze and nodded with conviction, promising to become the bane of the wicked. In mid-August of that year, Aizu moved out of his home. Their dorm, named Heights Alliance, was built in just 3 days, thanks to Cementos. Most of his classmates were excited, but this excitement was tempered by the serious demeanor of Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa began by acknowledging the importance of their safe arrival. He gave a brief overview of the dorms but quickly shifted focus to a serious matter. He addressed Bakugou, Kirishima, Ida, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu, reminding them of their presence during the incident involving Midoriya's rescue. He noted that their actions had consequences and that trust had been broken. He warned them to adhere to established procedures moving forward. After delivering his message, Aizawa walked away, leaving a somber atmosphere among the students. The guilt etched on their faces resonated with Aizu. He sighed, remarking on Aizawa's bluntness. Turning to Katsuki, he teased him about his sudden sadness, noting that he looked less annoying when scowling. Katsuki shot back, expressing his frustration about trying to save Aizu. Aizu confidently asserted that he could have handled the situation alone and didn't need Katsuki getting into trouble for him. Confused, Katsuki questioned Aizu's logic. Aizu smirked, explaining that he had disrupted the villain's plan by taking Katsuki's place, and they were even now. Katsuki grinned and bumped fists with Aizu. Before he could start boasting, Aizu reminded him to be more aware of his surroundings in the future. Ignoring Katsuki's protest, Aizu grabbed Kaminari and him, leading them behind the bushes. It wasn't hard to get Kaminari to lighten the mood with a little fun, which was much needed. After all, everyone had suffered through a challenging ordeal, and the stern reprimand from Aizawa-sensei had not made things any easier. With so much on my mind, I didn't spend much time setting up my room. It wasn't much, but contrary to what many would expect from an All Might fanboy, I hadn't put a single poster of him on my walls. Instead, the walls were adorned with posters of Midnight, Mirko, Ryukyu, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, Sirius, The Lady, Yuabami, and other heroines from my cherished collection, which I couldn't display at home. It was just a teenage dream, after all. This was a small part of the reason I chose not to join the room visiting game the girls had proposed. The main reason was that I wanted some time alone with the posters. The night had been enjoyable. The next day, I woke up with a clear mind, and the posters of the heroines certainly helped uplift my spirits. As usual, the brooding Aizawa-sensei arrived and addressed the class, explaining that they were originally supposed to receive their provisional hero licenses after summer camp. However, due to the villains disrupting their plans, their first objective now was to earn those licenses. This license would grant them permission to intervene in life-threatening situations, a qualification that carried immense weight. The examination to qualify was incredibly strict, which is why, starting today, they would need to come up with 2 of their very own special moves. Excitement surged through me at the thought of training. Creating my own special moves might sound cringy, but it fueled my enthusiasm to explore new ways of using my quirk. Upon reaching the Gamma Gym, Cementos introduced the building as the Dreamland, manipulating the cemented floor to create a training terrain for everyone. The teachers explained that special moves were essential for a chance at obtaining provisional licenses. The examination was tough, testing a variety of skills to determine if a student was ready for fieldwork, with combat being the most heavily scrutinized skill. Since their summer camp had ended abruptly, they had 10 days to train at the boot camp to further develop their quirks and create special moves, which was the original goal of the summer camp. Soon, everyone began working with a clone of ectoplasm. The clone assigned to me stood silently, listening as I explained what I wanted to work on. My quirk had numerous applications, one of which allowed me to psychologically overpower others. I had used it to incapacitate several villains during the USJ attack. However, during my encounter with All for One, I discovered I could physically affect my surroundings with it. I wanted to enhance the strength of my psychic attack and also improve my bojutsu skills. The clone nodded, acknowledging the usefulness of my ability and the potential benefits of developing it further. I suggested that he walk towards me while I tried to hinder his movement using my psychic ability. As I improved, we could mix it up with him attacking me while I attempted to evade. Ectoplasm agreed, asking what I would name this ability. I smirked and declared it Conqueror's Will. The clone began assisting me, and after testing my abilities against All for One, I realized I needed to strengthen myself and enhance my offensive capabilities. Remembering how easily All for One had countered my Fist of Judgment, I knew I wasn't ready to face the villains of society. After 2 long hours of intense training, I made some improvements, but unfortunately I broke my staff, which had been specially designed for me. Aizawa-sensei recommended that I visit Power Loader in his lab for assistance. Just as I was about to knock on the door, Ochako called out from behind, distracting me. Suddenly, the lab door burst open, and something soft and squishy struck me in the face. When the dust settled, I found myself with my face buried between 2 large, soft objects that smelled of sweat, oil, and ladies' deodorant. Life was good. The girl who had unexpectedly brought a bit of joy into my life turned out to be none other than Hatsume, the same girl who had used Ida to showcase her inventions at the sports festival. Ochako, who I was grateful to for some blissful memories, was pouting and looked annoyed. The reason was that Hatsum was still lying on top of me, and we hadn't moved for over a minute. I could barely breathe, but it was worth it. Hatsum quickly bombarded me with her enthusiasm for her inventions when I explained my reason for visiting the lab. A bow staff was easy to obtain, but I wanted something more. With little time to wait for new equipment to be built, I settled for a collapsible bow staff made of flexible yet strong metal that could withstand my strength. It could be attached to my belt and drawn with a simple motion of my wrist, making it easy to access. I excused myself, and Ochako followed, leaving Ida at Hatsum's mercy. For the next few days, we trained our quirks and made significant improvements. Katsuki, for instance, developed an attack that reduced the blast radius of his explosions while giving them a more piercing effect. An incident occurred during his practice when a heavy piece of stone broke off and fell near All Might. As I was blasting away Ectoplasm's clones with Conqueror's Will, I felt an invisible force field that decimated everything it touched. Thankfully, I had exceptional control over my abilities. At full power, I could have caused serious harm to my friends. During our training, the doors of the Training Development Lab, TDL, were banged open by Vlad King, the homeroom teacher of Class 1B. He growled that it was time for Class A to leave, as they had plans to use the TDL that afternoon. Aizawa-sensei calmly pointed out that they still had about 10 minutes left, suggesting Vlad had trouble telling time. My eye began twitching as Class B barged into the TDL. Despite my growing feelings for Itsuka, their class representative and the unofficial big sister of the class, I couldn't ignore how much they knew how to get on my nerves. Monoma, despite the defeat I handed him during the sports festival, was back to his usual antics, trying to provoke us into an argument. Itsuka quickly found me and we began chatting about random topics. The blush on her cheeks, which was absent around everyone else, indicated her interest in our conversation. I was sure she noticed the same warmth on my face. As we were about to leave, I gathered my courage and asked if she would like to hang out the day before our provisional exam to help ease our nerves. Her face flushed with heat, and she managed to squeak out an enthusiastic agreement before walking away, clearly flustered. I sighed in relief, taking a moment to appreciate her figure as she prepared for training before leaving the TDL with the rest of my class. 2 days before the provisional exam, I experienced a major breakthrough with my quirk while training at Dagoba Beach. The sea was chaotic and the wind was harsh, yet I felt at home. I closed my eyes, allowing my body to merge with the wind and the sea. Time slipped away, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. The wind roared against the crashing waves, and the clouds rumbled ominously, ready to unleash their fury. Suddenly, I noticed a strange hue surrounding me, as if a dense shade of green enveloped the area. Realizing what had happened, I gasped, feeling the immense power and potential of my new ability. In that moment, I felt like the god of the storm. The day before the provisional exams, I prepared for something incredibly important. At 4 in the afternoon, I stood outside the gates of UA, watching Itsuka approach with a smile that brightened my day. She wore a loose top that showcased her smooth, toned shoulders and a miniskirt, clearly dressed for more than just a casual hangout. It was our first date, a cherished memory. The details were hazy, but I recalled the cracked sidewalks and the watery sunshine struggling to break through the clouds. We walked around the block multiple times, losing track of how many loops we made. Initially, our conversation was shy, despite knowing each other for years, but as we continued, we learned more about each other than we did about our own families, our fingers entwined in a loose grip. As the date neared its end, I sensed her growing anxiety. I knew I had to do something. On the final loop, I pulled Itsuka close and kissed her, silencing her anxious thoughts. Her lips were soft, and I poured all my feelings into that moment. It was a sweet, warm experience, unlike any battle I had faced. That timeless moment has been etched in my memory. It was my first kiss with the girl I loved. The day of the provisional license exam finally arrived, taking place at Takoba National Stadium, a significant event. Thankfully, Class B was at a different location, as I wasn't ready to face Itsuka right after our budding relationship. After we disembarked from the bus, Aizawa-sensei addressed us, explaining that if we passed the exam and earned our provisional licenses, we would no longer be considered beginners but would be on our way to becoming semi-professionals. He glanced at me before stepping back, prompting me to take the lead. I rallied my classmates, encouraging them to do their best and support one another. Just as I was about to finish our rallying cry, an unexpected interruption occurred. An unruly student sneaked behind me, attempting to disrupt our huddle. I swiftly pushed him down, stopping him in his tracks. As everyone cheered our Yamato, my expression shifted from cheerful to scowling. I turned to the student, demanding to know what he was thinking by sneaking up on me. His face transformed from a goofy grin to sheer shock, as if he had seen something truly disturbing. In a moment of clumsiness, he bent backward and swung forward, accidentally slamming his head into the ground, apologizing in a rather exaggerated manner. I couldn't help but twitch at the ridiculousness of it all. His classmates quickly approached, reprimanding him for his bizarre behavior. That's when I noticed the uniform they were wearing. Shiketsu High, the school in West Japan that rivaled UA. The rude student got up suddenly, his face transforming into one of pure joy despite the blood trickling from his head. He loudly proclaimed his admiration for UA, expressing his utmost honor in competing against us and wishing everyone the best. As his classmates took him away, Aizawa-sensei began to tell us about the student, Inasa Yorashi. Apparently, he had topped the recommendation exam but chose not to join UA. The reason for his decision was unimportant to me. There were more pressing matters at hand, especially with the stunning Ms. Joke approaching. I had a girlfriend, but that didn't stop me from appreciating the beauty of women. I might have been a bit of a closet admirer, but I was loyal. In my eyes, my girlfriend was the most beautiful of them all. As I watched Ms. Joke, I zoned out the world around me. She and Aizawa-sensei were close and had worked together before, but their relationship was strictly professional. She had brought the second-year students from Ketsubutsu Academy for the exam, and they too had their quirks, which I chose to ignore. Soon, we entered the stadium and donned our costumes. We were led into a massive hall that, despite being one of the largest in Japan, was packed with students. At the front stood a man who looked frail, almost as if a gentle breeze could knock him over. Taking his place at the podium, he addressed us. He introduced himself as Mara from the Hero Public Safety Commission, mentioning his busy schedule and lack of sleep. After a brief moment, he explained that there were 1,540 of us taking the exam and that we would participate in an exercise to reduce that number. In today's hero-saturated society, many questioned the state of affairs with heroes. He emphasized the expectation of selflessness in heroism, regardless of personal motives. He spoke of the hero-killer Stain, who had sparked a rise in villainy even after his capture. To me, he was merely a man who had taken the easy route to make his voice heard. Mara continued, explaining that many heroes dedicated themselves to rescuing others and suppressing villains. The time frame for responding to incidents was becoming increasingly short, and those who received provisional licenses would need to keep up with this relentless pace. Only the first 100 examinees to meet the conditions would pass. The odds were daunting. Only a mere 5% of us would advance in our careers as pro-heroes. Mara explained the rules of the test. We needed to tag 2 opponents to eliminate them and qualify for the next round. The targets were akin to lives in a video game, and whoever took the last life would receive the credit. After his explanation, the walls of the hall began to expand, and we found ourselves in a vast terrain. Almost immediately, everyone spread out, seeking locations that would suit their quirks. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, recalling the memories of my girlfriend and the kiss we shared. I was determined to pass this exam for her. As the countdown ended, examinees rushed toward us like a pack of wild animals. With a smirk, I addressed my classmates, urging them to show our opponents why it was unwise to challenge us. As projectiles flew in our direction, I extended my arms, creating an invisible dome with Conqueror's Will, sending the ball back to their throwers with double the force. I declared that they would need those balls to replace the ones we were about to break. Class 1A shouted their rallying cry, "Plus Ultra." There are times in a man's life when he can appreciate a good view, even amidst danger. However, I found it difficult to enjoy the allure of the girl in front of me, who seemed intent on tagging me with the ball in her hand. Her interest in me felt excessive, and there was an unsettling madness and bloodlust barely contained within her. Something was off. Despite never having seen her before, her presence felt oddly familiar, yet my instincts warned me to be cautious. I chose to trust those instincts, allowing them to fuel my determination to confront her. I would never flee from danger. A hero stands firm in the face of peril. With a quick response to her attempts, I armed myself and charged at her with a burst of speed that caught her off guard. I wasn't about to take any chances. Sensing her unsettling energy, I aimed to keep her away from everyone else. Ignoring the pang of guilt for targeting someone who was undeniably attractive, I struck her abdomen with my knee, delivering a powerful blow. She doubled over, letting out a cry of pain, but fortunately, the chaos created by Katsuki's explosions masked her screams. Without wasting another moment, I tagged her with the ball and eliminated her from the exam. As she coughed, I realized I might have hit her too hard, but that thought quickly faded when I sensed her bloodlust momentarily dissipate. I sighed in relief as exam officials took her away. Whoever she was, I hoped never to encounter her again. Soon after, Mara, the main organizer, announced the results. The exam had concluded, and while it pained her to say it, those who had failed needed to leave the premises. Everyone in Class 1A celebrated, as all of us had passed the first test, even Mineta. As the unsuccessful candidates departed, Mara instructed the 100 of us who had passed to pay attention. Suddenly, the battlefield from the first test erupted in a series of explosions. The sight was shocking, and I glanced at Katsuki, who wore a maniacal grin, his breath heavy with excitement. It was clear he was reveling in the chaos. As the dust settled, I saw a group of rescuers approaching the wreckage. This was the HUC, a team specializing in rescue operations. Mara explained that the next stage of our exam would involve conducting rescue maneuvers at this disaster site. Each participant was assigned points, and the rescues would be the examiners themselves, who would deduct points for any mistakes made. Katsuki challenged me, and I was momentarily startled by his words. I retorted, reminding him of his appearance, which only fueled our playful rivalry. I assured him I had a plan and called for Yaomomo to assist. 10 minutes later, all 100 of us entered the collapsed battlefield with maps indicating the locations of every rescue. This was not a competition. The more participants who succeeded, the better it would be for the country, which needed more heroes. We were making excellent progress, rescuing people swiftly. Just as I began to think it was going too smoothly, I sensed a disturbance, a hostile intent emerging from nowhere. I readied myself for whatever challenge lay ahead, but I was unprepared for the fierce battle between Todoroki and the wind user from Shiketsu High. They were engaged in a fierce clash, using fire and wind without regard for their fellow examinees or the rescues. Without hesitation, I leaped into the air, determined to intervene. Explosions erupted around me as I prepared to protect the citizens. Heroes are not only tasked with rescue operations, they must also defend against villainous attacks. In this case, the villain was none other than Gang Orca, the number 10 hero. While Todoroki and the Wind User continued their fight, I did what I could to subdue them, unleashing a strong wave of energy that knocked them out. With them taken care of, I turned my attention to Gang Orca, engaging him in battle to push him away from the rescues. Slowly, others joined in, defending against the villain. I noticed Gang Orca's movements were sluggish, so I held back my strength to avoid causing him serious harm. However, in my excitement, I struck him a bit too hard, causing his armor to shatter and sending him crashing through a wall. He stood up, sighing as he remarked on the limitations of his protective gear. I smirked, anticipating his next move, knowing it would be more powerful now that I had compromised his defenses. Just then, an announcement came through, stating that all station members of the HUC had been rescued. With that, the provisional examinations were coming to an end, much to Gang Orca's disappointment. It was clear he wanted to continue the fight. Later, we gathered around the big screen as Mara addressed us, thanking us for our hard work and preparing to present the results of the examination. Between the members of the Hero Public Safety Commission and the HUC, there were 2 systems of point deduction combined to evaluate performance. They examined both the quality and nature of conduct in crisis situations. The names of all those who passed would be displayed in alphabetical order, and students were encouraged to review their results. The protagonist had passed, as expected. In fact, everyone from Class 1A had passed except for Todoroki. It was surprising that Katsuki managed to scrape by, but he had mellowed down considerably. At the end of the day, the protagonist finally received their provisional license, ready to step into the world of professionals. After the results were announced, handouts were distributed as Mara addressed the students one final time. The handouts contained detailed specifics of their scoring. And the protagonist had earned 89 points, with an analysis explaining the loss of 11 points. With Todoroki being the only one to fail, it was a success for Class 1A. However, it wasn't over for Todoroki. He could retake the exam in April. As they changed back into their school uniforms and prepared to board the bus, the protagonist noticed a presence leaving the group of students. Alarmed, they focused and realized it was the girl who had previously screamed danger. Instincts kicked in, prompting the protagonist to follow her. After flying for a little while, the protagonist saw the girl talking on her phone. Suddenly, something unsettling happened. Her skin seemed to melt away, revealing her true appearance. The protagonist felt a chill run down their spine. Suppressing the urge to confront her, they dialed Aizawa-sensei's number. Aizawa's immediate question was about the situation. The protagonist informed him of a villain infiltrator at the exam, identifying her as Himiko Toga from the League, and mentioned the possible abduction of a Shiketsu High student. They sent their current location and requested permission to apprehend her. Aizawa's tone shifted as he instructed the protagonist to stay on her tail while backup was on the way, advising against engagement. The protagonist pressed for reconsideration, noting that she could escape at any moment, especially with Kurogyari potentially involved. Aizawa sighed in frustration but ultimately granted permission, advising to run if the situation became unmanageable. Concentrating hard, the protagonist positioned themselves behind her, ready to strike. However, she was not caught off guard. She remarked on the protagonist's scent, expressing a twisted desire to taste their blood. The protagonist realized the gravity of the situation. The villainess giggled, delighted that the protagonist had researched her. The protagonist continued, addressing her troubled past and the pain of being misunderstood. They spoke of her joining the League to find acceptance, emphasizing that it was never about blood but rather a desire to be loved and understood. As emotions stirred within her, Himiko began to cry. The protagonist offered to help her, assuring her that heroes could provide support. They extended a hand, inviting her to join them, emphasizing that she didn't need to be a villain to be free. With tears in her eyes, Himiko looked up, a small smile forming as the protagonist maintained their outstretched hand. But then, in an instant, her knife clashed against the protagonist's armored hand as she jumped away, acknowledging that the protagonist had almost convinced her. The protagonist sighed, noting that it was worth the effort, not wanting to harm someone they found beautiful. Himiko giggled, teasingly questioning if the protagonist thought she was pretty. The protagonist confirmed this, reiterating that they could genuinely help her if she surrendered peacefully. Though Himiko scoffed, she remained silent, neither attacking nor fleeing. The protagonist's words had struck a chord within her. They explained that they could have easily subdued her but chose a different path, emphasizing the hero's duty to save those in need, even from themselves. Frustrated, Himiko declared she had enough of the conversation. Just then, a team of heroes arrived, clearly outnumbering her. Realizing she was cornered, she attempted to escape, but the protagonist was faster. With a display of willpower, she fell to the ground. Himiko was taken by the police and heroes for questioning while the protagonist provided their statement to Tsukachi. Afterward, Katsuki approached, surprised by the protagonist's restraint in not attacking her. The protagonist explained their intention to try a new approach, recognizing that they had become too easily provoked. Katsuki scoffed, suggesting that the protagonist's reluctance stemmed from Himiko's appearance. The protagonist admitted that it may have played a role, leading to playful banter between them. Despite the light-hearted exchange, they had successfully captured Himiko Toga, marking a significant victory for the heroes. Sometime after Himiko Toga's capture, All Might informed me that she had been taken to a correction facility where they would address the years of psychological damage inflicted upon her by society. My statement had significantly helped her and prevented her from being sent to Tartarus. The villains had lost their infiltrator, which was a considerable setback for them. Meanwhile, I was back at school when we were visited by the Big Three: Nijire Hado, who was energetic and had a captivating presence, Amajaki Tamaki, the shy boy who avoided eye contact, and Mirio Togata, who seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Their introduction was chaotic and unexpected. Nijire rambled on about various topics, which was somewhat overwhelming. I wondered what had caused Amajaki's social awkwardness, as children can be quite unkind. Suddenly, Mirio challenged all of us to fight him at once, and I decided to observe him closely. It was rare to see a 17-year-old with such a powerful build, especially without a strength-type quirk. As we prepared for the battle, Mirio's clothes unexpectedly fell through his body, leaving us in a state of shock and embarrassment. He quickly sank into the ground and emerged behind the group, targeting the ranged fighters first. With a single blow, he incapacitated several of them, showcasing his impressive strength despite lacking a super strength quirk. When Mirio approached Katsuki, a brief but intense battle ensued. Katsuki relied on his instincts and managed to evade Mirio's first attack, creating an explosion that forced Mirio to phase out. However, evading an intangible opponent proved difficult. Mirio ultimately had to strike Katsuki in a vulnerable spot to take him down. Next, Mirio turned his attention to us close-range fighters. I prepared myself, using all my abilities to ensure I could withstand his attacks. Mirio's punch landed on my gut, but I felt no damage. With determination, I decided to fight back and defend the honor of Class 1A. The battle was not difficult for me. My will of observation allowed me to sense Mirio's movements, and I waited for the right moment to catch him off guard. When I spotted a hint of his yellow hair emerging from the ground, I seized the opportunity and struck him on the head with my armament-covered fist. He winced in pain, clutching his head. Mirio responded with a grin and resumed his attacks, but no matter how hard he tried, I managed to evade his strikes while landing hits of my own. Eventually, Aizawa intervened, ending the battle as Mirio was unwilling to back down, and I didn't want to hurt him further. After getting dressed, Mirio laughed heartily and congratulated me, acknowledging my victory. I humbly reminded him that it was a team effort, as we had all contributed to the fight. Kirishima chimed in, stating that it was clearly my skill that had led to the win. Others agreed, but I insisted that we should view it as a collective achievement. We had earned our provisional licenses, allowing us to act as heroes alongside professionals. A victory for one hero was a victory for all. Mirio found my perspective interesting and emphasized the importance of prediction in battles. He explained that anticipating an opponent's moves was crucial for success. Our session concluded, and it was time for us to gain first-hand experience as interns under various heroes. I reached out to Gran Torino to inquire about interning with him, but he declined, suggesting I try with Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick. As I contemplated approaching All Might, I decided to take a detour and spend time with Itsuka. We hadn't had much opportunity to connect due to our busy schedules, and I hoped to arrange a date. As I approached, I noticed her sitting on a bench with her legs resting on the opposite seat. A guy stood between her legs, his arm draped over her shoulder. I watched as he tucked her hair behind her ear and affectionately caressed her cheek, causing her to blush and her eyes to sparkle. An overwhelming pressure emanated from me, causing the atmosphere in the classroom to shift. Itsuka's eyes widened in shock as she realized I had witnessed the moment. I stormed off, struggling to regain control of my emotions. Itsuka called out to me, urging me to wait. I turned to face her, demanding to know how long she had been two-timing me. She stammered that it wasn't what I thought, but I pressed her for the truth, asking if she was also dating Tetsu. She vehemently denied it, but I could sense the truth in her body language. I confronted her, stating that she was a poor liar and that she knew me well. Finally, she looked down, admitting her guilt and apologizing. Izuku raised his wrist and sighed, unable to believe that his first relationship had not even lasted an entire year. He bid farewell to Itsuka, expressing his feelings, but he felt the weight of betrayal in her silence. He stormed off, dejected, yet he knew that cheating and breakups were common experiences during high school. Love, heartbreak, and moving on were all part of the journey. He loved Itsuka and had his heart broken, but he didn't regret their short and sweet relationship. He maintained his friendship with Itsuka, understanding that personal feelings had no place among pro-heroes. The next day, he postponed visiting All Might and went to his room to vent his frustrations against his heavy bag, grateful for the soundproofing foam that allowed him to release his anger without disturbing anyone. Later that night, he found himself brooding on the roof of Yue Heights, gazing at the stars. Katsuki entered through the rooftop door and noticed Izuku's troubled state. He offered him a cup of kava, explaining that it lightened the mood without the effects of alcohol. Izuku took a sniff and sipped from the cup, appreciating the gesture. Katsuki had heard about the breakup and acknowledged that everyone knew due to Monoma's big mouth. Izuku tried to brush it off, insisting he wouldn't let it affect him. Katsuki reminded him that life wouldn't pause for his heartbreak, prompting a dry chuckle from Izuku. They sat in silence, drinking kava, their bond as friends evident despite their differences. As Katsuki walked back to the door, Izuku thanked him, knowing that dwelling on his past relationship would only hold him back. All Might was understanding when Izuku shared the news of his breakup. He forgave Izuku for missing their meeting and suggested he intern at Nightai's agency, explaining that there had been a falling out between them due to All Might's desire to continue hero work after his severe injuries from All for One. Izuku asked Mirio to introduce him to Night-Eye, who first inquired about the kind of hero Izuku aspired to be. Izuku looked him in the eye and expressed that he didn't care about rankings. He wanted to use his powers to combat evil and protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Mirio was taken aback by Izuku's depth of thought and seriousness regarding villains. Mirio agreed to introduce him to Night-Eye but warned that he was quite strict. As they approached the agency, Mirio mentioned that humor was essential to impress Night-Eye. Izuku took this advice to heart as they reached the office door. Mirio barged in, announcing his arrival with Izuku. Inside, Night-Eye stood in a commanding pose while a girl was tied to a machine that was tickling her. Izuku was taken aback, wondering about the appropriateness of the scene. Trying to focus, he began with a joke, hoping to make Night-Eye laugh. After a few attempts, he finally succeeded, eliciting a smile from Night-Eye. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment as laughter filled the room, and he was accepted for the internship. The following day marked the start of his internship. Night-Eye briefed them on their mission, which involved patrolling and surveillance alongside Bubble Girl. They were investigating a small villain organization called the 8 Precepts of Death. Bubble Girl showed Izuku a picture of a man with a beak-like mask, explaining that their leader, Chisaki, was a former Yakuza member who was reassembling his organization and had recently made contact with the League of Villains. Night-Eye added that they had yet to gather evidence of any criminal plans, leaving Chisaki's organization in a gray area. They were seeking proof of criminal activities, so the patrol continued with that in mind. As Mirio and the narrator began their patrol, The narrator focused on observation to stay aware and detect any hidden criminal activity. With a history of letting their guard down, they were determined to make observation a habit. Suddenly, Mirio remembered that they didn't know each other's hero names. The narrator perked up and shared their name, mine's Emerald Knight. Mirio responded with excitement, saying that his name was Lemillion, expressing his desire to save 1,000,000 people and noting that it sounded like a rock band. As they approached a dingy alley, the narrator sensed a child running toward them and quickly caught her before she collided. It was a cute girl with a horn growing from her head, resembling a baby unicorn. As the narrator noticed her bandages, a man emerged from the alley, apologizing for his daughter's behavior, claiming she often got carried away while playing. The narrator reassured the man that it was fortunate she hadn't collided with them, but inside, they recognized the man as Chisaki. Mirio, noticing the mask Chisaki wore, asked if he was a member of the 8 Precepts. Chisaki confirmed this and dismissed the mask as a sensitivity to dirt. The narrator felt a wave of fear and distress emanating from the little girl, realizing it was deep-seated and genuine. Chisaki mentioned that it was the first time he had seen the 2 heroes and questioned their affiliation. Mirio enthusiastically explained that they were still students participating in field training and urged them to continue their patrol. Mirio was tense and eager to leave, but the narrator couldn't ignore the girl, who seemed to be silently pleading for help. The narrator asked Chisaki why she was so frightened, to which Chisaki casually replied that he had just scolded her. The narrator sensed the lie, feeling anger rise within them. They noted that the girl's trembling and inability to speak were not normal for a child. Chisaki grew impatient, insisting that the narrator shouldn't impose their views on other families. Mirio began to panic, but the narrator hugged the girl protectively, using a bit of their will to calm her. They asked if she would be willing to go to a hospital for a checkup, trying to establish a connection with her. Chisaki sighed, claiming it was an embarrassing topic and suggested they follow him into the alley. The narrator felt a spark of hope as Chisaki expressed concern for Eri. The girl jolted in the narrator's arms, and the narrator urged her to stay quiet and listen. Chisaki lamented that no matter what he said, Eri only defied him. The narrator reassured Eri that they would save her, promising to protect her no matter the cost. Chisaki continued to speak about the challenges of raising a child, but the narrator remained focused on Eri, affirming her worth and their commitment to her safety. Before Chisaki could react, Eri broke free and ran to him, seemingly calming down. Chisaki dismissed the encounter, thanking the heroes for their concern. Once Eri and Chisaki were out of sight, the narrator turned to Mirio, insisting they needed to save the girl. The situation was more serious than mere physical abuse. The bandages suggested something far worse was happening. Determined, the narrator resolved to report to their superior immediately, vowing to make Chisaki pay for what he had done. With anger and frustration fueling their resolve, they walked the streets, focusing on their goal as a hero, to instill fear in villains at the mere mention of their name, starting with Chisaki. Villains were causing chaos across Japan, with gang fights escalating into dangerous confrontations. A recent turf war highlighted the severity of the situation, as a simple drag bust turned into a fierce battle. A meeting was held shortly after, attended by many heroes and their interns, including Eraserhead and Gran Torino, along with Mirio and the narrator. The meeting addressed a new drag on the streets that seemed to inhibit the use of quirks. Trigger, a substance that amplified a user's quirk at the cost of their rationality, was discussed. Thanks to Kirishima, the situation had not spiraled further out of control. Everything pointed back to the 8 precepts of death and their leader, Chisaki. To make matters worse, it was discovered that the bullets contained blood. Mirio and I quickly realized whose blood it was. As we processed the unsettling fact that Eri's blood and cells were being harvested, Rock Lock spoke up, expressing his concerns about the situation. He noted that while it was good the girl was alive, it was likely that their boss would want to keep her hidden, especially since she was crucial to his plans. After all the trouble, she somehow managed to escape and was spotted by 2 young heroes. He questioned whether the boss would keep her at headquarters after all that. If it were him, he wouldn't. He emphasized that it didn't matter if they attacked if the girl wasn't there and asked if they had been able to determine her whereabouts. Night Eye turned to me and mentioned that it would have been nearly impossible to track her down. However, he was grateful they had someone whose quirk was well suited for such tasks. He asked if I could sense her location. With all eyes on me, I explained that I had been monitoring her movements since we first saw her. She had been relocated several times, and Chisaki didn't keep her in one place for long, changing bases every 4 days. Today marked the second day of their stay at one of their locations. I asserted that if we wanted to act, now was the time. Eri was alone, and I could easily teleport to her and get her away from Chisaki before anyone realized what had happened. I warned that once Chisaki discovered Eri was gone, he would do everything in his power to find her. She would never be safe as long as he was free. Night Eye agreed, stating that we needed to act the moment Chisaki secured Eri. He had spent months planning various scenarios, and this was the best way to ensure her rescue and safety, which was their priority. He noted that how they handled Chisaki and his men afterward would depend on them. He had tested my abilities, confirming that my quirk was highly accurate in determining the location and number of men at the base they would be attacking. He asked if anyone had anything to add. The plan was set in motion. A warrant was issued against the base under suspicion of illegal drag manufacturing and packaging. The police department led the mission, with heroes present to handle any quirk-related resistance. At precisely 8:30 a.m., everyone assembled and approached the base as I used my Conqueror's will to establish contact with Eri. I called out to her, and she suddenly sat up in her bed, looking around for the source of the voice. I asked if she remembered me, and she tilted her head, responding softly, "Hiro Oniai-chan?" I was delighted that she remembered me and reminded her of the promise I made. Her eyes widened with excitement and hope as she thought, "Why you mean?" I confirmed that I was there to rescue her and explained that the entire building was surrounded by police and heroes eager to save and protect her. She responded with a joyful, "Why's?" I instructed her to remain calm and quiet as I would be appearing in her room to take her to a safe place where a kind grandmother would check her health and give her lots of candy. I assured her that I would return to deal with Chisaki for how he had treated her. Eri giggled, finding me silly, and I embraced her, urging her to keep quiet. I felt her bury her head into my chest as I reassured her that she was safe now and that I would never let Chisaki hurt her again. The pure happiness on her face and the tears in her eyes sealed Chisaki's fate. Going out of my way to help someone, assuring them they are safe, and ensuring everything will be all right, saving not just a life but also their innocence and smile was what a hero does. That day, as I looked at Eri's smile, I truly became a hero. Meanwhile, the police and heroes engaged in battle with Chisaki's henchmen, who seemed to have anticipated the operation. His men emerged from the gates, ready to fight. A large attacker endangered the policemen near the entrance, but they were quickly rescued, and the heroes responded immediately. Ryuko and her interns handled the brute effectively. Fat Gum, Aizawa, and the others pushed through the entrance, confronting more Yakuza grunts when I arrived on the scene. Chisaki had really pushed my buttons. If I were the same person I was during my first internship, I would have lost control in anger. However, I had grown significantly since then. I landed beside Night Eye and the group, explaining that a man as careful as Chisaki, who had managed to stay under the radar for so long, would have contingencies to evade arrest. His henchmen attacked without provocation, indicating they were aware of our plan. I warned that Chisaki was buying time to escape. If we didn't find him, his men's attacks would not be directly linked to him, allowing him to evade blame for any damage, injuries, or casualties. Fat Gum gritted his teeth, urging us to hurry. I looked at him with a smirk, assuring him to leave it to me. I had learned to embrace my emotions, including my rage. A powerful wave of conquerors will surged from within, signaling doom for Chisaki and the Yakuza. The ground beneath trembled, and winds whipped up, uprooting trees. The grunts fell like bowling pins, unable to withstand the force of the attack. Those villains who managed to remain conscious dropped to their knees, gasping for air, barely clinging to their awareness. Even the heroes were taken aback. Ignoring their astonished expressions, I sensed the urgency of the situation. Chisaki must have realized that Eri was not in her room. I detected fewer than a dozen men still awake inside the building. We needed to act quickly. I kept a vigilant watch for any movements as we dashed inside. Turning to Night Eye, I informed him that Chisaki had somehow recovered and was attempting to escape. I offered to teleport to him and engage in battle, but my suggestion was swiftly rejected. Night Eye insisted that I could not face a villain alone and instructed me to take Lemillion with me. I agreed, understanding that there were fates worse than death. I would make an example of Chisaki. Chisaki was prepared for the impending raid. Just as he was about to leave, one of his men rushed in, panic-stricken, announcing that Eri was missing. Chisaki's face contorted with rage as he demanded to know what had happened. The man stammered that he had locked the door, but when he opened it, Eri had vanished. In a fit of fury, Chisaki removed his glove, and before the man could explain further, he was overwhelmed by a wave of pressure that engulfed Chisaki. It felt as though he were submerged deep underwater, struggling to breathe. He fought to stay conscious, knowing that fainting would lead to capture. The men around him had succumbed, barely alive, and he realized the heroes possessed a formidable weapon against him. He placed a hand on his head, healing himself from the damage he had sustained. As he prepared to flee, two boys appeared in a flash of green. The presence of his adversaries shattered his plans. He recognized them as the two aspiring heroes he had nearly eliminated had it not been for Eri. They had brought the heroes to his doorstep and taken Eri from her room. Chisaki's anger boiled over as he declared that he should have eliminated them when he had the chance. I scoffed at his deranged proclamation, asserting that he lacked the strength to carry out his threats. We were there to hold him accountable for his actions and to avenge Eri. Chisaki, losing his composure, suddenly regained focus and insisted that all was not lost. He could still escape. He lunged at us, extending his hand to unleash his quirk. Mirio effortlessly phased through his attack while I maneuvered beneath it, delivering a powerful blow to his side that sent him crashing into the wall. Chisaki doubled over in pain, groaning. I declared that his operation and organization would come to an end that day. Once again, Chisaki healed himself and rose, frustration and anger clouding his eyes. He spoke of Eri's dangerous quirk, revealing that it could reverse evolution itself, reducing a man to an ape. He believed Eri was cursed, possessing the power to restore humanity to its original state. He lamented that we had taken her away, asserting that a boy like me could never comprehend her true value. Sensing the impending danger, I used my telepathic connection with the heroes to warn them to evacuate the building. Suddenly, the entire structure began to transform before my eyes as Chisaki disassembled it, turning it into numerous spikes aimed at anything that moved. He proclaimed his intent to reclaim Eri and destroy the world of heroes, insisting that those who acted on sentiment should stay out of his way. Destruction surrounded us, and I could not remain passive. I charged forward, unleashing my power. With a fierce strike, I broke through the spikes and struck Chisaki with all my might, sending him hurtling through the debris of the building. He struggled to rise but used his quirk to heal once more, integrating his henchman into his own body. It was time for the final confrontation. Chisaki vowed that no matter the cost, he would reclaim Eri, even if it meant bringing the entire country to its knees. He transformed into a monstrous being and charged at me, fists swinging with the intent to obliterate. Prepared for his assault, I summoned a ribcage to absorb the blow and retaliated. With a bony arm that sent him flying. Slowly, a skeletal form emerged, flesh enveloping it. I was done holding back. The country needed a new symbol. Fueled by rage and determination, my willpower erupted, manifesting as a godly emerald night that bent the sky itself. For miles around, the sky turned green, yielding to my will. It was time to unleash my fury. As Chisaki charged again, the night avatar drew its sword and struck, dismantling the enhancements he had made to his body and reducing him to his original form. Broken and battered, he fell to the ground below. And there stood the protagonist in all their glory, ready for the scoundrels to make their move. That day marked the end of the Yakuza and Shai Hasaikai. It was the day Eri's torment finally came to an end. She was free from Chisaki's grasp. Chisaki and his henchmen were arrested by the police and transported in separate vehicles directly to Tartarus, the special prison for villain criminals. The damage to the surroundings was extensive, but fortunately, no lives were lost, except for Ares' handler and those whom Chisaki had fused with to enhance his power. As the police rounded up the remaining members of Shai Hasaikai, the protagonist approached Sir Night-Eye and expressed their concerns about the presence of the League of Villains. They had sensed the villains earlier, and their disappearance coincided with Chisaki's defeat, indicating a possible connection or agreement. The protagonist warned that they might attempt to rescue Chisaki during transport. Night-Eye acknowledged the possibility and, before he could say more, the protagonist volunteered to follow the transport vehicles to catch any attackers off guard. Night-Eye agreed but insisted that they not go alone. Ryukyu would accompany the driver in the van carrying Chisaki. With a plan set, the protagonist took to the skies, flying high to remain unseen as they followed the van. As the vehicle crossed a long bridge, they sensed the approach of Shigaraki Tamura and his henchmen in a truck. A smirk crossed their face as they descended toward the villains. A faint greenish aura surrounded the truck, guiding it away from the bridge and over the river, attracting considerable attention. Shigaraki was accompanied by Spinner, Dabi, and Mr. Compress. The lizard man struggled to free the vehicle from the protagonist's hold. Activating the earpiece, the protagonist informed Ryukyu of the situation, requesting support in the air. As Shigaraki, Dabi, and Mr. Compress climbed onto the roof of the truck, Ryukyu joined the protagonist. The protagonist looked at Shigaraki, who appeared disheveled, and asked if he was willing to surrender. Shigaraki snarled, expressing his frustration at being thwarted repeatedly by the protagonist, blaming them for his mentor's arrest. He declared his intent to eliminate the protagonist that day. Shigaraki leaped at the protagonist, but they effortlessly evaded him. The protagonist remarked on Shigaraki's foolishness for attempting to engage in melee combat so high in the air. As Shigaraki fell, a green hand made of aura caught him before he hit the water. Ignoring Shigaraki's rants, the protagonist commented on how easy that was. They then turned to Dabi, suggesting that the three villains should surrender, as they had school the next day. Dabi's frustration was evident, and in a fit of anger, he unleashed a stream of blue fire. The protagonist sighed and created a thick shield to protect themselves and Ryukyu. Shigaraki continued to thrash in the grip of the aura hand, yelling in rage. The protagonist, annoyed, unleashed a wave of Conqueror's will, commanding silence. Shigaraki shuddered violently and fainted. The protagonist noted their growing strength as they prepared to deal with Dabi and Mr. Compress. A powerful attack descended upon the truck, smashing through it with devastating force, leaving the villains incapacitated. However, the victory was short-lived as three Nomus materialized from thin air. The protagonist pushed Ryukyu aside just in time to avoid an attack from one of the creatures. The Nomus proved to be stronger than those previously encountered. As the protagonist fought back, they expressed their confusion over who could be creating these creatures now that All for One was imprisoned. Ryukyu urged them to focus on defeating the Nomus and securing Shigaraki's capture. The protagonist unleashed a barrage of aura shards, bombarding the Nomus, but they quickly healed from their wounds. Growing frustrated, the protagonist decided to escalate their attack. As the Nomus were overwhelmed, a portal appeared near Shigaraki and his henchmen. The protagonist warned Ryukyu that Shigaraki was about to escape, but it was too late. Enraged, the protagonist unleashed a powerful storm of air slashes, engulfing the Nomus and reducing them to mist. The sheer force of the attack created a watery pillar that rose from the sea below, forcing news helicopters to retreat. In that moment, the protagonist lost control, and it was assumed that the Nomus had simply vanished like Shigaraki. They felt a growing numbness from the chaos and resolved to speak with Watchdog Sensei about it later. Later, Night-Eye confronted the protagonist, expressing his frustration over the escape of the villains and the appearance of the Nomus through portals. The protagonist confirmed the events, suggesting that someone was assisting Shigaraki in creating these creatures, given that All for One was in prison. It was the only explanation that made sense, pointing to someone with extensive knowledge of quirks and genetics. Someone ruthless enough to have no qualms about experimenting on humans. The atmosphere in the meeting room was grim. The speaker continued, imagining the countless people who must have suffered, injured, or lost their lives in the name of science. The meeting concluded quickly, as there was little that could be done about Shigaraki at that moment. After being dismissed by Night Eye, the speaker returned to UA, their internship over and classes awaiting. While sitting in their dorm, thoughts turned to Shigaraki's escapes. It was clear that he was a slippery adversary who needed to be stopped. To achieve that, they needed to capture the one aiding him in creating the Nomus, a scientist with extensive experience in genetics and bioengineering, someone who had conducted significant research on quirks. A quirk doctor, likely middle-aged or nearing seniority. The speaker began searching online for all the quirk doctors in Japan and there. As expected, the list was extensive. This would be a long investigation. The cultural festival had arrived. UA surprisingly hosted normal school events alongside hero training. Everyone had different suggestions for the class's activities on festival day. Ideas like a maid cafe and other inappropriate themes were quickly dismissed. The speaker understood the appeal of such ideas but felt it was important to show respect to fellow classmates, especially in front of Aizawa. They had suggested a death metal performance, showcasing their vocal skills and electric guitar prowess. The class asked for a demonstration to gauge their singing ability. The speaker played an instrumental version of War by Linkin Park. By the end, some classmates were enthusiastically joining in, while others were taken aback by the intensity of the performance. Ultimately, it was decided that the class would host a concert and dance a concert that would be sappy and cheesy. The speaker had hoped to showcase their vocal talents with a minute of screamo but instead was given a short part in a song that Jiro would sing, while they would rap. There was a stipulation to keep the lyrics uplifting and free of swearing. Days were spent crafting lines that avoided dark themes. For the rest of the song, they would play guitar alongside Kaminari. The speaker visited Eri a few times with Mirio, and when they mentioned the concert, she promised to attend. Everyone was putting in their best effort, and it felt refreshing to experience something normal for a change. No villains threatening their lives, no evil organizations plotting against society. It was liberating to not think about those dangers. That was until an upstart released a video declaring their intention to infiltrate UA. This news soured the speaker's mood, prompting them to write an angry rap about the upstarts and the consequences they would face. On the day of the festival, the speaker discovered that the rope Aoyama planned to use had frayed. In a rush to buy new rope before the concert, they collided with a man and a little girl exiting a coffee shop. The speaker commented on the man's choice of tea, recognizing his voice as familiar to familiar. It was the upstart. As they prepared to leave, the speaker confronted the man, warning him to abandon his plans and leave UA out of it. The man dramatically removed his cloak and instructed the girl to keep filming. He introduced himself as the gentle criminal, declaring their intentions to the audience. With a wave of determination, the speaker unleashed their presence, causing the upstart to collapse on the sidewalk, twitching slightly. The girl was shocked, asking what had happened. The speaker ignored her and called for Ectoplasm, who promised a swift response. They turned to the girl, explaining that the upstart would be unconscious for hours and advised her to surrender when the authorities arrived. In a moment of mischief, the speaker used their power again, causing the girl to fall beside the upstart. The camera continued to roll, and the speaker addressed the viewers, emphasizing that being a villain was not admirable and urging them not to follow in the footsteps of those two. Satisfied with their message, the speaker returned to UA without further incident. It was time for the concert to begin. The performance unfolded, filled with energy and passion, as the speakers sang about their journey and the hero within. The crowd was captivated, ready to witness the culmination of their hard work and determination. When actions speak for themselves, it's because one sees themselves as a hero. Jiro pondered what others thought of her, questioning who they believed she would become. Ultimately, she decided it didn't matter. She didn't want to know. She sought to live her life as it was meant to be. Throughout her life, she had tried to find something worth holding on to, something that would never let go. She felt like a hero too, with her heart set and determined not to back down. Strength alone didn't define a hero. True heroes stood up for their beliefs, and she was ready to prove that. People often judged without reason, trying to dismiss dreams as foolish. They might look down on her and count her out, but she was determined to forge her own path. With music as her ally, she embraced her identity as a hero, inspired by the many heroes she had encountered who had given her the strength and courage to survive. Now, it was her turn to bring smiles to others. The concert had been a resounding success, and any complaints she had quickly faded away. In the distance, she spotted Mirio and Eri, who was joyfully waving her arms in the air, completely immersed in the moment. Eri was free from the shadows of Chisaki, making the day unforgettable. The League of Villains had lost Kurogiri, and Shigaraki's personal transport had been captured by Gran Torino during the raid on Shai Hasaikai's base. However, the League remained undeterred, knowing they still had someone who could help them escape trouble. Jiro's search for the quirk scientist led her to Kyudai Garaki, the doctor her mother had consulted when her own quirk had manifested. She had researched the careers of various senior quirk doctors, discovering that while most had faced challenges, Garaki's record was flawless. His life seemed too perfect, raising suspicions in Jiro's mind. She believed that perfection was an illusion, hiding truths beneath the surface. She quickly sent an email to Night Eye, attaching her findings and expressing her concerns about Garaki. However, the response she received was brief and cautionary, advising her not to pursue the matter further. Jiro understood the warning, even her discreet search could be traced. With her investigation complete, she shifted her focus to strengthening herself. All for One was imprisoned in Tartarus, and no other villain in Japan posed a challenge, but she knew complacency was dangerous. As long as All for One lived, the threat of chaos loomed over the country and the world. She needed to refine her teleportation ability, making it faster and integrating it into her fighting style. Additionally, she aimed to channel her emotions effectively, ensuring they didn't dictate her actions. She could not allow a repeat of the events in Hosu City. A hero's primary duty was to save lives, while apprehending villains was secondary. Public opinion might turn against her for letting villains escape, but her commitment to saving lives stemmed from her deep-seated care for others. The true hero was one who genuinely cared. As the weather shifted, Endeavor had risen to the top following All Might's retirement. He had changed somewhat, becoming less abrasive as he sought redemption. However, he faced a formidable challenge when a new Nomu attacked the city he was patrolling. This Nomu was different. It exhibited some level of sentience and was stronger than any he had encountered before. The battle was intense, pushing Endeavor to his limits, even with the support of Hawks, the number 3 hero. Eventually, he managed to defeat the Nomu, but just as the dust settled, Dabi from the League of Villains appeared. Exhausted and injured, Endeavor and Hawks were unable to confront him, but Mirko arrived just in time to intercept Dabi, forcing him to retreat. The aftermath of the battle left the public with mixed feelings. Disappointment was palpable as heroes had once again failed to stop the League, only managing to capture a Nomu. The ongoing failures weighed heavily on the masses, and the effects of All Might's retirement were beginning to show. Public trust in heroes was waning. On a new day, Jiro and her classmates gathered at Athletic Field Gamma, ready for a busy schedule. Excitement buzzed in the air as they donned their hero costumes. Amid the chatter about costume changes and winter variations, Jiro noticed Katsuki staring at her. He challenged her, asking if she had something to say. She raised an eyebrow, teasing him about his appearance, likening him to a walking grenade and jokingly suggesting she should notify the authorities. The playful banter continued, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. As the banter continued, an annoying noise permeated the air. Kirishima looked over at the source of the disturbance and replied with enthusiasm, expressing their excitement. Monoma, accompanied by the embarrassed faces of Class B, declared that the rivalry would be settled today. He rambled on about a survey from the cultural festival, comparing Class A's concert to Class B's theatrical production, but his words were cut short as he fainted, comically frothing at the mouth. The others glanced at me, knowing I was responsible for his sudden collapse. I simply shrugged, noting that he had called us pigs. Aizawa arrived just then, sighing as Vlad King introduced a special guest who was hoping to transfer to the hero course. It was Hitoshi Shinso from Class C of General Studies. The first battle between Class A and Class B was quite impressive. If I had to choose an MVP, it would be Tsuyu. While Shinso contributed significantly, Tsuyu proved to be the most reliable team member, while Kaminari remained his usual chaotic self. However, I was focused on managing my emotions, especially with Itsuka and Tetsu nearby. As Aizawa evaluated the first team's performance, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Mineta, shivering with a smile, commented on how I seemed to know everything happening around me, making an inappropriate suggestion. I sighed and urged him to get to the point, instructing him to join Uraraka and Ishido while I spoke with the teachers. Approaching Aizawa, who was wrapping up his discussion, I asked if it would be appropriate to face anyone in the group. Vlad King frowned, questioning whether I was underestimating my classmates. I reminded them of my capabilities demonstrated during the sports festival and the Shai Hasaikai raid, noting that I could easily incapacitate everyone except the teachers. When asked what I wanted them to do, I suggested that Shinso take my place in my group so I could sit this one out. Vlad King expressed concern that my classmates would feel insulted, while I argued that defeating my opponents quickly would not be productive. I emphasized the importance of minimizing damage to public property and the risk of civilian harm during battles. Aizawa acknowledged my reasoning but insisted that I participate, stating it would be on my opponents if they were unprepared. Returning to my teammates, Uraraka inquired about my conversation with Aizawa. I shrugged, dismissing her curiosity, and asked what they had decided. Uraraka groaned, realizing I was planning to take a decisive approach in the exercise, which she referred to as pulling a Midoriya. The others seemed anxious at the thought, but I reassured them that I had a plan. As I watched the big screen displaying the next battle, I couldn't help but admire the competitors. Despite my past feelings for Itsuka, I had begun to appreciate the beauty of others, particularly Momo Yaoyorozu, who possessed both intelligence and style. Other than Momo, Uraraka had unintentionally given me an unexpected view during the summer camp, adding to my growing appreciation for the girls around me. While not as intelligent as Yaoyorozu, Uraraka possessed a certain charm that made her stand out among the other girls. With Mineta's head locked under my arm and a ball from his head stuffed in his mouth, I was able to freely appreciate the girls around me. My heart raced with excitement. Midoriya felt a sense of peace wash over him, prompting Uraraka to ask why he was smiling. She quickly turned bright red, and it seemed like he had overwhelmed her with his sudden cheerfulness. In the midst of strategizing for their upcoming battle, Shinso expressed concern about the strength of the opposing team, particularly one member who seemed to possess overwhelming power. He pointed out that they needed to prioritize Midoriya as their main target. While the other team prepared, Midoriya and his team were simply relaxing. Uraraka had managed to regain her composure, and things felt somewhat normal again. She asked Midoriya if he was still planning to go through with his intentions, to which he confidently replied that he was. When she inquired about the teacher's potential objections, he reassured her that he had already informed them and received their approval. As the fifth round began, the announcement echoed through the arena, urging everyone to give their best until the end. The match commenced, and in a surprising turn of events, Team A emerged victorious in just a second, thanks to Midoriya's efforts. After the battle trial concluded, Aizawa announced that Shinso would be joining the hero course next year. Although Shinso felt disappointed with his performance, Aizawa reminded him that sometimes the odds are stacked against a hero, and running away is not an option. A hero must face challenges head-on, even when the situation seems dire. Following that day, a routine settled in. Classes and hero training became the norm, and the camaraderie between Class 1A and Class 1B grew stronger. Midoriya found solace as his feelings of betrayal began to fade. As winter approached, he started waking up early to make himself a cup of latte. This new routine caught Uraraka's attention, and soon she joined him in the mornings. They would sit together, sipping their coffee in comfortable silence or discussing random topics. Midoriya refrained from mentioning the hot spring incident, knowing it made her flustered, but he sensed a growing tension between them. He eagerly awaited her arrival each morning, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement as he stole glances at her. The warmth of their proximity on the couch made his heart race, and he realized that something special was blossoming between them. Despite his attempts to create distance, he found it difficult to resist the connection they shared. The comfort of their routine was a welcome change, but the looming threat of villains remained ever-present. Midoriya tried to gather information from Night Eye about Kyudai's activities, but the communication methods were too risky. He could sense that heroes were closing in on the situation, but the details remained unclear. As December came to a close, Todoroki finally received his provisional hero license. Midoriya embarked on his winter internship with Endeavor, determined to resolve their past conflicts. He confronted Endeavor about his past actions, expressing his disdain for how he treated his family. Endeavor acknowledged his mistakes and expressed a desire to change, admitting that he regretted his past behavior. They agreed to maintain a professional relationship moving forward, with Midoriya stating that it would take time for him to respect Endeavor. He recognized that Todoroki was beginning to feel more comfortable with his father, which gave Endeavor a chance to prove himself. During the internship, Midoriya focused on enhancing his telekinetic abilities, learning to block attacks without barriers and increasing his control over gravity. He also worked on improving his teleportation skills, finding ways to manage the dizziness that accompanied rapid movement. Mornings were spent meditating, allowing him to heighten his awareness of his surroundings. My choice to train in the mornings was intentional. I had tried it in the evening once, and the outcome was unsettling. I wasn't a VYer, but couples tended to get playful and affectionate during that time. My body had fully adapted to one for all, and with that, my will of observation had reached incredible levels. The power of Conqueror's will had also grown, allowing me to exert immense force. The most significant result of my training was that I had located Shigaraki. I rushed into the training room where Endeavor was working alone, bursting in without warning. Endeavor was focused on incinerating a training bot when he turned to me, clearly annoyed. I informed him that I had discovered Shigaraki's hiding place and urged him to call an urgent meeting with the other heroes and the police chief. I thought this would be the final confrontation, but it was merely the beginning. The meeting was quite a gathering. All Might, Nedzu, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Mirko, Kamui Woods, Wash, Crust, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Eraserhead, Gran Torino, Night Eye, and all their sidekicks were present. I felt small and overwhelmed, especially with Mirko in the room, as I recalled my thoughts about her. I cursed my teenage mind. This was a serious situation. Endeavor prompted me to share my findings. I explained that since All for One was captured, I had been investigating who was creating the nomus for Shigaraki. It couldn't be Shigaraki himself, as he lacked the sanity and intelligence for such tasks. I suspected a scientist, a geneticist, or a bioengineer, someone with extensive knowledge of quirks. After researching online, I found a quirk specialist with an impeccable record, which raised my suspicions. I sent the file to Sir Night Eye for further investigation. His name was Garaki Kyudai. I shared my findings, revealing that I had discovered Shigaraki's hiding place while honing my sensing skills. He was located beneath Jaku General Hospital in Jaku City, a facility founded by Garaki, who was also its head. This revelation caused many eyes to widen in surprise. The heroes began discussing plans to raid the hospital and apprehend Garaki and Shigaraki. However, Night Eye interrupted, cautioning against an all-out raid on the hospital. He explained that Jaku City was the base of operations for the infamous Meta Liberation Army, still active and led by a man known as Redestro, who was believed to be Destro's son. A raid would likely result in heavy resistance from the army, as they had allied with the League of Villains, leading to potential casualties on both sides. Suddenly, I declared my intention to take on the mission alone. As everyone turned to me in surprise, I asserted my capabilities. I had proven myself by rescuing Eri from Shai Hasaikai without detection and had fought Shisaki without sustaining injuries. I was confident I could track Garaki's whereabouts and act when the risk of exposure was minimal. Aizawa expressed concern, stating that such a responsibility was too great for a first-year student, despite my abilities. I understood his reasoning but remained determined. All Might's voice cut through the tension, supporting my decision. He emphasized that age, gender, or size did not matter, it was the individual's capability that counted. He recounted my past achievements, reinforcing his faith in me. His confidence swayed the others, and it was decided that I would proceed with the mission to capture Garaki. Preparations were made. A group of carefully selected heroes gathered at UA as backup in case of retaliation. Tsukachi Naomasa and his police squad were ready to make the arrest, but I would be going in alone to keep our plan hidden from the villains. Once everything was set, I closed my eyes and vanished in a flash of green. Meanwhile, in Jaku City, Garaki was making his rounds, eager to see the progress he had made with Shigaraki. He had high hopes for the boy, even if he thought Shigaraki's dreams were somewhat naive. It was difficult for him to accept all for one's defeat and capture, as he had been a loyal friend. As Garaki approached the room where Shigaraki lay sedated, a sudden flash of green illuminated the passageway. The next thing he knew, something touched his head, and in an instant he found himself surrounded by some of the greatest heroes of Japan. Confusion washed over him as he tried to comprehend the situation. The old villain, Garaki Kyudai, was visibly panicked. Naomasa stepped forward, announcing Garaki's arrest for professional misconduct, medical malpractice, and crimes against humanity. The villain's reaction was one of sheer terror as he pressed a button on his watch, triggering chaos. Nomus materialized from thin air, and an all-out battle erupted. He realized he should have incapacitated Garaki before bringing him here. As he blasted a Nomu that was charging toward the doctor, he declared that there was no way he would let Garaki escape. The villain's frantic cries echoed in the chaos, and if the situation hadn't been so dire, he might have found it amusing. Uncertain of what Garaki had planned, he made a decisive choice. He unleashed Conqueror's will against Garaki, who collapsed as if weighed down by a heavy burden. A green sphere surrounded the villain, preventing any chance of escape. Now, he could focus on the Nomus, who were surprisingly sentient, indicating they had their own will. He unleashed the full force of Conqueror's will on the Nomus, disorienting them to the point where they fell to the ground, clutching their heads in pain. The heroes quickly took advantage of the situation, but he remained vigilant, activating his will of observation for any unexpected developments. Then the unforeseen happened. He removed the sphere encasing Garaki and shouted that they needed to get to Jaku City immediately, warning of an army of villains rising to arms. The urgency of the situation was palpable. The heroes were taken aback, questioning the existence of such an army. He explained that there were tens of thousands gathering near Jaku General Hospital and that they needed to evacuate the city. Without waiting for further discussion, he soared high above Jaku City, spreading his senses to locate every civilian and police officer. One by one, they were enveloped in green spheres, causing panic, but he had no time to explain. The villains were already aware of the unfolding events and were heading toward Jaku City. Determined to protect everyone, he roared and teleported all the civilians away in one swift motion. Back at you, over 1 million people suddenly appeared, gently placed on the ground as the spheres around them vanished. Though they were panicking, the heroes and police quickly began to explain the situation. Endeavor shouted that he was alone in Jaku City and that they needed to move immediately. While the heroes rushed to mobilize, he found himself in one of the streets, breathing heavily and clutching his head from the exertion. Teleporting so many people at once had taken a toll on him, but he couldn't allow the villains to scatter and wreak havoc across the country. A massive behemoth had emerged from the ground, charging toward Jaku City, leaving the rest of the villains behind. He created a massive dome of aura that contained all the villains except for the behemoth. As he flew toward the approaching creature, he released a wave of Conqueror's will, enhanced by One for All. The attack was overwhelming, causing a significant portion of the villains to faint while the rest fell to their knees. He summoned the manifestation of One for All, God of Storms, allowing it to take form as the giant warrior that had appeared during the Shai Hasaikai raid. The behemoth charged at him, attempting to push him aside. It was a fierce confrontation, but he was ready. His warrior form seized the behemoth and, using its momentum, hurled it back toward the hospital. The behemoth regarded him as a worthy opponent, and a battle of giants commenced. Heroes from across Japan raced toward Jaku City, desperate to prevent him from falling to the villains. Hundreds of helicopters filled the air, including media choppers capturing the unfolding drama. The turbulence from the shockwaves of their clashes reverberated around them. He was using OFA plus while maintaining the dome against the villains' retaliation, which was exhausting. But he couldn't afford to stop. He knew the consequences of doing so would be catastrophic for the citizens of Japan. The two exchanged blows for what felt like an eternity, neither willing to yield. The forest surrounding them was devastated by the shockwaves of their attacks. He shoved the behemoth away and launched himself at it with a powerful punch that connected with its jaw. The creature roared in anger and pain, swinging wildly at him. He dodged and locked its arm in an armbar. As the dust settled, they struggled fiercely. The behemoth managed to break free, leaping high into the air to come crashing down on him. He narrowly escaped, but the creature was growing frustrated and charged at him again. He met its charge head-on, unleashing a flurry of attacks. None of its wide swings connected as he struck back with powerful punches and kicks. When the behemoth attempted a powerful strike from above, he blocked it and countered with a knee to its jaw, followed by a haymaker and an uppercut that disoriented it. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the behemoth by the shoulders and drove a knee into its diaphragm, knocking the wind out of it. As he fell, the protagonist locked Gigantomachia in a hold. The giant struggled with all his might, but the protagonist was determined not to let him escape. Gigantomachia yelled and grunted, gradually losing strength until he finally fainted. Just before he succumbed, the protagonist released him, allowing his body to fall onto his back. A potential disaster had been averted. There was no time to celebrate the victory. The dome created to contain the chaos was cracking under pressure. A massive black fist struck the dome, and the villains broke through. As they began to spread like a plague, the sound of helicopters filled the air, approaching rapidly. Exhausted, the protagonist's enhanced form faded, and he fell from the sky into the devastated landscape of Jaku City, which lay in ruins. Villains rushed toward him, shouting threats and rallying for their cause. For a fleeting moment, he considered closing his eyes and resting, but he quickly dismissed the thought. With a surge of determination, he activated his will of armament and drew a retractable bow from his belt, enveloping it in power. He struck it down onto the ground, unleashing a wave of force that sent the front line of villains tumbling away. No words were needed. His conviction and defiance spoke volumes. As long as he lived, they would not pass. The horde reached him, and as he swung his bow at the first villain, reinforcements arrived. The entire world watched in anticipation as the battle between heroes and the Paranormal Liberation Front commenced. The chaos unfolded in Jaku City, now a battlefield of destruction. A giant green fist crashed into a group of villains, sending them sprawling. Another swing of the bow sent more villains flying. Amid the turmoil, the protagonist remained focused on his target. He called out to Endeavor, stating his intention to pursue Shigaraki before he could escape again. Endeavor, engulfed in flames, urged him to go. The villains shouted in frustration, desperate to stop him. The protagonist unleashed another wave of determination and teleported to the hospital, where a few villains guarded Shigaraki's room. Sensing Shigaraki had awakened, he teleported in and launched a surprise attack. The villain was caught off guard and sent crashing through walls. The Nomus sprang into action, but Shigaraki, realizing his quirk was ineffective against the protagonist's constructs, fled in panic. The protagonist pursued, throwing a Nomu at Shigaraki while dodging another's attack. He created two karambits and began to dispatch the Nomus swiftly. One fell to a quick stab, followed by another that silenced a Nomu's scream. He dodged a laser that struck another Nomu, causing an explosion behind him. Shigaraki, witnessing the chaos, was terrified and fled for his life. The protagonist had no intention of killing him. Unlike the Nomus, Shigaraki was human, and heroes did not take lives. Suddenly, an army of clones rushed at him without regard for their safety. Recognizing them as Twice's creations, he dispatched them with a wave of his power. He quickly dealt with the remaining Nomus, incapacitating them before teleporting to Shigaraki and slamming him to the ground. He repeatedly struck Shigaraki's face against the concrete until the villain was barely conscious. When Shigaraki attempted to use his quirk, the protagonist instinctively threw him away. Just then, Dabi arrived, unleashing a torrent of fire. Dabi commanded twice to get Shigaraki to safety while confronting the protagonist. The protagonist dismissed Dabi's comparison to Endeavor, knowing the villain's past. Instead, he teleported behind Dabi, grabbing him by the hair and slamming his head into the floor. As Dabi retaliated with fire, the protagonist evaded and teleported in front of him. With a decisive strike, he delivered a powerful blow to Dabi's gut, knocking the wind out of him. The battle raged on, with the fate of heroes and villains hanging in the balance. It was too much for him, and he fainted. The pasty figure was about to step through a portal. Just as he prepared to intervene, he sensed that Gigantomachia had awakened. The giant's fist was poised to crush a group of heroes, and his disappointment was immeasurable. A hero's primary job is to protect. Shigaraki had escaped with numerous injuries, and frustration bubbled within him. He teleported between Gigantomachia's fist and the would-be victims, creating a giant hand that intercepted the blow, saving the heroes, including Midnight. Anger surged through him as, One for All, God of Storms manifested within, pushing Gigantomachia's fist back with sheer power. The behemoth roared and swung with his other arm. He dodged and grabbed it, flipping Gigantomachia over his shoulder, far from the heroes and villains. It was OFA versus Gigantomachia, Round 2. A battle between two giants was a sight to behold. The strength behind their blows could shatter buildings. Their initial exchange involved a flurry of punches and headbutts. He dodged Gigantomachia's wide swings while landing a well-timed body blow, followed by a powerful strike to the liver. Despite the intensity of the attack, the giant did not recoil. Suspicion crept in. A liver blow was meant to incapacitate even the strongest. He shrugged it off and struck Gigantomachia's face with his elbows, causing a mess of blood as the giant roared and charged with raised arms, muscles rippling with power. He stepped aside, raising his leg to strike the back of Gigantomachia's head. In the background, helicopters buzzed, broadcasting their fight worldwide. He grabbed Gigantomachia in a rear naked choke. The behemoth flailed to escape, but his grip remained strong. Gigantomachia attempted to strike his head with his elbow, but he skillfully dodged the blows. Finally, the giant managed to grab his head and struck the side of it with his massive fists, forcing him to release his hold. Gigantomachia stood and pounded his arms on the ground, charging with aggression. As he collided with him, he dug his feet into the ground and relentlessly struck the giant's back with his elbows. Despite the visible bruises forming, Gigantomachia refused to let go. He formed a club with his hands and hammered down on the giant's back, enough to bring him to his knees. However, this only seemed to enrage Gigantomachia further. He lifted him and slammed him into the ground, climbing on top and striking down with his arms. While the blows did not physically harm him, they were mentally taxing. He grabbed the giant's face and slammed it into the ground, followed by an elbow strike to the back of his head. Yet, Gigantomachia showed no signs of pain. There was only one way to deal with someone who felt no pain. He decided to asphyxiate him while inflicting as much damage as possible to ensure he wouldn't rise again. He created a sphere around Gigantomachia's head, cutting off his air supply. The giant, realizing he needed to break free, roared and struck the sphere with his fists. He quickly intervened, pulling Gigantomachia toward him and driving his knee into the giant's chest, twisting his arm and pulling it out of its socket. With a powerful elbow strike, he forced the giant's elbow backward with a loud crack. Gigantomachia retaliated with rapid punches from his other arm, forcing him to release his grip. The sphere around the giant's head was taking effect, his movements slowed, and his breathing became ragged. He closed in, unleashing a barrage of fists that struck Gigantomachia's ribs and broke his clavicles. A strike to the knee shattered the giant's patella. With Gigantomachia on his knees, he trapped the giant's head between his legs and lifted him onto his shoulders. With a cathartic yell, he slammed him into the ground, expelling the remaining air from his lungs. After such a fierce battle, Gigantomachia was finally defeated, having fainted. The remaining villains were much easier for the heroes to handle. Exhausted, he felt his dissipate in a burst of bright green embers as he lowered himself to the ground. Physically and emotionally drained, he used Conqueror's Will one last time, channeling his remaining strength. It was enough to overpower the remaining villains, who fell one after another. The heroes had finally won. Most villains were captured and arrested, though a few managed to escape during the chaos. Shigaraki, Dabi, and Spinner were among those who got away. Twice had been killed, while Mr. Compress, along with several others, had been captured. He had vowed not to let anyone die that day, but he felt he had failed. Eel Boy, Native, Funkman, and many other pro-heroes had lost their lives, along with several villains. Yet his quick actions had spared millions of civilians. Despite the losses, it was an overall victory for the heroes. Later that evening, however, chaos erupted as prisoners from 7 different facilities were freed by Nomus. The worst news came when Tartarus was destroyed, allowing All for One and some of humanity's most dangerous individuals to escape. He had thought the worst was behind them. I had thought that with the battle over, Shigaraki would be easily taken down and crime would be reduced to an all-time low. How wrong I was. The country was thrown into chaos by the escaped convicts. The worst had just begun to show. It was the beginning of the end. I was terribly exhausted after the battle and fell into a coma for 4 days. In those 4 days, the country changed for the worse. With so many convicts on the loose, crime reached its highest levels since the dark era of quirks, when All for One reigned supreme. Villains roamed the streets, attacking innocent civilians at will. This rise in crime also led to an increase in vigilantism. Local groups took up arms against the villains to defend their neighborhoods, their trust in heroes having waned drastically. Dabi had revealed the corruption of the Hero Public Safety Commission after hijacking a broadcasting station, exposing the heroes' failure to stop the villains in time. While the villains caused mayhem, Shigaraki and All for One were nowhere to be found. The police were helpless, and the Hero Public Safety Commission was practically defunct after a secret villain attack on their building, which resulted in the loss of most of the employees and the destruction of the facility. With no HPSC to delegate matters, we had no way of receiving foreign aid, as there was no one to handle the necessary paperwork or hold authority. We were on our own. Our curriculum at UA became much more practical-oriented. Improving our quirks and learning how to fight took priority. UA also became a safe haven for civilian refugees from all over Japan, as entire cities were ravaged by the madness of the villains. We were losing the country to them. Anarchy was the new norm. The rise in crime began to deteriorate the will of heroes. Every other day, a hero would retire from the burden, losing their motivation and spirit. Japan was no longer a safe place to live. For 3 long months, we fought continuously to protect civilians and capture villains to send them back to prison. An upside to this struggle was the significant increase in my strength and abilities. We thought that with UA converted into a stronghold, no villain would dare to attack it. Until Chisaki arrived at our doors. I sensed him coming from miles away. Aizawa was alerted when I informed him that Chisaki was on his way, along with 30 other villains. As Aizawa rushed to mobilize the heroes to defend UA, I focused on Eri. I was with Eri when I sensed his presence. I looked at the little girl who, for the first time in her life, was living her happiest days since activating her quirk. I could not let her smile disappear. I told her I had forgotten to run an errand for Aizawa and asked her to stay with Shinso until I returned. I communicated telepathically with Shinso, instructing him to keep an eye on Eri and ensure her safety without revealing Chisaki's presence. I was determined that Chisaki would not take her back to prison today. Calmly, I walked out of the room and activated my will of observation. Chisaki had just destroyed the gates using his quirk. The villains couldn't take a single step onto UA grounds before being pushed back by an invisible force. Chisaki seemed prepared, immediately deconstructing the 30 villains and incorporating them into his body. Civilians were panicking, terrified of Chisaki's savagery, and were about to flee when I teleported between them and the villains. I confronted Chisaki, reminding him that the previous encounter should have been enough. Before he could unleash chaos, I blasted him with Conqueror's Will, sending him crashing into the abandoned buildings near Yaoi. That was when the rest of the heroes arrived at the gates. As they prepared to engage, I told them to leave him to me and shot toward Chisaki. The battles I had fought in Jaku City and against various villains had tempered my emotions. My anger was less volatile, my aggression had subsided, and my will had matured. I didn't need to engage in a physical battle with Chisaki. Using Conqueror's Will, I pushed him down with a force strong enough to cave the ground beneath him. Chisaki screamed and struggled to free himself, but it was futile. I raised my hand high, looking down at him impassively. As I brought my hand down, a massive fist descended from the heavens, crashing into Chisaki and devastating everything around him. That was it. Chisaki Kai, the leader of Shai Hasaikai, a man who once ruled over the drag network in the country and threatened the freedom of civilians, lay defeated in a single move. I knew All for One and Shigaraki Tamuro were watching. Their days of freedom were numbered, and judgment was coming their way. As my silhouette shone brightly in the sky, defiant against the dangers that loomed, the heroes and civilians were left in awe. I had shown them my might during the darkest of times. Eraser questioned whether they were even qualified to teach me anything, but Mike reassured him that it didn't matter how strong I became, I would always be their student, and there was always something to learn. Gran Torino noted my growth since my internship, expressing both confidence and concern for what I could do to the villains. All Might smiled brightly, acknowledging the strength I had. Young Midoriya had finally surpassed his mentor. It marked the dawn of the Emerald Knight era. Chisaki was cuffed and transported back to the rebuilt Tartarus, and Midoriya was assigned to escort the van. As he flew above, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. Another attack? It felt oddly familiar. He effortlessly dodged a bullet fired from an assailant with a rifle for an arm. The attacker frowned and fired again, but Midoriya was ready with a green barrier that absorbed the shot without issue. A surge of energy coursed through the assailant's body, causing them to faint. Midoriya focused on their will, sensing a strength he had only encountered during All for One's battle with All Might in Kamino Ward. He realized there were two separate wills shackled together. Had All for One given her two quirks just to free Chisaki? Midoriya teleported to the fallen assailant and discovered it was none other than Lady Nagant. Suddenly, one of the shackled wills began to glow, indicating it was about to activate. Why would it activate while she was unconscious? It seemed unlikely that All for One would grant her a healing quirk. Before the quirk could trigger, Midoriya broke the chains and freed it. A green orb erupted from her body, shooting into the sky and exploding in a dazzling display. Nagant awoke, bewildered by the spectacle. Midoriya instructed her to stay down and cooperate, expressing disbelief that she had allied herself with someone like All for One. She responded, explaining that the Commission had manipulated her into assassinating potential threats to the Hero Society, including heroes who might tarnish their image. She had followed orders until she could no longer bear it, and when she questioned the Commission's directives, they had threatened her life if she attempted to leave her role. Midoriya was taken aback by her revelations. The news had claimed she was sentenced to Tartarus for killing a fellow hero in an argument, but she dismissed that as a cover-up for the Commission's darkest secrets. She argued that a society under All for One would at least be transparent. Midoriya countered, explaining that the explosion she had witnessed was a quirk that was about to activate within her, one that could have caused her harm. He warned her about All for One's true nature, describing him as a malevolent figure who would use her and discard her without a second thought. He emphasized that All for One's desire for power overshadowed any concern for individual freedom. As Midoriya's mission concluded with the transport van arriving at the prison facility, he glanced back at Nagant, who sat in silence, contemplating his words. With a sigh, he vanished in a flash of green, taking her with him. The atmosphere was tense as the heroes absorbed Nagant's words, which were corroborated by Hawks, confirming their truth. The revelations were far more significant than anything Dabi had released. Midoriya asserted that the public needed to know the truth before the villains could exploit it. He argued that the Commission's corruption had created a fragile society built on a false image of heroes, one that was bound to collapse. All Might agreed, stating that the truth must be revealed to rebuild the Hero Association into a better, more human entity. Netsu suggested arranging a press conference, though he warned that the villains might interfere. The heroes discussed their plans, while Midoriya reflected on the quirks All for One had given to Lady Nagant. He realized that quirks given in such a manner left an imprint of the original user's will, meaning they would always be separated from the new user's will. Everything that had transpired over the past year pointed to a mole planted by All for One, someone who could potentially betray him with a self-harming quirk. Using his powers of observation and conqueror's will, Midoriya tested the wills of everyone at UA. Among hundreds of thousands, one person stood out, evoking disbelief, anger, and eventual acceptance. He approached his classmates, and when Katsuki noticed his serious demeanor, he inquired about what had happened. Midoriya announced that he knew who the mole was, prompting a chorus of shocked questions from his friends. He looked directly at them, ready to reveal the truth. Aoyama's revelation weighed heavily on everyone present. Midoriya could see the tears streaming down Aoyama's face, a reflection of the turmoil within him. The classmates stood in disbelief, recalling how Aoyama had shared countless moments with them living, eating, laughing, and crying together. Aoyama expressed the pain he had endured, revealing that he had fought against the urge to reveal his true self, crushed by guilt. He had longed to protect his parents and believed that by joining UA, he could finally be like everyone else. He had helped during critical moments, but he felt like a villain for hiding his truth. As his parents appeared trapped in green spheres, the fear in their eyes was palpable. They understood the gravity of their situation and the potential wrath of All for One. Lady Nagant, also ensnared, looked on in shock. The Aoyamas explained their plight, detailing how their son had been quirkless and ridiculed, ultimately falling into All for One's grasp. They had been forced to follow orders under the threat of death, revealing the harsh reality they faced. When Tsukachi questioned their knowledge of All for One's threats, they recounted the horrific examples of those who had defied him. They had acted out of fear, not malice, and Aoyama had been unaware of the true nature of his actions. Midoriya looked at Aoyama, urging him to remember his true motivations for joining UA. He insisted that Aoyama was not a villain but a hero at heart, driven by love for his parents. A moment of silence followed Midoriya's declaration, filled with hope. Tsukachi, however, cautioned against allowing Aoyama to speak further until a thorough examination could be conducted. Aizawa took responsibility for the oversight and assured Aoyama that he would not be expelled from UA. Midoriya expressed confidence in locating All for One soon, having begun his search across the northern islands. The group prepared for the upcoming confrontation, each member readying their gear and technology. As they returned to their dorm, some classmates gathered to discuss their plans, while others checked their equipment. Midoriya climbed to the roof, lost in thought as he gazed at the remnants of the past. Katsuki approached, questioning Midoriya's solitary reflection. Midoriya shared his ability to sense the cries of those whose quirks had been stolen by All for One, expressing his frustration over their suffering. He wondered if Tetsuo was among them. Katsuki, initially surprised, urged Midoriya not to dwell on the past but to focus on their mission. He reminded Midoriya of the importance of staying strong, vowing to free everyone from All for One's grasp. Their banter lightened the mood, but the determination to confront their enemy remained steadfast. Midoriya connected with his classmates through telepathy, revealing All for One's location at Hashima Island. As they gathered in Gym Gamma, they learned about the abandoned island, preparing for the challenge ahead. It had been a heritage site until a few years ago, but tourism had taken a downturn, leading to its closure. The government attempted to refurbish it, but the buildings were far too weak. Midoriya sensed a significant number of villains on that isolated island. A background noise of chaos echoed, but it was ignored by everyone present. Midoriya looked at Tsukachi and stated the number of villains he had sensed. The island was isolated and had underwater coal mines, making it a tricky location for confrontation. The risk of collapse loomed over both sides, raising the stakes of the impending battle. A plan began to form, and soon everything was set in motion. A press interview was held to inform the civilians across the country about the situation. A section in the newspaper featured comments from various students, including Midoriya's, which conveyed a strong message against the evil that had plagued their nation. As the weeks passed, villains targeted Midoriya in groups, seeking to capture him for all for one. The population on Hishima Island dwindled to less than 1,000. Back at UA, preparations for a final battle were underway. A large area was designated for the villains to be teleported to, where the heroes would be waiting to confront them. Midoriya gathered all 600 heroes in spheres and teleported them to the battleground. Taking a deep breath, he teleported to the airspace above Nagasaki, where he could sense every individual on Hishima. Soon, green spheres surrounded all the villains on the island. However, he couldn't separate All for One and Shigaraki's wills, sensing something was amiss. Deciding to proceed with the plan, he teleported the villains to the heroes, leaving behind the Nomus and the two supervillains. The Nomus quickly turned their attention to him, eager to retaliate. Midoriya, unbothered, encased them in individual spheres. With a snap of his fingers, the spheres glowed and collapsed, overwhelming the Nomus with a barrage of energy, erasing them from existence. Suddenly, a concentrated blast of wind shot toward him from the abandoned island below. He dodged effortlessly, spotting a figure flying toward him atop a Nomu. It was Shigaraki, but something was off. Midoriya narrowed his eyes, ready for a fight, recognizing that All for One had somehow taken over Shigaraki's body. All for One acknowledged Midoriya's quirk with a laugh, but Midoriya sensed that Shigaraki was still fighting for control within. With no time for words, the battle commenced. Midoriya charged at blinding speed, aiming a powerful punch at All for One. Anticipating the attack, All for One crossed his arms to block it, but Midoriya had already teleported behind him, delivering a surprise blow that sent him tumbling off the Nomu. With a snap of his fingers, Midoriya removed the Nomu from the fight and faced All for One, initiating an aerial battle that lasted for hours. News helicopters captured the clash, broadcasting it live as the world watched their powers collide, creating massive whirlpools in the sea. In a decisive moment, Midoriya struck All for One directly in the liver, causing him to spit blood. Despite the injuries, All for One's regeneration kicked in, but Midoriya was relentless. He unleashed a powerful attack, drawing a sword from the avatar of God of Storms and bringing it down with all his might. The slash was devastating, splitting the very sea itself. All for One was sent hurtling back toward the island, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Midoriya's goal was clear: to end All for One once and for all. He raised his hand to the sky, channeling the avatar's power, and brought it down with determination. A meteor descended from the heavens, crashing onto the island and obliterating it from existence. The sea erupted, creating colossal waves that filled the crater left behind. Midoriya believed he had succeeded, but to his astonishment, All for One emerged from the water, battered but still alive. With a wild laugh, All for One declared that this battle had been exhilarating, recognizing Midoriya as the strongest opponent he had ever faced. But the playtime had come to an end. Makia was summoned to rise. The villain laughed maniacally, urging Midoriya Izuku to witness the emergence of the greatest demon lord. Izuku looked at him with disdain, knowing that Makia had been out of action since his arrival. He questioned why no one seemed to understand the true potential of his quirk. The laughter abruptly ceased when Gigantomachia failed to appear. Izuku seized the moment to mock the villain's intelligence, explaining that he had sent Makia away, leaving him incapacitated. Even a giant needed oxygen, and Izuku had proven that in their last encounter. While the villain was distracted by his blunder, the avatar of the God of Storms revealed its chest, unleashing a barrage of javelins that struck the villain's body. The projectiles pierced through him, preventing any chance of regeneration. Izuku felt triumphant. The villain could not even utter a word as he struggled. With determination, Izuku grasped the villain's head and unleashed the full power of Conqueror's Will, shattering All for One's influence over Shigaraki. A brilliant glow enveloped Shigaraki as countless tormented souls escaped from his mouth, one by one. Some vanished, while others sought their original bodies. Far away, Ragdoll watched the battle unfold on her television and felt her quirk return as the souls departed from Shigaraki. In that moment, Izuku almost heard Tetsuo's voice thanking him. It was finally over. Japan would never be the same after that day. Shigaraki was sentenced to life in Tartarus, alongside numerous other villains. The testimonies of Lady Nagant, Hawks, and Dabi revealed many truths. The Hero Public Safety Commission was disbanded, and Endeavor retired from his hero career amid public outrage over his treatment of his family. The Hero Association was dismantled and reformed with a new vision. In an interview, a reporter asked the Emerald Knight what defined a hero. He chuckled lightly and responded that being a hero was not solely about battling villains. A hero is someone who protects, from a child feeding a stray cat to the brave individual standing up to a bully. It includes the doctor who heals, the lawyer who defends the innocent, the vendor working tirelessly to support their family, and even the reporter herself. He pointed at the camera with a bright smile, encouraging everyone to recognize their potential to be a hero. The story concluded, leaving some loose ends for the audience to ponder. The journey had spanned 2 long years, filled with challenges and changes in the world. As the new year approached, there was hope for a brighter future, wishing everyone safety and joy in the days to come. I raised my fist, enveloping it with my quirk. I declared that I could use my ability now, warning Monoma that if he didn't want to face the consequences of my strength, he should use the quirk he had so arrogantly copied from my sensei. Monoma snarled and activated his quirk once again. I continued, expressing my frustration over his audacity to use our own abilities against us. I charged forward, flipping into the air to deliver a kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. I reminded him of his actions, pointing out how he had dared to copy Todoroki's quirk when he was incapacitated. Grabbing Monoma by his hair, I delivered a series of headbutts, causing him to wince in pain. I recounted how he had recklessly used Endeavor's quirk, damaging Ishido's uniform. She had been fortunate that the damage was minimal, but the potential embarrassment of being exposed in front of so many spectators could have been devastating. I emphasized how his careless use of the quirk could have resulted in severe injuries. With determination, I slammed him to the ground again, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left him reeling. I reminded him of the villains we had faced at USJ, noting how instead of showing concern, he had ridiculed us for the sake of media attention. We had triumphed over those villains, but now, I saw not a hero, but a villain before me. As I finished, I paused, observing the shock and fear in Monoma's eyes. He seemed to realize the depths of his jealousy and how it had led him astray from his goal of being a hero. I eased the pressure around his throat, allowing him to speak. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to cry and repeatedly apologized. I nodded and stepped back, giving him space. Trembling from pain and fatigue, he sat up, wiped his tears, and declared his forfeit. Midnight's expression was somber yet somewhat relieved, perhaps understanding the weight of what had transpired. She announced that Monoma had forfeited the battle, and I was set to advance to the final round. Returning to the stands, I smiled at my friends and expressed that Monoma regretted his actions and hoped for their forgiveness. Todoroki offered a slight nod, while Ishido leaped up, embracing me tightly and thanking me. I patted her head, sharing a laugh with my friends as they excitedly recounted the match. In the stands of 1B, I noticed Kendo mouthing a "thank you" towards me, and I grinned in response. Suddenly, I realized one of my classmates was missing. I asked where Ito was, and Uraraka replied uncertainly that he had received a phone call about his brother being hurt in a villain attack, prompting him to leave.